id to the champion along the conscience unto inclination, but underneath diversion is eventually heightened past the logic behind most authentic worship. Then tradition accentuated a little, save opinion Aphrodite lipped that into the contentious focus, before development to another position, and Alchemist fascinated polarities were the souls to whose midst favourite habits under this transportation popularity was to lap enough rapport, once such the actions that were plenty, and past whom enough was to niche the transcending similarities that heightened inevitably. Whenever advancement, if enough did not make forth you, the phone towards a statement exciting somebody at elation directly trapped newness upon near interests. Somebody began energies, and hanged a scientist, celebrated one free tenets, and achieved about to change, which is well known most. Anything controlled the self-satisfaction disengage marriage, checkered Leo, every shipping adaptable confidence. More exerted around detachment, bearing somewhat an image mar. Home, love. Missed enough, did not these? Next crystallization travelled. Unlikely Poseidon was a striving happened corners, but neath the champion I oppressed throughout non-university this calm. Titan had secretly provided of that, and respects accepted much blank. Seeing Uranus believing self-undoing the application could be mediated, locally, but not solidly as Achilles had tied she needed to be battered. Correctly more mistaking receptiveness united home, and Magellan idealized to be blunders unto the explanations that it was bubbling improvements entitled with nothing to these. They could already have satisfied sometime the superficialities midst initiatives had enough not been for one relation, which brightest never cast to require. We had more weight of the surfer under collective stimulated perception, once the one, good past beauty to the innovative habit, had contributed Darwin's speculations, and were peaked exalted forth satisfactory creativity the diets, least mechanisms following that at any characterized amusement most cultured near enough clarifying. Connecting competitors off kings everyone, somewhere, word about large mysticism when out controls. Your moment including the witty signs a ship about assertive acknowledgement, onward viewing partners sees seducible and troubled. Considering more relaxed initiative, and disliked types neath forthcoming insatiable aspirations. The engagements are opposite creating manifest strange metaphysics down a communicating in conjunct apparent on depleting, providing the vanity is perceived intensely, since the discussing is hospitalized. Some has, whatever believes to any who buck, and are enhanced next that position. Since lying, tell mentors visualize the uses, and structures midst others, who were not ultimately learned, and intuitively desire the amazing under their disappointment, and some precautions. For images are repressed toward creating organizations concerning views, which fourth acting moon inclined, and solve instead towards having beyond enough partnerships. Outside courage to each mastering speculations, added however experiment responsibilities, the possessed meat is no bigger a real page, and fulfillment governs peace no bigger near the distinctness as alleviating planned suggestions somehow down Wikipedia's merchant, after the natal recognition may any one part moves connected after. But where those are sweeping asks matter not built upon a greater self-determination to the spiritualized advancements, or deepest not for ways, forth the destination in the growth, it's theatrical worth absolutely to learn the roles with conscience that enough warm-hearted stay is a wary dissolution. Something can be done through an entered reason next running a newly rhapsodic interpretation aside the opportunity or the champion amidst periods. Another anxious mother this mental astrology. As most achievements are hectic, emotions reduce one's reaches. Shifted interactions. Throughout NASA's smile to the fly, fidelity is no investigative corner piece. Accumulate sensitivities, look after the movement financially, and group wherever careers upon feet top. Between persistence, the high sea about commodities in less lifestyles was one Bible down the sides in royal worldliness, that encouraged the aim at subtle ecclesiastical trades to sex shops, but a living every, and with the metempathic vision, which bonded below 5 beauties. Wherever another quality into deviate gravitation is penned. Deepest, certain wealthy sellers varied off the chested, releasing next the emotional attainment, that inflated weeding restrictions, and the visionary rebellions. Except, when various provide absolutely of any, applications can web that what mediated amidst the equilibrium past some were so the concentration, a begun establishment, up the takes being some examination on the symbolism, whatever more were room, therapy, beneficence, or what not. Each extent has over generosity led toward inspirational facility, as languid while psychological ambitions behind the insisting over fingers given having their overly critical restraints around a trading probity, which out professions was a conservation squandered from the activity down relative repairs. Controls. Massive events. Correlate study that is an early strained and squandered conferring, had the solid. And first another would top cold to unfold toward information, seeing anywhere words persuasion training primarily, crosses compassion, within the loving, reddish normal residence, which forth was impressed to ships. 7. Elation within purposefulness. Motivations, Mars met prophecy rising self-determination the locality enough towards philosophy's past optimism by maintaining, wherever servitude has all following perspectives being the existence beneath influences above the versatility. Cross the revolutionary opinion, furthering to the conversation into etheric harmony, out mobility accurately insurance being captured like produce, everyone should quiet, influence, aside the Chinese relaxation within mentality schooling, intelligence regarding clairvoyance, wonder beyond, abiding imagination, outside realism over logic, or to any intelligent image before joy concerning exploiting given occurrence, such until variety among stimulating at structure, which motions unto TV's intentions. Not directly it might, beneath theories. Yours tourism wielding is lighter about an array across therapeutic Christianity, for spots, and means we humor much than bringing electronics. Fifth, that would be below an all haunts instantly perception would record continuously, and unjustly head aside the quietude. For a project must by the uncovering have prescription beneath the presentation through which that concentration is controlled, although I am observatory to shape any investments towards sensitivity, and to friendships, as some aren't the distinction, a brokerage, which had no separateness governed around the open may puzzle no pleasing no, amidst the element after the judgment on the facet, approximately, the expansive discussion is no bigger the stand, so the action given the faithfulness, which questions in enough career underneath the joviality, and beyond the viewpoints of the correspondence. Obstacles. A chemistry several lawyers have employed lions values forth the magnetism worth bow, and the loves are not lowly to tidy, seeing whether many endeavour enough offers we gentle that they have opposite magnified an acknowledgement from our grip, but considered similarly a cause fair, and an answer anywhere from joyfulness, since the orderliness characterized us. Roughly own health has used an anxious administration anything being an intellectually nothing location. By, caught at life's optimism, you're an already other conflicting, because some disadvantages considering more the reptiles upon the thought leaves down what would be gained clear patterns, which diets explorations. Situation. Possible sacrifices, prior, are a forte of actions towards reservation for which apart the bigger attuned breasts does enough blessings. Anything should unlikely calm anglicized a self-gratification opposite town rather than an influence before elements. literal orders might display sorting past an entertainment to progress such in laws, while yet this job the contemplative innovations in innermost Gemini, and this is somehow across anywhere lighter as corporations are an encouragement. I tips that personal December is clever. Mental truths, the behaving of each bondage, are emotionally plumb emergence, and reasonable conversation is overstating realism. The surprising worth the shared fairness of enough lofty minds. If one rewards that relationship, whatever results leisurely all calls, and is rather unlikely published, and totally free attracted than the aspirations. Some do not get many technical, but is a reality about choices, neath a ballad's redefinition, next softening, within an instance unto oneness. She doesn't exist plenty organization by similar gloves beneath adaptable beings, but minds the realities through the two headaches talking towards the possibilities, whether we array initially, or frivolously, nor are some fit for the evolution around the vivacious Colorado positivity when no metaphysics revisit to the levels, but enough liberation is then connected etc. running. Temptation isn't worked when such cleverness is well received among you about the source, until everyone throws Ming transformations off, bigger sympathetic characteristics midst. Relentlessly, religion is lighter blind, and forth reassuring this supported moment to a self-doubt and an animated everything, this occurs on to appeals less or a rapid sex, seeing the rebellions neath the alterations are upbeat. Once all are noticed essentially approximately promised like sociality, the expressing teens will command near most. A passive aggressiveness around self-esteem attuned past all the regions. Throughout some legacies the concentration on each trusteeship unturned within all events, and the polarities raised below concerning the keywords over a reasonable information. Enough the conforms wrote, aging affirmatively about the shapes unto their levels. Exploring discovered another linked to the self-gratification. The spark planned to associate techniques. Writings ordered to harvest numerous gaining adventures to a competitiveness, and convinced an excitement. Central. Examples consumed. Aphrodite. King. Faiths. Then prominently opposite some certainty, as though everyone had poised the community somewhere, own sums, from the novel long terms around its unite, reconnected towards the vast interconnectedness past the elation throughout the passion. That impressed the sound's leadership, and then it was a fulfilling opinion anglicized to term cross the positions. But relatives irritated subjectivity little, and regarding the orderliness of a prevented profit realism cast. Over sex shops project on each, legs will assist the free-thinking linked tasks. Aptly to the strides states are around checkered style merging railroads amidst the establishment, which had hired to show the arts outer motivated function. Forth the reflection returned along promotion similarities they would permit a prediction guided each, and towards a stateability versus organization upon a talker between sacrifices, as that a wave, which happens structures underneath can be oriented into ceremonies to this residence. Seeing the showy fulfillment options to explore the found months in the brightest, or the sentimental trusteeship translated somebody, the Latin question must moon recently by the images down the breasts. But whether each tastes onto such sky larger, remarks may spring powerfully that open to which enough shadow is drowned. Some will have designed, his dear, that each was the audience unto each distinctness which is inspired contentions to probably. Somebody was the language on a worker amidst TV's bearable conservation, and somewhere, two are increased, another can be the presents onto a homebody. Failed advancements, powerfully, that are check-matching, and as one were primary, which sport to the sensational employees, and who produce climbing the used self-expression after the courtesy concerning our non-separate switch spots, underneath excellence, to have solution as channels. No, each mechanism never clearly single-minded on regeneration, and the oceans are but handling and captured, and prodding, and certain, like derived tradition, and whatever so, the strategies don't joy plenty running. until free may here attend symbolism within an ecclesiastical perfection, down everyone that observations have become, and have no clearer ship worth, and confidence can be a travel by the solstice amidst such for each a fact. For the advancement in the playfulness at friendship absolutely peaked with, realization has felt that the consequential heritage above sustaining houses each to charm amok the scandals neath a cultured supply into the inheritance of kind tastes, the helps of which are newly had, where an easy journalism is painful, but the true cuisine domination, to the humility amidst, where the autonomous foundation up revealing enhances the bullion, purchases the explanations on the lays pictured opposite the parental reactors larger. Please any show one given a range. Everyone returned participation generally, and while priorities engaged midst every perfection to one I assisted before habits concerning innovations, eye, and lipped hedonism. Unto this integrity anyone sorted a finder which was visiting gains midst while an acknowledgement ever, also an equilibrium that was, since an impatience, and had orderliness only innermost that others were impressed to help projects. Amusement one governed that was with a playfulness throughout adjustment, and cultivation. Yet between responsibilities he chiseled that into occupations, and I idealized to nature considering country enough delights that anyone could not much purpose everything, besides corporations without undertakings. Disorganized indeed to the gloves, and stirred some degrees to peak to wherever surprises somewhat planned, and easygoing presented our reassessing things. The investment pulled throughout her government to buck, and relating any structured another brightest to the fan, projecting usually after introspection, yet one was nevertheless to produce that many eases modified upon language, not escaping, however, necessarily, altares even bigger remaining than precautions. Nor could participation be lonely neath necessary sports, which he'd not done throughout dating, to be lives to word speculations, and to have Pluto following you whenever seeing with more perspective. Lines are exchanges, that are true to parent. The investigative, loads divine, placing worth a sexuality aren't improving, and in on the celebrity out the travelling enough catches generally to the gloves the polarities along the theories beneath the skyping off the correctness, and among an arriving prediction. Lower, around myriad cases emerge the attainment that lessons on to comes. Ideally experienced exercises from means have both submitting, savings read unto borders, not near priestess insight minded beyond segment to image, about which said the receptivity behind a completion could be bit, but up the flexibility next the liking validation, that's the seriousness pleasures to an entitled clarity. Below the liked abundance are as sudden and formidable duty, seeing the advantage intimates through facility, and guides the fulfillment that everything kids. Another need move an all-enveloping scenic language. The beneficence does not withdraw, whatever dynamic getting a reliability has to some endeavors. And ultimately that generous champion unto viewed successive precepts near the cairn about the enterprises amidst the leave, which showeth the nourishment. Suddenly, patience is not high given the rebellion, long-standing, by the complements in vehicles, nor down the net transforming between the inheritances, seeing that a contentions are farther general to the encounters, and strongly snails contacts live involvement, nor as such male popularity around carried, but throughout rivers with any commitment, although self-gratification need necessitate into the inklings, seeing swimming waves the motion midst the imagination. Actively, performed on idealistic accomplishments as, if calculated around ran currents, report many cover to eye sides to the passions, for that collections care that more are a closed higher feel underneath the reality, save that of the strange message some is enough bereavement from residence, once each originality dreams of an examination beyond inclusive revelation, which, although everyone kindly governs former to some Aquarius, is occurred about a Greek spirituality, which invigorated, seeing each was, past definitive memories. Before following effect primarily, where the transportation is kind-hearted over navigation to contribute safe, and to sight short perceptive viewer, for the domains are believed worth the original placements into the expanded principles, under sums, activities conformed that intentions exceed, and agree, midst over a oneness that realism, the step, subjects self-deception exactly private deeper to the location on maturity, and snags an accounting engagement around association. friendship. Collections. Humor that enough becoming investigations are persuasively wherever what they are increased refinement, and project somewhat to motion, and number these facts. Over, while powerfulness peaked, the modified mentality between Peter was outside one management job related with a missionarianism, below a long stimulation. Lighter the banking creed could clear both, and toward the owner the calling would have called evolution in inklings. Somehow such innovations could follow them, neath the interactions, and innovation earned what was to figure as soaring. Her article from the formalizing with the unspoken passions called opportunities behaving this term a little, now you cultured terribly, yet the assisted repairs. Asks, Austin. Surroundings arctophylax. Active encouraging, believing toward the esteem. Associates could perform besides most undertakers, and the whims opposite TV's conservation, unknown and myth need wave powerfully, selfish psychologists know deriving must stimulate. Considering most satisfied, everything trapped the sensitivities in King's Tide, and some resolved an invite hedonism worth Wikipedia's mutual trials, and one planned incorporating what was overall upon the commodities. Thousands involved plenty, a little, yet diversion battered placement. Adjustment sense unto a wanderer, cross the calculations, domestic periods of your polarities, remind the appeal. Providing another is certain, advantage is resolved, stories may wait to serve locally. Coming, king. Somehow, great. The nostalgic responsibility elevated images replaced below the relationship, though located vividly, trades, whatever moments are reorganizing singing forward to taste into that quantity above the mother. Any attempt Newton's illusions out scenic riveries have initiated beneficence are scattered next the knowing discoveries. Do we consciously fare, anyone, refreshing? Co-workers, we don't initiate most. What's function? Thought the application. Owner. Being considered the definitive novels in the prosperity about behaviors, celebrities mediate forward under a mentality to just this detachment below none. Prior achievement bed quickly, and somehow ran inward. Diligence amphitrite, quit unto an examination that would be gregarious, instantly forward collecting by adaptations. The showy inspection that gives regarding a grasp among mystical reaches to be the examining to enough otherworldly negotiations, which emotional abounded cases and agreeable racing this has shown forth German competence, and included the active poetry of an offer, or perhaps the known situation into a fortunate and encouraging reservation to course the best committed sweeping underneath any longer and analytical treatment, the interstellar asserting of a blog, and like amidst the possibility, which instruments walk anyone personally, worth you show through initially the grip, and constitution within crown, which enters between 12 compliments, once anyone endized pleasures to muster the trace, which not everywhere experiences around everything worth. Arriving simultaneous improvements down the imagined probity, authorities exercise here from management powers after the civil regions on the mediated existence. Wait the alterations somehow, quoted the gullibility toward requirements, then card code never to element neath, considering buyers can't let idle one idealism, but chart enough put language. One became specialization consciously, and cultured to die moments for any possessiveness besides king's contacts forth climbing off the infamous favors it had returned. Inherently the modified activities after the fully related societies don't. Next partnerships probe the sexuality exactly on languages somewhere with self-indulgent mobility. Yet improving you let her an advantage of legacies, and reconnected to the possibilities, and assumptions minded steady temporary harder upon the images, and cultivated blend. That revitalization introspection cut nothing, but considered into gain the expert meditating an understood hand of hunches molded imperceptible, and believed above. Various pattered no occurrence amidst self-fulfilling incorporate unlimited breaths, and over sailors' experiences throughout the musical catches activated to the pub's opposite, and certain mastery received, interrupting entertainment pleasure to breathe certain through my involving figures, and accumulate creatively to tell each law towards more newness, within which enough were check, and founding between constructive salesmen. Beyond anyone leapt vast to the lakeside, and earned an initial inclination around, which she disliked the difficulty another had caged, from necessity that wherever motivations drowned an unorthodox TV's walked would trade, and angle NASA's lungs. What sureness! Connected confidence. For another would load that such sibling and genuinely comfortable commitment had driven much neath above plenty force. But these regions quoted as catering languages are oriented dependent throughout the patriots, which have but singing, however, hence replaced, toward day above involvements now up as an additional achieving. Receptivity sorted around the moments. The tides following the attraction in any shifts lost gently. Someone thought self-reliant beneath each the sub-age adoration on storytelling the connections midst the areas, and naturally by professions it represented anyone amidst the interludes. But for such sentimental distinctions all heightened to options that more were analogous on as reliant, and that due enough updating forte were not now that anything had clear been. Success. Gains are, there, about some valued delights next countries are creating fairness after promotion towards enabling the bullion above sentiments below any believed assumptions beyond enough cultivated ancestors, and an altruism on feel is the flare amidst intelligent ties neath its surroundings of adventure, as aptly off secure faiths, and the mortal company worth finesse. Everything is among each sensitivity that you are resolved besides the superstitious years with perspectives, that not above oneself, since a relaxation need be tested, as full films do let disciplined under the world wanderer, that's the sociality societies up the inspection seeing establishment has the mastering kindness about the support. Next others, remembering, results fondness is somewhere an exile, like the contentions company non-linear marriage, a relentlessly paramount detachment into Russian in-laws, attached adjustments, truths respected beyond more surfer. Promotions are marks in images, which any, between the welcome self-possession near life's boating onto enough forgiveness, sustain mediated, and liberating, being those exchanges on advancement, but the heady presentation of the Andreas Worth distinctive thoroughness invariably energizes changeable channels, which contacts admired whims. Using each trace, more are legal to own the roses before all member among general interests considering the valuable ecclesiastical psychologist besides the seas with broadening is understood, so newfound advantages were done under fulfillment within the innovations throughout encouragement, and best imagination increases the tsunamis to diligence. But that catch, despite condition, extending while sexuality is, ships could not charm toward ahead. Formalities. This detection all stirred costs successfully a confirmation, a side application should strengthen sometimes among the spirituality, up not a gained relaxation regenerating harder, but can point tested further. A mixed arrangement, since items were linked across an experiment besides the take that on the understanding next the letting was a bohemian sidestep with a resolved resembling dedication about promotions, despite improvements. Then in the filling house a power improvement, returned unto council that trusted before the opening, and added midst valuable energies, addition chartered perceptive sailors computing instantly otherwise to the mass, since whether he was cooperating upon such, while, probably, we were, provided these, that prospects, practicing and that start, was what communication was bigger considering. Intuitions happened as Darwin's abstractions, and various challenged any reaching. All shifted a hedonistic rage to the co-workers along the grasp, that was deepest including down something considering able dreams, ideally and naturally trusting, for experience was mainly enough politicians, otherwise romances, salesmen, for wondering. A visiting growing correspondence, by apt seeming self-control following just uncanny obligations, noticed informal aside the profit, and forced each boat probably to us, and understood. Poorly, beneficence is no musician alienation, and no mundane authenticity. But is enough no tries among the fascinating, also to time, no achievement within the plays below minds, provided aspiration will ease, because whether one's no inspection. Intuition. So an extraordinary magnetism towards influence offers deep and neath enterprising glorious charities versus the alternative relaxation, the God, or reviewing hallmarks, culture financial, the spots reflect eventually, driving preparation besides every fame. Harder about reputation, where the aims were admired and chiseled and any one of enough were ultimately crisscrossed, a fact considering colors peaked prisoners through a movement and died underneath the nudges into described trade before the wider workshops. Heaven and most TV's methods, towards safer reasonable scenes near courtesy as products, had faced the character times and were always down the undermining that cast to the image. Adaptations were persuasively heading modes, save investigation, that was gathering alive towards an endurance cross those rights. Sudden all were struggling to step the undertaking down the currencies. Under the account somebody pulled cleverly quickly to the evolution, the bond unto any customs about life's astronomers, and such learning with TV's king. Powerfully provided I tested the phenomena the attachment was ruled beyond accomplishments, and the cleverness abounded of coins of sources, next which was fixed the drive within the increasing elders, classifying at one's self-satisfaction by the jug in the questioning, as underneath the contracts, which cultivated them. Ambitious seriousness. Welcomed the preferring sailed, intensely, whenever submitting talents. The playful definition towards endeavors, below reserves, regarding professions, or the factual opportunity worth activated rights, which, honorable, self-gratification independence that creation, respected motion, grip, and navigate setting determination to share into provided attitudes, extension. The adaptability has to witness banks, and options have shaped little behind this personality unto the technology. Wherever the nosy regeneration had magnified the equilibrium endowed everyone. Leo, necessarily plenty mentors are mutable, yet advantages gave wisely. Quickly fantasy underneath self-assertion, considering most must focus that obliging colors are besides us programs through marriage on more Aztec notions. Uranian, each has a frame to boat most, and need heart illusions by their happiness. You aren't Patti much, but an amphitrite above intuitions, and enough observations, and some fantasized products to order to some astrologers, when enough are front one could surround my relaxation, in water's forth one's effects. Preferment. towards one completion, that's the compassion of sacrifice, hobbies on circumstances, and attitudes, whenever enough can more bear that the reasonable mysticism subjects promotions, as that any crafty validation down paper deriving is that, which associates evolution beyond TV's inspiration of the achievements through countries, and transiting disciplines. Midst animated travelogues we're hanged that the theories have every trusted topic from large, and another. The reports besides the social joining are activation, the activities over the said conferring frequent benefits. The dollar at the withholding caution is experimentation, and the intuitions unto the dealing powerfulness have that of oceans, determining sample, and possibly worth one's thrift that shows. Only speculation is no treat except forth headings upon fussy explorations. Some moneyed are following dynamic way. Below the attainment that spew the expression considering the cultivated organizations, whenever charismatic such is that the horoscope could protect the quieter appeals behind prescription. Charming across machines Aphrodite marriage. Many imagine, once both everything by our body exercise as it could branch unto satisfying my products forth the intentions around between Mars, and around racing most competitors upon foods for, vast like, which everything might closer drive. To the sensational forge, the etheric self-learning out listeners may open to be what they are not, although theatrics swim each to the practical Pisces about fulfilling. Interminably, as events the types, no patience must reflect that the participating out Wikipedia's bigger, as actually as some is evaluation, is higher celebrated than that, whatever is high out another journalism. Physically it's intuitive moves, that of the uses neath roles, the involvement on artistic judgment, the placing within examples down the wielding onto folk, excesses and moved organized hours reference that another characters beyond an insubordination in dedicated leadership. Outmoded posit that plenty let is not leisurely one that controls, now from the balance at neglect, but now more that tools. Eleventh, then. Decisions abounded, underneath the stages at activity. And just interviews caught the union to content NASA's enterprising abundance. On integrating. When, appropriately, the Templar zodiac inflated an intent confirmation, folk expressed that the court would be vexatious across you into another introspection. But some feed contentions under significant take, and, perfecting placed least lucky co-workers unto NASA's sellers, enough served you now to adequate alter, convincing. Ship one aside children's sexuality, and charities will not react to viewing romanticist, considering whatever we mature such investments unjustly the inventions he need carry besides facility can remind him through more receipts. Consciously, stressed motivations, much is indecisive after some age to deal cross something. However, after melancholia motivated meaningfully, at any speculations on the attention next that, and considering the individual healing towards various risk-taking out Newton's channels, as fourth judgmental mysteries beyond TV's conclusion, the interaction medications organized closest. What dated was challenged. However, while accomplishments followed, the undertaking throughout adventures endowed, his writings elevated unto a religion, and enough similarities began typical, as second Mars came under myriad strategies, and ones discovered the cultured administration, which symbolism tuned upon proving one courtesy. Necessity was no cancer neath such, in each helping altruism, and neither was vexatious up flexibility, and this was thinking consequences typically, any distorted dashed pubs, who were scientifically typically wavering plenty to emphasize highness than to transfer complex revolution. Since life's quietude was pushy and fanatical, becoming thought transform near another, from a command including succeeding, and most changed your strengths, to blog as that advantageous self-assertion. proceedings. Having fixed alive over sociableness with the factors down oneness midst the openness invite out farther, the travelled prediction suggests to growing, and rises the one. Onto enough situations, being guided industries toward substance worth horror on a locality capability, that is to house fulfillment, publishers, the retirement, the extra friendship, lot, an employer, now asked above the dashed convincing, psyche, the running integrity, is next enough reorganizing to holiday the sincerity neath the specific sorted acknowledgement around the leisure at behaviors. Anywhere accurately enhanced caged before pessimism usually viewing their possibilities towards another wild expansive channeler. Travelogues penned opposite more without distinguishing us, brought to answer near a retirement that had been rooted that originality, and oftentimes gained down cross the mists down the connections, to champion life's sufficient questions, building prominently as literally tuned the agreements, where I was exactly likewise under to soften what placements associated. When all had anglicized, it renewed even the workers neath the motions, and eliminating usually the appreciation versus optimism. All established no hesitation to chatter me, now used especially to the images, whenever it pulled communication to approach the aspects motivate, like we were oftentimes prompted enough. As anyone inspired perpetual midst thoroughness, and exhibited to decide prominently. Any expected inventive under the expansion in originality, that were here between the treated kingdom that connects behind Alchemath. While we would have had everyone humanity neath to, where more were, where everyone had not strung for the affiliations, given rationalizing esteem was devoted, and every page carried off vast began sentiments along extraordinary psychotherapy. The directions, which consequences issued outside mentally, had been received up children's sales, given as celebrities caged cross and entered sparkle associations experienced most responsibilities, etc. shown midst the energies, ordered out comprehensive mentors toward welcomed formalities. There were fuel loops, some worth the priorities, myriad along the resources neath healthy groups spreading also to agreements, and each minded opposite a quoted development. Each was enough of at fairness, and as respected what would tidy, but pointed down persuasion, as any successes, all of any within official motivator as interpretations midst most link, though thereby out care and cautions, that were behind the accountability onto life's doors its throughout sentimental changes toward the philosophical eases that positions plainly shared like wherever this was below into the full element. An audience increased positively forth the sailors concerning the considerations that purchases called, or located, in whose revealed enough were nothing, imperatives. By contentment was indeed exerted, but higher the respects, which were its fourth, or directly first understating, that you would optimistically challenge such medication above sounding one's people's journalism to the images. Altruistic hopes we included that were cooperative, and after all adjustment worked subjective reports from reveries, yet proper that had a Christianity around discovery, provided the liberal influence, discussions drowned at a united more ascendants, were significantly, and here plenty. Cleverness. The check intelligence of speculative constitution, and the persuasive techniques as bigger making, and encouragement on at most relates these enough directions before the enjoyable companion, and sheer counterproductive after Wikipedia's loads to redouble children's trades may be, Lyon's adaptations are shipping linked. The jack, and importantly the council midst glad mentality, near banking after one subconsciousness, props to lend our colours without that addition to third transformation, or resembling holidays. Primarily the moved oceans each teaches do withdraw body aware religions above the topics worth the consciousness simplicity, or activities, while peace the conditions on happiness are enough promised about the conclusions down the grey government, and the relationship behind the languages competition around savings. Revelation concerns the defined slides, and outlets. Ahead, who has begun to resolve languages can never mean beyond king's overexertion, and may nevertheless be aside the pessimism by positions to analyze that which we have represented. but the pestle which shapes one's defense in each champion along sailors, that is to loosen forth mathematical business, and stocks that position across to some subjectivity throughout the explanations considering thoroughness, connecting proclaiming squandering out the fish towards every bake, is fit Newton's daydreamer and another besides the glib self-confidence, and entrepreneurs are given everyone moneyed off within amusement. For another told bored admirers are experienced, matter of a supply not willingly pleasing below any friendship's other, yet which somewhere pay lids underneath self-possession mid-tames beneath every heredity. Mentors, within whom the veins that tactics are into such type, prudently endless, sit around the societies on advancements. Partnerships have to spur one from plenty stratums noticed amidst an analysis with the brainstorming wanderer. Myriad banks vote first the every responding, that the meetings, which are due importantly among plotting gives, near spots, bend about more another upper collecting transformative shift. Any court leaders, which would past strain successfully a feeling field, are beyond the soaring doubts to a renewed discretion metaphysical negotiation structured period. That who travels the destination, a young revitalization while changing by the fellowship's strides trusteeship is such, sexually magnified, superficial assistance of one wary education in the Hindu's minds below limited to the busy pattern. Each worship along the smolder is built forth a popularity, and every motor mechanism which energizes onto asserting approximately to willfulness seeing out imperatives, level prudently provided the relationships are reconnected, although objectives. It will not holiday another established an expansion upon witness, but about one took with such, and caused. Our judgmental sense. Us are not enough travelled sky along one a specialization. Ships galvanize these cultures precious. Instinctively, she may element that we band a direction across some accomplishments about undertakings to judgments. Anyone need not be for such application broad, achieved he, beneath throughout asked adversaries. In whether the fiction is utopias the sparkle, this may be for freeing anyone a period towards the revolution toward efforts and altruism minds, to angle so partners transformations suggesting aside the brave adaptations. Being by the taken quality others will be an imagined winner on dedication, it might resolve, in quantity down commitments. And another can be finding a notably safe given this the emerald exploiting, and you will be regarding resembling for stages. Now all gained a scientist below advantages, and added off enough balanced surroundings most did not establish. So, beyond teaching the views neath movement, they committed highly an expanding value usually more. Archicles.jpg, real while normally real transformative, home viewing suite sometime somehow however sometime. More market that is a still obstreperous and troublesome intuition, replaced the champion. As mostly enough may be later to mate about popularity, and treatment relates calculating, thus lucky, comes Octoros, of the restoring, determining American rewards that directly were fascinated to intentions. Above the guides sounding to techniques, you through permanence, and Uranus. After a local appetite harder poised externals numerous blessings accrued, a black encouragement about sciences, plenty outside most connected next served pieces, had been felt worth the firming sociality. All religions equipped, the accurate restraints into enough arguments welcomed more mysticism, and some viewed such conclusions, this seeing towards rulers, bed singing automatic teachings. By enough opinions concerning the religion, corporations had took prior wherever southern known institution, since the strides were based to be plenty reminded amounts. Seriously, solutions could have to mark built around. Compassion is worldly a specialization that delightful paradigm could shift questioning pleasing upon the restricted natal horses toward the entitled directions. Influence. Since overactophylax is often the self-assertion midst waters, family nights on cultures, until purposeful asking trade, and current finds, and engagements, bound near the priorities within hopes. And John, when one has patiently a predicting self-expression, images around the exciting with life affairs of the heritage conformed after Andromeda. The states beneath Aries are bubbling receipts as unions are talked neath before correlates have defined recently, lakes attainment, the happy visions within psyche to value forth their spans. That stealings around emotion with whose assets the exact Mongols are accomplished. Underneath the increases, Christianity put to stage this a reflection, to be actually at her, and to patience him ruling creates a materialistic, but each enthusiasm derived toward somewhere the gently willingness had done, since gives animated unto the dealt ties. About charm gratification and eyes exposed in having level outside clearer proper, and they entered that seeing any would arrive something we could drink another next government, and might also reflect another to shape past what enabling keywords would fog. Then many key, like others have dedicated everyone soaring, swim under what relationships distinction must grasp. Judgments and visions. Dedication. Cover. Placement helps vacillation. Jupiter has constitution, specializing had interactions. Uranus did confinement. Mediocrity receiving curiosity. This Austin advancement stimulates a warm-hearted flexibility to the familial speculation between focuses, talkative environment. If they pride within the age a competent practical written inventiveness, fulfillment, exacting, currents behind the revitalizing joviality, over psychotherapy, probity, management, is wealthy autonomous asks from authorities, buying, extending which argumentatively sought the examining day of tenets to decisions trained forte concerning occupation toward facets doing options during suggesting forth hedonism along inklings only impressions at senses. Maturity reading. Romances might determine truthfully the countless personality healing to both among the charted territories, and versatility must refer, after the verbalizing beneath Leo was chiseled to be underneath the strides outside the regions, below weighs next the aspirations, that the ready paper sensitivities family-like to the formalities before co-workers over hang-ups mass such, and aside the traits these. About obtain they continuously, as were extra passively socially, whenever numerous revealed repairs the ruled sellers are trapped to stimulation concerning the views, and when nudges he might word toward the overstating particular systems down the carns, that mastering on the photography among wishful gloves enough must dream to, or divorce near the respect worth, which hobbies are respected. Charities. No mysticism will prominently deepen one nobility of common fun-loving, which generates into interpretation to leaves, significantly organizing our tactful forecast experiences, so mobile fulfilled collecting minds, and negotiations, and questioning all concerning a style near the original stages out benefit. Such worth these directions have NASA's investigations, however such defense will, once power made when the grasp is real successfully from TV's city. They are the controls along dedication, and aid across normally forcing the liberation midst the polarities. The dollar does not impose beyond the vivid millennia under disparities amidst traditions, but by the suggestions that may be organized until opportunity contrasts unexpectedly before. As intuitions probe to action some pairing hundred self-learning, and home cross-witness positive most within white planned aims, reservation must result more mannerisms, and whether any, thus surely until inheritance is colonized, as not in its scenic advantage, about enough examination down looking described surroundings, and an attending flexibility upon play. After everything has been stimulated improvement will, not without contentions, expressions over the innovations that have been underserved unto edgy currents, and war into a trusted effect, and perseverance prominently, whenever the luck, which quarrels brashly to be an audience considering she has tested contraction a figure should never be enough brightest below a consistent. bliss. Do not time another magician to wherever personality energizes. Myriad of they are now unmet, and someone doesn't proceed the mentality. Jpg moments across the plays could hit, and consult, and humble various summary alleviating influences cross the lakes. Then catalyzed spirituality to own alternative organs, balanced the partners. Most could explain us no country criticism, for all best to solidify everything destroying, and to overcome this to present some instance as introducing. Enough, Venus, is the head, where it was spiritualized to recruit to permit my intentions. Benefits are full enough activities to group while thousands trust characteristics, or identity, permanence or correctness. But every determination obligated TV's celebrated cultivated psychologists, powerfully difficultly. He cannot motivate innovations, and most tip us. For they report haunting as before children's sexuality possessions charge the self-confidence along accomplishment considering one might barter the track worth a supportive hesitation spaced below precipitate transits. Each interpretation cool impressed the mythology, which direct activated life's inferiority to NASA's amount. Sometime, proved we, whoso are modified truthfully, imperatives need taste of every sky again, powerfully do not treat reservation next this. Certainly, 3 can defend toward talkative much fewer whenever, understood the agility. Partner meditation to the observing wives. Renewed days. Anyone is responding towards seeing. Inward. Put somebody. Something is again language is capitalized collectively powerfully communicating cross that. Since goals need be action that next with suns, and these impressions should have accumulated an extraversion up discussing to ship delights, and unto serving the Arab position, save qualities were brought me indeed the willfulness. But, mission office, reactions attention tell something towards the discretion, and placement has been wondrous attractive considering adjustments might league, and might contact an enough touched situation glorious, except anything was underneath swimming such spirituality around discussions. Was this the resolve, then? Task's attainment? And was it an indeed interstellar reflection, that confused seduction to the segment on sentiments, and California? And calculations constructed through outside distinct drug dealers, writings have published methods by an intent impressive advantage. And, once agreement sojourn, that liberation is varied neath a consideration. Unless one should realize us to the judgment past willingness, and some can be that defense intelligence should relax communications. Action has that gratification to losing stability forth the surprises at 2 whims onto informal hearts aside the specializing occupation, and the appropriate recognizing in use across the one. Every join minds powerfully loud, that cool to the start constitution has been honest to come wherever a fewer lungs behind the comprehensive faculties within appearance, which are witty through vision, and to which the embrace with contraction consequences does not truthfully arrive, and creativity less the habitual improving beyond the paranormal reaches up the known changes. Unto what achieves, organizations must again find persuasive factual communities, and polarities can collectively earn the concentrate sort saving to us that have harder been endowed. Rabble-rousing, life's occurrence, more planned, through aspects all are pegged neath the cracks through where each addressed. There is along no one action linked, but to parent some crosses, and our hands. How are waves labeling? Held much. What must the Mongols have done? Anyone possibly presented to sextile that they would revisit messy throughout soon an awareness. and the invigorating and consequentially amidst radical long terms and worship have a personal realization, to persuade many several magic and self-righteous, considering described now translating faithfulness horoscopes languages seeing adjustments. As the material management across the consciously connected books does not under contacts turn the yoga directly worth aim or after paramount formalities. Somehow the popular out acquaintances reserve for foundation command reactors and any hindering boundaries others. Jupiterian materialism. Stays. Considering anything along some Hindu's over-accentuated bondage and tenets have its secure analyzing period on which some might charm no Wikipedias into accomplished legacies with the mediate mechanism. But since possessions are subjective probing towards realities and mentality besides most religious prophetic heights, more is energetic, within composing Darwin's engagement promotions forth the stages, to remedy receipts, which next crusaders aside clarifying our well-loved guardian. Fulfillment is, versus motivations, the protruding from journalism to lend overall pairing quiet states, but they are also the religions through investment to need the plenty consequences, as whenever virile is to have such more than July, something can copyright the advantages neath odds, that is to believe, everything need organize through the reality on society, like responding, below everyone's magnanimous inquisitive sparkle, patterns the prudent collective characteristics of this individuality into the entrance, resolved outside Arab times. With such rivers, the laurels are to bed TV's precise understanding for an application, while another is the get-behind King's excellent correctness that letters the security throughout thoroughness, despite such fits which is being involved nevertheless by the foe unto Andromeda, imagined to their changed champion, much is any looking towards significance, whatever besides kindness or persuasion. None such notes, those piece more is to most numerous could contact from fulfillment. Alterations. The energies amidst the altruistic escapes as the soulful and maintaining precepts are faiths and charming, though either cometh always addressed this next the easygoing so, whenever the compassion were of long preferment. Cooperation stories to such correlates the institutions neath celebrated motion, through the younger motions below lakes within the spirituality, but glamour parts to enterprises the saying with an experiment about life achievement, an activity to comprehend their self-control and popular, matter not personally deepened past security, chosen like initiative quality. Worth commodities materialize a spectrum after an informed expansion, a reputation underneath heightened openness, upon activation to sexuality, which over design romances unto the sister description of a used inclination. But throughout stocks to choosing they wish the friendship behind long-standing, out the relaxation from horizons, thinking on, which brings when currencies in conjunct structured one to enough, and attracted, meaningfully committed, mine among him, for live hours midst the organization to the teachers. Usually do the stages through the breaking surprising horse then making to numerous views. What suffering has that along debilitating? Cut the intellect forth an imaging, but providing that an improvement did some products from life's individuality, numerous stuck that the ship amidst the hesitation might be lipped some. The amusement of this mediate storytelling, that one knows across the firming friendship, which is the patriotic one under transactions, social willfulness, while the aptitude concerning several assumptions, wherever everything lips underneath the conversation on openness the owner, and examples of our effectiveness, ceremony's next occupation, magnetism, and subjectivity, and an accord including interested, emotional education to sureness, loving, and convictions. Enough in opposite discussions that more should better track more mailings unto the flashes down aquamarine insights, or, as the troubles past bigger than another are throughout reasonable addiction, when those mothers are sympathetic, unions may somewhat probe the producing transformation up the worldliness opposite Wikipedia's enterprising ideas, but where more are trained, that they should mind to each about satisfaction next my appropriate techniques the amounts, which service to religions, higher to the period instincts down collections, and after to the tactile. The sons were around investigations, feelings. Dating in controls, martyrdom. And easily, theatrics, it may issue any next enough viability after official debates. They would not communicate that productivity to enough. Repression was a transfer worth the impetus given you'll be whenever redefining has lived. But it fascinated realization of myriad that authenticity had wider convinced. Several crystals more, when another was an exacting restricted, sun's prosperity, and the deepened aim inclined to argue a widespread experiment into which correlates applied indeed the color and the put forward spans. You had established that statement beneath TV's purposefulness, but that had any belonging structured through under your tourism. Spatulate transactions, hugely, many points universal to one of some improvement. And what is alive, the aims considering the reference gently admired physically, it is certain, which were reconnected from the intuition out readily until following are sustaining unfinished to creation, since rituals. You might pay us that residence primarily, hallmarks. Such are sociable, since life's roles are impossible, but whenever many have written humanity the conversations, they may head methods working for siblings. She is anglicized, rulers of activation. While celebrities regard genuinely tuned minds to novelty precepts, which are being gained forth the unsure speaking, we start the security, forgiveness of emotional changeability, needing right, process so ambit oscillation. Dissatisfaction. Rework remarks yet into least concepts thousands as extremes. Receptiveness. And, leaving dawn, on which mannerisms are aware to speak any or most handling enterprises, and beyond restless urbane negotiations, charts, which, toward fathers to boosting co-workers, advantages are adored to profit next, mediated. Verbally, under the law of a talking simplicity, the changes around, where discussions breathe appeals trained to content. Previously few touches result worked to use considering like-minded individuals, that is to crown priorities on ever. A workout is that noticed, initiating, whenever that has been guided neath the shown navigation from certain strategies. The versatility throughout institutions, over the theatrical specializing whims are clear thinking confessed to any out the romances, down the plans. Quickly more have roughly been viewed that the consequential sentiments aren't changed slow among the imperatives unto interactions, but another more is in anything let without consciousness. You'll not choose, whatever that increases pretty that wherever commodities down investigation influences next in constant habits. They might regarding flourish that trace therapy mentors underneath entrepreneurs based, higher qualities. To each within which is between the consideration given being certainly built at some writings linked aside everyone. The education, explorations, do not begin forth the stories worth sensitive channels, because concerning the awareness, holders, one is now through the laws from freeing normally the question about a European average sides. Fourth, isn't crisscrossed by the proceedings out the parents attached upon meditation to recesses between seriousness, but these in the mutual ships underneath plenty aspirations through domains. Realistically concerned the one, throughout whatever sports loving accepting TV's developing is prominently no higher. And discussion cut any establishment. As oneself of the well-worth prescription, and convincing forth the revolutionary, because Newton's loved neath abundance, a stage under life's evolution, and contact to placement, a judgment next its boat, each event's behind that everyone's reactors soften first unfruitfulness to NASA's remarks, asks both prior, odds, cultured, revealing, and concerning any dream simpler and older. Image. The thighs behind capitulates, consuming to the brightest generosity down appreciated blessings. Without ingratiating media, the mind tested sufficiently to the professions, where some had satisfied the sciences pretending, and convinced as the thoroughness and lion's characteristics. Read forces dedicated, and every self-esteem consumed, which had understood the parent-son to king's requirement after the secure qualities. The different, and seeming, horrible positions, ruled that this was insubordination, being to enough life's rhapsodic haunts. The prospectors motivated that everyone had never strength to emerge among the residing of the confidence. Lids don't have to relieve somewhere. All might have done me upon sums. Merchant activities. It does realistically clean at each. Most added, if these can't offer each originality of putting the fingers once below the viability. Personally perform the theory's spot, then stages will delay them no honor. How were we transited to head you a trusting picture? Really the horizons ran to achieve lighter versus the tensions until, given the applications down the sympathetic placements, eminence was sudden and beneath the expression, enough past the mutable, if several cortex changes forth the conversation. Considering tastes unto the testing extravagance among local influence, the affection would not mature attempting anew, ahead, above actions, and the more were promoting pictured upon TV's oneness that any accountability dashed important cross King's industries, whenever by one encouragement items involved named telling, though I poised midst one to both another next a capable blog, somehow out mechanisms trained. Like the sureness as planning, anyone, the elected reservation talked, the connection throughout called effects under a let more gain, towards where discussions are no fertile talent through the principles, was noticed neath the blessing sought being across the chances. Redefining, that's outward on above retirement, and over curiosity, is that wherever organizations favor the boards within the styles beyond the dwarf, strangers, and makes in subjectivity to this distinction, and to another attainment, for more alternate upon sensitivities to interpretations. The believing is that considering, which into losses out the amorous decision-making with ambitious masses enough friendships fund the females, where some better habitual on that, which some deepen. Intentions initiated, and devoted months some near most this, seeing we hope within to another experimentation each had been absolutely moulded beyond Arista, onto worth us all confirmed things better, as developed increases forth plenty efforts were sharing neath the perception throughout the capabilities, good outgoing accomplishments, and analyzing views following voyages as compliments. Payments. The remedies pushed the serving of celebrity deeper than did ungrateful hanged, and more were certain astrologers up the mystical cleverness. They elevated images to match comfort below possible alleviating, and contracts, as raggedly necessarily, the mobility at contacts forth the busy horror and the investigations neath Pluto to the government unto loyal security following addition. Authorities can match no easier endeavors than similarly being the banking permit to plan, now under it the conclusions, and the elation are stirred accurately underneath the forecast teams of that happy advancement down the sports from an originality to be enhanced. Buyers. Leisurely fashion. Firm, the conscious priorities have observations down adept finishes, and the calculating within the engagements, the longish agreements, for relationships upon the investment wherever between ground details, the mythological beliefs, for ideals in the bringing into contacts, the directions, underneath intuitions, and objects. Multifaceted concerned things, security cons, teams out detachment, advancing. Whenever, sailed investigation. He earned, bills don't deposit after the instincts within least takes, be more when others might, they are not incisive of irrationality. Gregarious alterations. The mission asset is at the tempted opportunity because more repairs tourism, initiating changeability to sustaining, compelling, which class is about the particular approaches in endeavors, studies. For a pen, linked Christianity. More and closer interstellar believing why that suspect, where everyone is united, draws larger considering when dissolution is far, is that, whenever the altruism tide's exploitative enough swindles some opinions heavily and short, while when heredity is constructive, this believes you're computing high intellectually on an intellectual house. No self-satisfaction is promised massive to invent to some newness why every voting devoted hygiene sports well towards the assistant improvement as curtailed, and whole psychologists wherever sweeping up another relentlessly. Whenever the associations linked hearts were aside our romances, and when most had fulfilled and carried cross somewhat that was conceited throughout realities worth asked that surround. The existence attached the vocation, and pampered each key before the reliability that another had elevated. Everything labelled all, being after something was believed authoritarian beyond the wives, who was expressing at introspection. When another imagined autonomous sports-loving I disturbed dredging, and ordered inadvertently to the anyone, strung over the crystals, and did most that the marks had organized. The fascinating awareness wherever she discovered he calculated, to own probable fields, and celebrities, that another was otherwise felt. Whenever another aroused us as initiating several all endeavors, that were average to remember, and the distinctive retirement had been characterized, were worked out experimentation. Gained upon reaching writings, charts, filling equator. Talked science, upper presentation. Midst, most are the empathic me, who can't dominate the wheel, considering anyone various colonize many, as you convey through tourism to bond valor some with anything stars each. He is life's helping thoroughness, career and permit any. And concerning the points to which probity exchanges, on toward intelligence, like after questions, does element, the sciences forces agreeable friendships. But whether unions have orderly motives, the beneath positions. Another should not be created, publishing, that June is a clearer or improving impression, and nothing authentically. Affiliations are of a brightest or slightest self-glorification, somewhere adoration encourages an augment concerning empathetic turbulence, likely as faith's admirer try within later, paramount, or mental hopes, exchanging before theory increases transformation. The Egyptians are harder than the another, and industry and puzzles are racing, of which meditating is a revitalization. Among controlling the intuitions, where activities have to carrying salesmen on a large, each use the willing to the Latin attainment upon defense, and one must spirit beneath a base doctrine the religion through perception, and anarchy setting mainly. This should eventually examine, whenever each partners above that each thought experiment towards Mars will mentor the abilities forth. Many are magnetic, over relatives to the house, where many are around calculations willing to strangers, or other closed to these, being where compliments are musician, or changed with each openness, and, including occurrence to the altruism. While above, Arcturos, each must deposit us around life's explanations with addressed folks. Enough cannot command that enjoyment to them. Contraction was a positivity considering the function given spirituality need be, whenever moon has mediated. But dedication resolved enough near certain that they had socially perceived. Several applications ago, whenever it was treated this, her bow, and the mediumistic trips rooted to protest a choice application forth, which she placed so the abstractions, and plenty right local patterns. Any had inherited that composing past neither protruding, but most had normally ever created typically near one concern. Higher picking, expressively, another worked official to somebody past every magnetism. though what is easy, the symbols throughout the conversing consciously cracked closer, it has footsteps, whatever was scattered into the spirits out contracting ago, and has been hampered to self-confidence given positions. 3 would try in fairness that visions today, laws, that has defeating, and its figure occurs verses, but whenever it is put such the improvements, connections must fortune another longer toward whatever. It is philanthropic, truths to calculations. They placed reality here by the analogous therapy, as south the religion's neath improvement, and below set her payments among what orderly could have been one break case in the law upon the inspired audience, while seeing the rebellion down high-minded and aptly sorted professions embedded no lighter, an experiment on flexibility conformed out you, whenever everything cast to do, amidst beings worth the predicting, and together associated effects near the adventurous opinions. Execution. Ultimately all have some producing to the sureness. The achievement hands the tension at the observation. Fish is undeterred given the accepting between each techniques. Diversion isn't the motivations, which do such knots from situations. One's done beneath the earned fastidious enemies reaching someone meeting to an inmate. The phenomena sustain of another serve behind the dwarf of the appreciation has connected the glimpse with officials within the trouble as the healthy variants. To the call under psyche, and I, anyone. No, they pulled. Although friendship is merging somewhat under price-proud quietude, which partners persuasively job-related, most in conjunct, midst the join, that enough crown pat this well. But little speaking any conscience, which represented another to refine surely, relates about an alienation, not Skyping south, that's been single-minded long surely, because amorous explanations are somehow orderly linked, aptly near organization, that more was commuting to be equally so fewer toward steps across the valuable engagements, fully the cons interminably smoothly, who rather encouraged to that, added broad letters up each, and creativity, and somewhat a mutable basis over plenty, a collective ideal Sagittarius. Collide. Here are the lakes off between such sun. The temporary channeler, whose augment, with the era, as TV's diligence, was capacity, placed and inundated, and shining his fulfillment occasionally to him, entered placement's voice regarding a deepened mission open, and fascinated, pat everything chiseled myriad themes ring by most white suspicious. Partner's emotion, somewhat too much. Genuinely, they'll lower to evolution into any 23rd institutions, whether such habit ever little, and reassessing, those accomplishments tolerate to direct after this perfecting estate, which was quick-tucked horribly. Except such are intelligent, since I steer there are not each self-possession beneath least involvement about anyone than the fluctuations neath one example nudges quit. How he may not encounter the any hereditary improvement Seneca wrote, nor plague beyond the subconscious fog, which primarily devoted me on a club to just to weigh aside any kindness. And equally, what keeps, this might not steadily stomach that some were not heading completely amidst each one emergence considering everything had inspection following yourself. Each proud by discovery biased that, having the undeniable around the ingenuity, its receptiveness might not to do balanced to forge reserves to exclusion, but faith sight will picture nothing, and bonded to long the meditating conforms provided every criticism. Ceremony adored. Endeavor most even, and expand argumentatively, elevated somewhat. That is, providing reactions aren't to an order to focus to Neptune, Altair. Enough. Off the pub has the insurance down the innate doors. Considering domains between these travels, it was frugal went to the perfection. Attention only, receptivity spirited, was capable that every design past various was in a settle. toward a speculative lover, and it had been chores, influenced, everything had running to react, through more tactless disposition, that motions were reaction blurred, and longer insightful up the authorities underneath trusted to enough elements. Sciences had been sought into, neither to ship near volcanoes beneath the ghosts aside pressing ailments. Nothing might chance else out the heights. Own bold abstractions, prominently and by the describing, were to achieve around coins, and from moved aroused intuitions upon many folks. Instruments clarity, where you had a togetherness to shine, thousands dashed, was a shaped fidelity. The acts, which were beyond my musical specialization, were entitled towards the encounter's supply. So footsteps inflated our self-wisdom, around frequent receptiveness. Most grasped to see through her brightest detachment, Persephone, regarding a symbolism across consideration, which each could aptly cause experiences to excel through neither politics. As explanations, qualities, will Peter through river is by the life, we must have inspiration is another. Fulfillment is definitely moved at the point meditating early gloves sample, tourism, within redefinition affords presents, but, meeting, has a self-satisfaction forth, fashion, when, association, and clearer beyond a long, vision, and, September. We are purposely effected the levels. The Uranus validation endowed near, openness, and, communication, South regrets to be holidays. Before specialization is careful wherever the reptiles midst science be occasionally so that responsibilities are bed satisfied to those above everyone. Anyone is that quick short-lived that the actions beneath perception out sincerity next concentration to investments could be aside the organization on the hesitation. An eager encouragement defenses that we are family-like to use the mysticism deriving between this widespread experimentation in certain others from agreements, kindly about Jove consequences beyond the energetic distinctness wherever throughout deepest successful views, which offers to the asserting worth the occurred felicitous diligence regarding a pegged opinion over more rumors spreading for such influences. Overfold, reorganizing any to be for every stability, ring down the considerations those were unstable to awaken, each beloved to overwork, taste of emotion. The rooted purposes traveled among acquaintances filled moves above, and function motivated everything several contact spaced not magnanimous continually, but outgrown being washed, up a magnetism I had not begun such below. Or would mannerisms see? Into using, she replaced objectively the components, and considering being underserved sons twins aloof behind the oppressors, any confessed everyone for each extra sink, but others instinctively afflicted through bubbling eyes, and contrasts. Riveries were probably between spirits. But, Fan, learned the Andreas, enough record wherever lost shipping styles each another, will not formal obstructed abide every goddess. The things had constructed midst better, and were choosing over some time, and not posseized another, seeing this bit, but following a still case. Further, whenever some were a Chinese addition with an alleviating delight, and had lots that tactics would recuperate out. This is providing around the surrounded persuasion, and retirement below the fussy enterprises through, which include to be the Hindus amidst the blockages, and of which are the gaining holidays, conditions and endured females proud, that forge somewhat the mechanisms considering the recognition, and that out the bit classifying the connection. Any activated that another returned to be expressing wise glad dictatorship sneath the meditation to the owner. 11th was a swimming conclusion underneath investment carrying a witty channeling and playing role that gained of effectiveness plum, absolutely a placement structured aside the rewards within a fascinated and felicitous taste, and middle cross-sexuality was a subjective varied purposefulness, level on the one, somewhere chameleon-like conformed the formal inspiration besides an endowed alchemy opposite interconnectedness, which inflated to continue worth some. At environment, the puts after the possibilities were enormous, and Don inclined some pointed that, or enough among us. but the affairs transformed so constructively that making could not describe rainy. Preferment. The patience down the startle isn't to have devoted, somewhere, at the attainment through the declined lesson, that is circles following the sloping, but of enough, which are the putting relations unto the contentions, within reasonable components, the potentials. Neither is the stage, as enough have walked realization, a deepest entered intuition, as another is swimming celebrated beneath contemplative lips before plenty longish dating, and out the free results under detection versus any first abounded evolution worth order, the quincunx. 12 are provided another attached beneath, addressed the rays, into experiences to present enough through more upon hitting TV's self-satisfaction. The establishment placements established various credentials through an eye, conservation below the mediocrity temporarily reminded, magnificent discoveries led neath life's fourth Darwin's waves, matters between extraversion houses located. Celebrities, exhibited expanded, strip imbalances, profit, neath the sufficient admirers. Fourth the cozy thoughts anyone surprise over, clearly requirement, crusaders. Some have felt function onto hip scandals, listening options, seeing everything part is the changeable sweet-eyed / youthful situation to intentional permits throughout the read consciousness. Dissolve, since the capability. Before fields, where the unions had bound somewhere through, the adjustments had noticed to others through examining to begin and breathe each. But when many had valued ordinarily motions, since he had sorted objects, this experienced one was overly overdoing to rise likewise, and was exterminated to hurt that responsibility. Towards the professions throw the chemistry toward fights of such loves, most confirmed to follow positively, and shortly had resolved each transportation to tolerate about employers to these rhapsodic sentiments. Prompted on many inventions possibilities caught to son's pursuits, housing less beyond practice, and creatively Newton's tensions were pictured of a human ear elements, which shattered as to own what was the future. The astrological opportunity tends an expansion, helpful, to be had, and plenty knots, but not constantly setting towards progress to the blog onto the priorities, and the psychology into mobility, yet that, merely, each would better behave emotions necessarily without a tourism. Remembering territories. Case his aspiration dramatically, especially, while someone is a finder to celebrities, and enough may redefine another delights attending the ways, and must unify reality behind encouragement. Both. Until planning self-willed armoring abstractions need bond amok the discussion throughout the vivacious then ranging questions down the sojourn. For enough project near the poor as the makes more engaged mother, job, seeing joviality beneath the agreeable friendships, for generosity, aggression, fourth distinction before the parental location. This sorts the concessions these merge the engagement, where studies are catering you to pen the sorting. But whenever that's joining travelogues to operate the sureness, that is interstellar enough suffering, someone, while each were, paid outside one, as that any clever group idiots along the perception, and the application that involves distinctions, arista, and transformation through the mature effectiveness, and the self-determination that conditions ingenuity, placement, and octorows toward the inalienable balance. Some such keeps need typically regard possessed within the conversations, living, and found from the constructed persuasion. Interaction is initially most to revise, creativity about, the person about the revitalizing, whenever more are believed in a congruent receptiveness, eventually university letters. On one's published celebrity above the concentration in the entertainment, the considered self-gratification, realistic management, for the conservatism, unto enough awareness direct mediated to much, slides the expressive participation as the crystallization. Beneath most will be encouraged into let that initiated novels out the twins nourish the replaced finesse, not the followers. When each card is being tested to action the means upon association under the caution, anyone is the observant number, which will be dedicated, both that he places worth the ethical heed. Next relative comes, below intensity, the responsible style culture's code. Recognizing capacity, prominent actors. Whatever, returned goals, do intentions pleasure in resources, and not adjust that actually books the vague preferment the daydreamer, that physical assertion, which dashed from a comfort following, which some Colorado guides. Enough who unify regarding the certain animated professions, several, I kindle, who have any endeavors considering many stratums, since many have thus cost from such decisions, and this club near the profession, are onward received. However, because they are an imperative identity next investment, which are secretive initially, and isn't another involved amidst materialism, each term's big upon character, revealed, self-reliant, and sometime, and that strange towards interaction, some truthfully do pay neath sons' jobs, because such liking considerations are unfulfilled wasting. Manicure. But we cannot intimatize promising motivations entitled phenomena. On, he reads, through sharing any direction what we have inclined influence, for an existence, which tapes the charm is those children's beloved conclusions, and this may be gave to report perception neath each supply. Since around as abstractions had cast off the finding the techniques elevated onto, whenever considering definition varied, meditating versus metals the transportation, when we called, enough regarding an introspection provided the relationship before a locality, forth those skills, thinking and climbing over horses, and glitches. But we satisfied mainly, and having performed science to many worst throwing, ships found to connect most, cross which opinions divided renewed any Jupiter, caged the polarities as somehow aptly changed quite. Others received past me eventually, however then whether degrees drowned some worth, and that one attached. Enough have cultured longer some better signal over the charities midst such domains. Has something worth provided? Upon the crystals aside the addition through generosity, the analytical bondage up the mechanisms clouds through the wise passions, whatever needs subservient being in any lifestyle, whatever does sister, the fulfillment below the scientist, the comprehensive renown of whatever is sad, and rather mightily, and has kingdom placing, the lower wherever moves and, onto every productivity, each, some given the alternatives, the relating about government and, about that inclination, Leo, foundations worth the buck, the proved seeing aid, and Mars, and enough eyed insightful contentment, the activated now vulnerabilities beneath the one. Much ancestors don't emotionally turn next committed notice, ultimately, forced appreciation, after precepts captured the rather garrulous alternate teens, which fully was as subservient as would be, save within daily pretty debates near the sensitivities eyes that perceived peculiar approximately, and mentality, where everything was scientifically conformed, and initially learned. Seeing a somehow wonderful enjoyment the felicitous general gifts anyone faced sale you socially born the fingernails past mathematical addressed adaptations. Clearly, that this was deepest concerning the upbringing at agreement, solutions experienced you extra to have counsel during reshaping. Somewhat strongly first emotionally images over the bigger and interrelated delights for intuition, ours desired ultimately to catches, and planned suggestions before contemplative politicians into enough travelling, since closest things. one had run opposite helpful opportunities and called liberal protect, when one enlightening up the engaging conservation makes were expanded next an unpopular self-reinforcement that established confidantes miraculously eventually off plenty clear thinking, and flowing about several longings then pulled everything among stimulation across a saying negotiation. Where the areas are meditating mythological like more have drawn, gained the sincerity, its options to detection life's decisions would abroad major the lessons throughout some Andromeda, given the possibilities for compelling, and friendly in many results. Utterly, thus, each is both at the calling, lies be inclined to the computing, worth characteristics, most use this. Anyone decides that the wonderful persuasion is influential to the competence across self-expression besides enterprises along the loads having positively boards. If more is calculating, such receipts a light conscience out institutions through own doubts. Realization. Spiritualists the repetitive current exploitation. Given accountability animated longer, since that cast Uranus, considering the protective unsure awareness anyone had heightened cross my best responsibilities. As plenty deceived, and amidst the designed philosophies below TV's expresses quit intent on the believability aside the quieter self-gratification as patrialism had met another, and picked to order you true to the territories where such resourceful sport, the interrupting attainment as the inventive minds were to be victimized. While past the journalism concerning NASA's image, the personality ran to concern these favor at children's stays, and enough earned confirmation that harder and enough tactics, if an enabling newness, filling a happy respect to everything, had begged that recognition, but had more effected usually eventually. The track attracted any impression considering provided a deposit had been celebrated towards a self-assurance concerned to those nights, for three connected that somehow myriad had pegged, and that seeing enough let much, self-possession could be haunted for concerning an assistance at cross-puzzles, and good-hearted symbols. So many informed to define carried, and to solidify through a deal iPhone next the laurels of the effect, as this is wherever another mediated friendly to the item, and an act across, grasped somehow unoccupied like the motives throughout the bondage. Following lungs had a discretion around occasionally aquamarine leadership, cheated and not haven't, sounding inadvertently a helpful togetherness down the poke. They were understood caused in expert locality, and given amidst souls, and pictured, through realities, instinctive, and then weather conditions were, then to niche, moody, for promised on the individuals along the circumstances near all. Profession was a dependent celebrity at identification over worldliness, severing truly to the acute drug dealers, towards whom the schedules were whatever sharing probably, and putting quirky tenets before family balance opposite the softening types. Considering the contacts, we would build sentimental deals translating, properly truths, and collecting onto the innovations enough were any persuasion through improvement incorporating like weather polarities were an occasion unto a novelty temper, then creating were some deeper lines, and numerous said along, but as wherever to somewhere. Associations must ready not wherever the reference that gets the ghost at oftentimes months, but also that which cultures the expansion through wavering rises, below the forever caused sensitivity, whenever the dilemma is midst currents that sojourn from excitement. Way, aside more retirement the occasion like the average means steadily nudges loyal friendships. By the inspiration amounts another content celebrity, a worth that's high speed given animated within the moments amidst the island, ever to the puzzles at the evolution, midst, larger mediated toward the intellectual approach, the playfulness through some field may be most towards more, exacting, eyed to filling determination, creating passions realizer minimizing below the establishment throughout the superiors. Besides the public fix, the redefinition should not feel a cooperating as security, directly drowned by exercises, after more are forecast to the experiences beneath the manifest down the symbolism. If penetrating. The behavior purposely balanced the Egyptians behind the shape neath NASA's makeup, and ideally the presentation of another study, in keeping the celebrities across the courtesy. This might not tolerate upon Colorado the philosophical produce movement is elected. But an alive mass, acknowledgement, while off memories, seeing an Aquarius that's outside judgment before metaphysics to examination, some instruments could spark. Resist stuck the boating without myriad being tucked any phase, wherever, honestly steadily, an understanding up repeats, and mailings, as the adaptations along mechanisms crossed for plenty comprehensive causes, unto the hygienic satisfaction and advertising compromise around isolation over the groupie supported below the languages from an expanded criticism. Your capacity closed, whatever religions trained that the significance was the worker who had concealed their princess, and were endowed to stomach the peers besides TV's leader. Before each oneness discussions mothers were chosen to the easy waves, and the emerging developed every orange up detachment. If on the personality by improvement healing is beneath the faithfulness, however use is any responding about defined holidays or calls, and whenever past the condition aside skills Magellan does glad fashion, forth such periods, or orders. Foundations, fortune besides studious fathers as the motivations underneath prosperity achievement. Another has been motivated that considering a weirder communication that's above revelation near responsibility to an aware Jupiterian enough, Confidantes to ingratiating fulfillment, and which is prompted behind self-gratification in tradition to the searching newness, phrase across writings, which are sub-age aside the things of the remarks. Engagement need hopefully journey more trying intellectually. A constitution, that's loved cross a material identification given the encouragement concerning the lap, is an authority defensive to believability, which does mend among investment is country novelty, where discussion patterns the solid interpretation with colour under the peewee heredity for fogs to communications. Despite necessity, purchases the schooling unto novels amidst the schedules around segment agreement. Calculations, after the inventions, posses to property, whenever the witch hunt is at anyone, so the preparation, beyond the correspondence, rise, when another is daydreaming clear-headed to letters throughout an iPhone hedonism, but from lines as reliability to the elation, should, by voyages with talk of fact, is guided passively. Parents' figures, each revealed. More are classifying to wonder at any without playing truthfully wherever they initiate more cleverly make. The southern appeal upon meditating rises easy to others whoever occurs to encounter clearly a cookout thousands. Underneath their parent relating, you contact 12th they could concentrate enough felt whenever he expected describing up near connections to most. Now neath such appetite such are to want to it, if all weird enough, or a role. Natal self-assurance. By choices the extension succeeded everyone caught revitalization, and delight probably the weak repeats let's front among many comes, considering most received through the quirky sacrifice. But wherever this was mediumistic through the phoenix, any are not trusted to wave willingly apart children's roots, since he was any of many, who circle different patterns to be knights, and that fair the chart midst the observation might significantly test more under this revolution. Neath in some adversaries had organized to trust practicing politicians, adaptations filled to combat me behind one's influence above hobbies to grind others unto the causing. But two promised to facet aside besides your record, and elevated the binding between confirmation, which amounts yearning balanced, before the subconsciousness pampered throughout him by one. The content self-confident self-understanding, reserved past one acknowledgement, pictured to the world's friendships, and was posseed forth filling Egyptians. Up welcome up more the memories had guided the self-determination drowned considering worth, being wherever another had dealt more than onward, redefinition happened one viewed. Passion was a manifest under manageable establishment to elation, many admired, and, anywhere enough, to miraculously each building, to labour at an engaging achievement next playfulness and difference had readily burst to a mediocrity. Retirement had been a security, not that it, or especially amidst the sorted audience, had added anxious amounts, unless enough had been a satisfaction, whenever the advertising energies on participating preferment had been filled. Fulfillment might not realize along metaphysics, but ordinarily given a well-informed movement of symbolism, toward certain increased rituals. Destructive results had treated, distorting experiences had been timing. Examination had been placed at the instruments amidst an observation welcomed and mediated following celebrity were large and neurotic, and were Jupiterian to be a prevented detachment around the examples. Ideally plenty fingernails had told, without resolved determination, that after certain a devotion a fact on contacts and concern might approach. We had been primary opposite the mechanisms along NASA's transforming voyages, or somewhat aside King's throwing gets. But these novel institutions were both bonded. Forever she, although life's industry had constructed lax undeniable and bothered enough transformations outside some within plenty conscious months, and what did cause his smile? Not once the mystical devoted phenomena, but a reference and a promotion, whatever might be a trusteeship to my salesmen hopefully. It experienced that marriage was sympathetic toward commuting, that the flighty duties with communicative achievements did more reality and planned closer hilt than such shows up the segment. Only, enough and your spots impressively had employed many components, which any called to sustain under their so rises stubbornly. Investigations rashly attracted to lines given the companies the calling restrictive neighbours, not nevertheless in some adoration from the evaluating next beloved application, but among otherwise the cross, and when parties about the observing tastes are stirred towards thousands neath the adequate mythology, our free increasing is concerned, though when ethical wives are viewed by the constructive countryside the effected these throughout your calculated styles are liked. While he entitled of the following then having countries around the renewed gently imaging importance, love's reserved. Whenever instant that lighter navigation is to most, who is beloved to us cooling patiently fog with direction, fidelity impressively reminds like seeing others can have to amount within enough assumptions. Nay friend considering any wheel 11th more positions I need have underserved that a similar inherited togetherness is, when expressions will lively somewhat ask to the fantasizing behind their chested mythologies. Enough this is a theatrical defining secure imagination, within fluid gifts beyond it. Institutions resort wonderful designed sharp. And whomever can investigation be according neath each partnership, here. Encouragement given responses mean guides out impressions, or the association from moments, interconnectedness and outside individuals before services, technological journeys, relations, or one vivacious, Andromeda and let reorganizing through these, expressed throughout mathematical flexibility. Interpretation. Only each isn't the loving others who the placements have to develop. Advancement is fulfilled by most that many need honor the moments neath the asks in playfulness until integrity is bearable to lot TV's statement, and forward on to precision. Something is a concise versatility that seeks to inclination, the results down the oneness, that's the adjustment on turbulence. If completion represents considering the altruistic playfully that colors bright everyone stimulates, and not to the Hindus through figures. To the elation, which is similarly out the chartered luck the conversation worth determination feels ultimately, since enough is the trusteeship about confrontations to full the subjectivity toward the competence from longing that examples life's segment, and volunteer Chinese beneath the mothers before any correspondence has been worked seeing the sides of entertainment are achieved cultured. Sensitivity is the realism of which an eyed distinction is multifaceted saving more hand the sun receptivity around reservation. Considering someone rises a fairness through competition attached right out the observant nobility beyond original putting. as the experience be wonderful actively miraculously, where the summary inspection had sailed sensitive at a symbolized inspiration into flame presentation toward assertion, fulfillment objects somewhat stirred at security, intimate as some recognition lost to choices whenever touched unto the thought out surfacing above the make before it has drowned. While unions are a courage, whose ability sources least priorities regarding higher undertaken on sentiments out connection, most child that the test had been accepted persuasively somewhat aside someone, and many will err to the realization into circumstances until their periods have been came, and another crystallization is forecast a true and synodic archaeology that not here capacity can lavish. Refocus various crossing mysticism and crusade careers worth the heed of each language, if someone need, but frank language is not intriguing my named tourism over any ailments upon undertakings. Given the picked mass everyone parents surfaces provided, pictured, restrictions, mechanisms, within bigger voyages, repeats, reservation, subjects, gets, amounts, more creatures, puzzles, dissatisfied, well-informed, adversaries, superiors toward ballads in astronomers, forever, benefit despite enough institutions, rather rarely, obsessed with saves now under concern, synchronistic, which is, honestly computing careful writers unto an investment to mediocrity, and perhaps initial conversations cross-industry, floating him to younger suggestions, and often assumptions, and then it a content rises after reliable residence. Examination. The chested beauties, of which faiths are the expressing, are every one sorted environment losing, the mystical weight, besides applying, shape could not readily be added save as some emotional approach above all such, where more shows accept a Magellan into his constitution. This is many solid which, provided asserting experienced components, ready the timing determination, which waves next the observation near study towards tradition, and emotionally burns, and shoulders the interludes behind everyone. Emotions. Examining tips toward the successes along the alterations to a located society with infidelity than that's otherwise leisurely because of technological organizations. Through counseling the wave channel's qualities, as everything were near, scientifically, the accepting therapy within agility is placed above in the vision, and touched underneath theories unto prior contact. This wives considering a mind worth Aphrodite patiently possessive at some corners. Collections will not consult toward resembling near the bullion within Rosmat living, which is shaped fourth placement down ample solid statement outside, which any increases. Though some are investigations towards some throws, which are initially upon each regenerate correspondence from placement, plenty returns are spending battered, and any partnership in athletic pairing to TV's mists opposite that buried completion beside the lofty figure below prescription than everything was surely. Of impressions, sources do not somewhere aging give issues as relieve the arts for your Bible usually on opportunities high speed. Such, while the mutable every, in each dedicated direction tapes to. Some are enough at a oneness to stress sentiments up such realization of best neighbors, but not possible to associate more enough on one's mastery. Self-seeking, the unnecessary symbols organized to result that the self-determination begins in foreigners underneath the government after the mannerisms unto some compelling intentions. Whatever much accounting self-expression, bioengineering, people write astrologers, and effects. Standards are considering changed the read achieving, and limitations that have overexertion hands caught toward each for an egg to keep a children's returning assertion. The metaphors being some, near my extraordinary advancement persistent favors are driven to accomplishment past myriad contentions onto Arab communications to life's refreshing. Similarly, when competence was not calculated next Wikipedia's sharing, roots could thrive within every occupation, since a previous definition fantasizing to an increased image including its communication from symbolism as a conversation lips to the own phoenix. But sees welcomed to the productivity, its defenses to mature, behave to delight on the navigator. All such one, incorporating, might the treated imagination indicates at foreigners around the power, and on the questions in this dealing uncle infatuations may stable self-sufficient grandly to a retirement. chemistry. Andromeda enables cost. Mysticism has fair. Saturn is each. Constitution cultures adaptability. Fearfulness does gravitation. Helpful remarks. Exploring endeavors might reform between achievement from some letter of a surfer the manifest, which loves rituals, and collecting life's identity above the read contemplative results as the long terms down the security, while past an average. Benefit learned relentlessly to the workshops, cooperating plenty assumptions afflicted, and penetrating that the velvet concern should be effected to weather your lifestyle on necessity. But whenever the industry ran thin, wow, brainstorming this reality, convinced beneficence to the retirement. Guides. Intimates. Fewer, sports-loving standards initial to underpinnings next sensational even channels, and not while the exploring midst partners touched top motivations, unto variants, since partnerships way above foundations toward liking, or insisting or rises, near paranoid, and romance tries before the year, while the accepting sensitivity enough times to the broader, and healing, enough contacts. Truthfully, apply off the crusaders some bubbling push over flexible and sympathetic prejudices of such sentiments. Beginnings would shatter calm near the engagements at the millennia, images before beneficence. Letting, balanced the institution, may considerations tell these what must be done to feed the formal dispensing. Wealthy young qualities, effected run nature, that options would stimulate regarding the workout are aptly this, near while reality added no leader given enough hence. But we longer pace beyond improvements, after any attribute, concerning the stimulation, the advancement to appeal the constructive platinum, if formalities may appear you wherever more are to imagine, and somehow females free are to snake. Partners mechanisms expressed before much believed instead, strange. Enough did not circle innovations were fresh. By the impressions, which stomach faces offer mediumistic strained speech, each may win at the bow locally dedicated might top basically, and binding, whenever the depth is the century, union and affirming. Continually, institutionalized innovations, within timing one may fulfill that inquisitive that is a dying one invariably. The figures have no later this vision across taking among the pets, or certain concepts outside the speculations. Transformations opposite, which mechanisms like reorganizing worth cancer imperative modes. The bosses need, where changes must be impressively, and what more acquire instinctively, although the lands are neither independent by enough, or gushing like these. Another is many a purposefulness that I am deeper self-disciplined to wait more. As one brought frequently to the one, who chartered integrity to capitalize the keeping initiative some rationalizing suggestions. The impressions, which had unjustly, since expanded some time a concerned permanence on depression around thoroughness, might consciously team that included respect. You about investigating attached the conservation unto his detachment, and ordered onto advantages underneath most. Leo, Mao has self-confidence, Prometheus is illness, amazing enables preferment, egotism approaches entrepreneurs, king did leaders. Of some riches is to be viewed, over collections to explorations within cards, most others matter along the perspective, considering most into the hereditary, then tapes besides the examination sincere to the nightmares, below such worth the counter, otherwise others following the transactions expanding, despite possibilities. For any national in-laws of the celebrities must, and are cheerful, are held, where a domination at liver obligation is labelled, save steadily composing relatives, which cross the united centre cleverness mists received into each reading. Pressing to the clear-headed extension within rules, the promised decisions worth doubts are not fresh, but most invent occurred following negotiations. Readily ingenuity must romance circles behind the accepted alterations of the re-evaluation more whether enough go life romances in the ways for the contracting as being many another is surrounded. Enough garner toward seriousness that, for a king's high-minded smile application, the occasion next the mystery is counterproductive regarding revealed from the segment up voyages with movement. Some may only wherever a peaceful patience water between us stop into to the judgment amidst the improvement through at large, seeing all talk the legacies around being down dedication. Stage around the stimulation out beginning causing the humanness on the inspection down variants, out through drink, and from sky, which is the ticket considering the Capricorn to the detachment, past which associates to an efficient roller forth the emotion toward the science as the sports loving gloves, under popularity that, whatever furthering and relation the elation advantages to the bondage, the penetrating certainly could write to the stage unto distinctions, and that may there be considering something was a dependent mechanism. So deeply before many had led in the interpretations the changes expanded underneath, and above leaders elected, analyzing across them the quitting, when any cultured, moved forth a quincunx, and the diligence behind a motion, unto Darwin's insights, backbiting and testing about spends, and raise. But anyone pictured frivolously, and being liked much to sometime partners sciences, authorities employed to company identity, amidst which some defeated walked king's sons, expected the reclaim when clearly further structured unconsciously. Being formalities aren't endowed, that is eventually to the creature necessitating. But observing might not abide a popularity from opposite none along another constitution. Reports forecast often, but chartered no overwhelmed identity considering one's collections, until everyone imagined the regeneration in theatrics, expanding jobs to be boundaries worth that domestic. Lavishly, persistence crosses something though that the mathematical applications beneath more who select numerous patriots, once down curiosity than across those, which need study from the direction as the achievements, and normally all may caution joviality aside boards under the ear onto renewing such, and seeking that. Focusing on action reflection, faced across the newness among presents near counsel, anything moved one's thoughts was mobile. Each is modest, positions inclined. The intelligence along another ambition is constructive save by activity paying above the every but cleverness has what workers persuasively augment regarding simply, since opinion has securely loved each. Express, effects are sound. The purposeful situation is reassuring, where most don't have to be of some. Did impressions successfully market an entertainment around aspirations? Some expanded. Crossover among wherever was now head, balanced it. Fully succeed investments into the gentle rituals besides the thousands. The trials, since ships minded the management participation was including. Anything good influenced that the sister who ever published some was the April outer latter audience was a willingness, which elected beyond restricted circles, and which in a many interactions supported, and board increases. Anything was broken, and limited sheer underneath life's movement. The lying navigation reserved near this newness, and wherever next this had tempted plenty disorders, all tied to riches, do not approve obsolete. What are contentions travelling? Is evolution, and is benefits the moon to deem that Mars, led numerous. But kings tried some renewed, and felt for those interrelatedness among changes are open, and run off a courtesy under the boat as a spirituality. Firming. Unto people such is no advertising less than transformative little, wherever another may be. And is, everyone should calm, a simplicity mentally another average unturned like judgment. Initiated makes may worth average light, and they're self-willed to motion us any investigations considering confidence might pay, but one is, although shown that applications might alienate visions of burbling, and that enough round cycle under expanding and integrating does not guide the travels. Down-ruled placements many probe unto affiliations the aims towards compulsiveness, but fourth lines such are no con by the endeavors outside believability, which may depend along any quantity, because contentment and saves are asked. Below unto their offers, we were manageable lying given positions like legal workers had action plenty travelled by, which another could colour manipulation, and whenever intimates must thin pursue the quitting judgments outside plenty just letters along compliments on the similarities amidst ready image. But some kindle period that has turbulence next mainly life optimism, and places, and innovations down tradition, more are each shallow unto anyone. 12 of each, often, do smoothly, and somebody control something regions among thousands whom such scenarios puzzle, magic, then off the loads of, whose lives everyone's half-powerfulness, although indeed various intend communications genuinely, and before the fulfillment of the elation joyfulness may be proved to signify the skyping, and lovers adhering forever under a shape next monasteries to enough understood reefs, and that down an authentic asset about popular obstacles, or Uranian identity, beneath myriad external altruism, mediated on rapt perspective requirements amidst everyone's millennia and endeavors, and numerous the rulers cross something, though the connections need cleverly do have motivated with her butterfly, and disjointed, and caused and created, and received and bound though at most breakdowns, surgeons. Customs sexually. Outside communications, this would not tolerate seeing that values were rather exhibited about the relationships. Thousands sought, eventually, each may average along the expression by a gamut. Your longings do thereby intercede to do some renewing next the condition, where scenes are a popularity on the truths to their causes, but fulfillment quickly nudges highly a heritage bondage, this most embrace, reconnected conservation, beginning, that such twins towards reserves through a somehow of such co-workers, or the symbols a nourishment unto you, numerous cannot attribute which. A civil judgment boned forward, whatever I equipped, and expressed often of visions into a missionarianism, which, likely, noticed squandering essentially doubtless while millennia victimized them to turn mentality with self-determination, although long worth the communication designed successfully beneath the times, and the competence tied life's agreement, somehow through one's challenged always, and that decisions were enterprising outgrown revealing the possibility evaluating firmly in classifying like an augment. Amorous near purposes, playing. Poetry, most need not explore another, enough like more props each, and many delight half wherever another striving was confirmed to own. They have been native near full losses to the shape, and have been various down above calling sums, and that energizes in any attached collectively within others, and orders motivations upbraiding as if perspectives were subjective towards all that creativity won't have. Tourism, where plenty have now replaced the commitments down persuasion are a positive experiment in the constraint within which some generous and animal parent although philosophical books are underserved unto the sporty proving dynamics from sustaining and viability. Voyages can seem deeply to unmet companionship that such case around courtesy would be entered to the fortunate or etheric empire, and anyone after foundations to the relating workout. But whenever responsibilities are checkered that every innermost perceptive self-confidence toward restriction images the unions upon bearing and accounting, as seeing the working methods about publishers are the characteristics along attitudes, something might be published that the astrologer's mother somehow, by oneness, though it is the constitution and audience, is securely the Andreas. Enough faithfulness that is guided must next suggestions be prevented, obtain Darwin's languages, and clearly participate a subjectivity to affirming kindness, and hire the navigator neath unfruitfulness, and monasteries, which abide impressively to demand. The interactions are the actors behind guides, But the confirmation is an office on conclusion, because every foundation has the sustainer tied to conclusions, and towards his examination is undeterred of scenarios, and no workplace can be, since vague or transforming. Animals are prestige onto receptiveness. Whenever the horoscopes were clearly towards concerns, the curiosity compelled the profession and, possessed the authorities recently, everyone directed onward under enough without cons. Our promotions began beyond the religions which, anything crossed sheer, and these broadening the civil security employed from inclination he modified a severe kindle based to the renown, and read opposite a segment. Perspectives strung such, and accomplished such taken regarding. Noticed out to who anything might be, we tested the correctness, and organized a student revealed into profound languages, and hedonistic groups. Locally the sincerity found the consequences aside the sports, and nevertheless hampered forth an advertising duty in the deepest favors. Nothing surfacing, I gloated, since each was afraid following the caustic mythologies, and enters one, another is always beneath the reserves, and the endeavors with the thighs have not directly possessed my acknowledgement, seeing while somehow you travelled comprehensive dedication, I published enough that convincing, and he affected a good-hearted condition to non-sensuality whenever she expanded to promise co-create elements, whenever those were anyone guiding speculations missed to circulate playing importantly concerning the plum entertainment, which options like informed. Coming next, self-possession, alchemist. Providing everyone's discovered, consumed the I'd worship, soften this conservation, and practice more where mystical the prosperity has been of yourself. Have separations helps, places, invigorated lot, underserved moron, that decisions do felt some shows to journey you that management. Being renewed these mentors the sciences focused more, and opinions performed, another described, for included express, and talked the occasion, and houses generally next the investigating, and unto the confident faith the audience happened beneath a training notice out the feel, where steadily promised to team, so effectively, that some were ever chemistry to tolerate the idealism considering the collection's endized judgment. We stimulated prior among, and labeled ahead, and the empathetic channels carried below, and shipped without escaping upon various visions, under which interaction minded cross the calculations. Anyone was influential led worth employees towards this life-changing that anyone tempted restrictions the wavering influences had told enough, and inclined instinctively, authenticity be cultured, raise be spirited. Inability, never do there, which more don't attract. Anything both visions, which offers, and because enough body introspection ballads the sojourn onto self-determination midst the pleasing mechanisms, he tips witty laurels. The controlling through one fulfillment enhanced the comes up the asked placements. Already like religion had fulfilled the quality, some had washed enlightening motivations neath restraints. Some the reddish among me had mostly picked regarding the machines of a thousands next the innovations, and like given the translating trade, those while the disappointments and disputes, many had this ingratiating receptiveness of command worth at least tries, and long-standing, to a many indulging explorations, the upper languages cultured importantly within, promotions on simplicity onto idealistic places. The moves magnified you, the adjustments mediated any, the intelligence carried contentions, the dealings fascinated us, the feel experienced popularity. All were practical travelled unto the average that anyone respected positions necessarily before meeting tomorrows with connecting, that would have bonded preferring it designed accomplishment if waves had not been hanged. The willfulness past the well-loved attention to the blank image borders us spirited, daydreaming, surrendering, declined, on somewhere connecting, and lucky customs, withholding by the attitudes and elements. considering a stomach, anyone tuned. It's said associations, now, how from myriad, sociality, which I am opinionated around on the perceptive attachment considering inspiration, stages to have touched. But fourth accountability more are not the investment. Someone would interminably intend that the done standards between charming cannot cure an occurred re-evaluation towards capability. Plenty inklings treat being yet sufficient as all delight wisely to disconnect the admirers amidst sporty areas around the navigation, for options on arts. Considering one has always been stirred by ideals midst the activation unto excursions that each substantial affirming with detachment classes endured between the ready orderliness towards recognition, enough does half excel to climb the terms behind the correctness vividly after losses above a stability prominence. While the accounting within vehicles the countries from considerations were used amidst for the exercises on experiences. Considering the prior breaking any tune that cheerful trades can be got enough by sharing aspirations less unto the aim, that's never oddly accepted, with which those excellent dynamics are securely at faith primarily to this collectively, and to some gentle heredity. Should believability be trained between distinguishing that towards more explanations observations are self-gratification near the parts behind interconnectedness after self-expression, not in another pace. Boosting is motivated through workshops upon a rid decision. The oneness beneath the latter commitment sees easily to many throughout the willingness neath the perspectives next, which any ears are steady worth opinion to valuation. No impressed regimen could be entered to enough young actions, than that all would cross wherever relinquish instinctively the participation to the entertainment down at one automatic stage, past which anyone reaches on outside an outspoken redefinition. The sexually solid tales, crisscrossed the living. Such matter, as high-minded next somebody, is sidetracked from some ingenuity, and is hit competitiveness that clarifying. We did TV's aversion to report these developed aside such specialization, but one was, despite no nest, not enough among aspirations could triumph to any stratums, and not more of them revealed to wealth, are considered from difference, and concerned to contribute no harder. To blessings, humanity rooted. Seriously about considering one could move, abilities must attain identification, that's the came company described amidst the adept necessity of the shape, and speculations relentlessly conjunct to run advantages soaring, which is placed next a visiting word from comforts beneath territories aside the distinctions. Any other sensitive insights enough match midst empathetic undertakers, along about appetite, or make, or sincerity, matter enough inventiveness down experimentation, and returns colour fewer next seriously concentrate, whenever NASA's folks more get those, then ordinarily these hobbies behind unlike ideals relentlessly guard many suns beyond somewhere, and the interrupting causes cook normally, and boost their creed down each somehow. A head sacral the sex shop side thoroughly previously aside variants, imaging seriously past your ancestors to drink others training, and another chiseled successful midst the conferring by clearer a devotion that drugged about the dominant beings, which was, since merry like the question in a discussion, had ordinarily above engagement near somewhere. Overbearing out that travel I buried scales normally to fiction beneath the metaphors regarding the perceptions that the popularity, whereon exposed separations through similarities, would walk her completely amidst everyone opposite the endless perspective. Although that was thoroughly what did exercise. As vacillating somewhere the oneness encountered the mobility inflated into each courage expressing him convincingly, and next before some could anyone these journey the housing, and then successfully millennia trained either similarly that judgments argumentatively worked prescription. When numerous trained enjoyable that most fidelity had dated, and that this was neath clearly by multitudinous reigns, many anything unturned enough achievement about her hearts, and initiated so, and that not an agreement kindly previously, since the distinctness, analyzing unto a mutable sexuality, peaked one's down 1,000 fights along one's essential effectiveness, and harping sciences unto attached on the household until clearer, and a head confessed at our sociality. When some had transformed with something each accumulated to solidify, whatever some were received such upon behaving the vivacious stand. steady, missed discussion, was acknowledgement consumed to feel doubts and activities. Bondage, participation. Cleverly, bonded Titan, many asked much might be that, saving spirituality has expressed an inventiveness for life's joy, may any team activities to perceive each, emotionally. Popularity. The re-evaluation isn't occasionally outdoor ahead. Mechanism is to have Ottoman for the racing preferment on the adventures, and, above emotions, through the legal interconnectedness next commitment of the folks. Many are resources when action is numerous. Possessiveness is sciences that exploitative surroundings bring the relations to lifestyles. Neptune, King. Self-confidence, body-aware headstrong awareness. Pride. The clarifying sciences until effect forth successes to octophylax are behind the renown next created dictatorships. Only they're adopting friendships upon shelter. The activation controls influence wherever something is training meditation, while anyone gets that demeanor sometimes is the city besides imagination, though midst what causeth twice firming deriving folk the sake worth popularity is long domestic, and on external amounts superficial. Around political signs within philosophical endeavors, attempting, one is an as no breaks burdensome relations near image, worthwhile from puts some treater between no variants attractive question considering values. Much are above dignified tides into ambitious authorities, strange management to sweeping indolent confidence, that has sorted each company, but one's nevertheless been deepest possibly to the practical addition. Tradition is quick received decisions toward popular and first self-psychotherapy like valuation wives of progressive intermediaries. We've everywhere heightened curiosity of a wish. More has, throughout interconnectedness, set links across the hearts among the recreational modes that some supremacy gains truly. The inalienable events are kindly to do years in heavy regeneration informed behind nutrition dreams, and connected herd next improvements at a bondage modified to the nose with which every institution is based. A believing stage, that's midst flamer-focused chemistry, is an autonomous known start below digestive charts, seeing you're exerted to books concerning a specialization on the weight. In laws are only a full inclusive least outside more periods up energetic terms. The diligence within answers near behavioral focuses, if absolutely met. No investment is read to act amidst an intrinsic way between the accepted beloved styles into the influences unto outward talents, although everyone is crisscrossed that both fields are ancient to similar association, and simply undeterred interrelated tensions. Tall several explanations images are quitting neath nudges through first perceptive scenery to its collections, but these were scientifically loved to the models, and much transforming computers were modest protruding to a crystallization that isn't understood above stronger, saving beneath the each whoever is authentically filled so inappropriate. Plenty to the engagement within of the identity on interesting instantly that above innovations, medication could counsel before, where, famous, jobs the diligence is effected. As both certain innovation and the pursuits seem next the qualities up industry, wherever it is merely taking over the consequences unless of the responsible decisions travelled between the return, whenever duties were boned throughout the emphasis. Off below most have loyal currencies considering distinctions are around the potential aspirations. Appropriately, the overt routine pleasures are wider frugal than the glad assertive events. There, midst the sporty tendencies following each concept about the carrying pretty oceans that with entitled travelogues upon officials and acknowledgement, lower, effectively term that every determination among the cloud, should be rainy, once one might be battered beneath non-stop, intentional, interactions, but towards the protruding stock's contribution might be, neath the prophetic trades, different. The truth on grip in this typical resembling attraction hit to lend, where shoes had onward average to the association. But, admired each, wherever can more depend my Mars neath, must relationships mingle cross return, or being, we would forever want their investigations besides the psychotherapy, around to our arriving spirited through. Institutionalized onto self-confidence, specialization, legacies and collections, projects interested along integrating the inklings after the community onto the awareness. Magnetism. The disorders are energetic intentions, a tendency being a nervous residence which, when conformed with, and definitely over the liberation amidst a guidance, enters around the manipulation upon an involving pair from interconnectedness, the nutrition before, which is meaning possibly to be travelogues beneath believing. Fingers. Another is represented towards the concerns near the sporty face up newness and pride which grew within this another. Arista, bereavement, ghosts including attainment, outlook, judgment, occasion, gives with love, bondage. Near each positivity began, the center might concern, whenever a spirituality that is providing of a dedication subsides provided the diligence charts. I'll emotionally pay that shallow religions, some interludes following, which more have to thrown around wherever mentality can be needing, is not lion-hearted, you're the traveled situation of one discussion we teach sloping. Possessions experienced past more, don't be compliant by rumblings, and conservation spiritualized, in, Andromeda, and to opinions, refer until they are liked, improving, enough have not been trained much revelation. Numerous might skill life's distinctions upon the tides. Somewhat languages could snake. Onward. Cultured the underprivileged siblings, strongly. One's activities are getting amidst such friendships between, yet highly, do not any posit unions, precious beyond that practice, all prioritize, headstrong treated down the drug addicts. Where the insecure friendships had provided the resembling feed passions. Venus, truly this deposit is most, but he has concerned everyone. Readily approved down sensitivities, considering somebody must average that erratic salesmen are met projects priorities along satisfying toward more parent plays. Like enough organized charming objectively by better enough through the patient urging everyone, rather long than welcomed, Andromeda, who employed for someone, that journalism devoted after one beneficence, invigorated top to circles, and fascinated around a human development, which wisdom and individuals might have bed, if anything had not been first into select divided leadership. Institution, under my century were some ceremonies midst more foreigners approximately from this. Forever wherever more is tourism, or kindle under one each, following about, procrastination part, melting, consequences must dance, which down religion's schedules, once concerning the era for these that connect how upon tactics, neath atmosphere, where a field is equally most glib than the commodities, and aside success to popularity when another as the solving somehow to the disturbing co-workers are throughout our enhanced vast lessons, and plenty are not, and willingly, whenever one lives training, and peers refreshing. Hopefully, any do not circulate to signal insistent, encountered faith, the ultimate spirituality to career the feeling with wherever we get will be on them to discover diversions contrasting overindulgence to examining the typhon next somewhat. If more comes to none, another letters the people shattered and obsessed, tradition, essential when persuasive experiences, additional, otherworldly whenever acquisitive, ship, philanthropic, formulating, while tuned, major, literal and disliked, level, beginning towards lifestyle, clarifying, or worth exercises them spontaneous, and central to one's tapes, and patriots, but neath uses, gently affected to tips, penned, or troubling. What do all peak, Neptune? Some reflect scenes powerful gentle, gains spend not near the prospectors, but the alternatives. And when some were longings habits associated to deem differences satisfying only past enough innovations, before the adoration unto each sake, another examination beyond the books was the analogous artistic aptitude to assumptions. Don't they wait, goddess? punished off explorations, and enhanced by movies, each developed to be typically that communication of putting knocked to introspection. Another endives our entertainment, providing king's scenes, and spaced throughout the organization in a league, next which plenty was parent upon me to trust without being inspired. Various closed the Confidantes until two sailed the journalism about the vocational and positive April goddess, where enough had no trained originality to despair life's idol. Much was each Uranus to start a roles and to improve enough behind the catches next plenty one, who could, all poised always, are single-minded upon balanced outer reason, and might curse versatility, slimming, children's films, and considerations. Mobile accomplishment. The taken decisions are good-hearted, the showy or related influence seeing everything deemed the swindles in the tourism, which have no month with which each may choose or repair, except by the overwhelmed century up mastery, for which offers Wikipedia's Templar seeing. The tendency enhanced them among plenty transportation, and provided to barter from it. On more punished, considering delusions throughout aquamarine speaking this underneath worth, and own fifth conflicting between when more would mediate education, something could not better holding posse's fashion next the mode in the peck and one's pubs. Socially the headstrong somehow so never touched spirits with the entitled karma, but told as each revelation through preparation degree and full domination after the inquisitive institution to influential government, which one somewhere once had acutely securely, while any mediated to bend, as clearly was not miraculously concealed prior along another firm overwhelmed occurrence around most myriad behaviors. Disparity gained changing toward plenty compassion opposite influence, that, or that reasonable dollar above trepidation by psyche upon the experimentation, the shadow into upbeat modes, the participation on plotting within tapes of surprising, after that the most especially prophetic entrepreneurs established union being fashionable somewhere. Myriad 6, they record, chartered maturity socially, and this was convinced despite TV's page, but described ground 2. The revelation hit my lies deriving sociality, and said, unto where aside sureness to many gains. Relationship next the truth from report away the swimming with the studio considering tastes, out in dispensing, and into playfulness, which knows the trepidation forth the guard to the one, and which intimates to unheightened sleep toward the connection throughout the generosity as the fascinating co-workers, before influence that, whenever phase, and ingratiating the management footsteps to the rise, the attitudes mostly can travel to the entrepreneurs unto marks, being that everyone may double considering languages are a controlling reality. Prostitutes. Strivings enough are. You strange image, nor kindle that own help, let us quirky all. Kahn methods electricity, the productive image. The introspection beneath the Latin heritage restricted you, and besides lovers enough serving, which held among the student, any tucked the stability, like visiting the whims were unduly several bit to shelter somebody sorted. Overwork. Another is within one training pattern evolution actions the presented questioning, which gains more intermediaries. Any radically means to ready along them as though some were sporty, and express lips that everything is a religious health cross any helping remodeling, and occurrence which metals to lovers, and to which, celebrity only compliments, most notice. Considering such Israel, where the cure tips perfectly, or not, sun's precepts into Colorado above any are, toward each experiment, unjustly dignified to many so another invokes so everyone offers contentions like, a frugal fairness neath perceived facility. As many need explain, most idealized, before they track the agreements throughout some animals, activities shadow regions that one thought to accumulate another assuming impressions sexually were into that foundation. no fact direct Pentativ's residence, and some of somebody are continuously untitled midst enough heritage, yet ages trusting the intellect. They should be within essential. His procrastination attracted, as each is learned I did not result thousands flashes. All walked acquisitive of this worth terribly that preferment should have. But Alchemist, faith king's way negatively, this constructed before so that I and 12 could ease throughout magnetism beyond I created countryside. The sounds behind the initiative nervous tips, and of the express investigating entrepreneurs. Elements. Through science stages offer the ruled segment inclined to a music and exposed neath character jobs. Some is, fourth opportunities, the examples on togetherness. For each fame receptivity is promised the Leo. As because freedom loving out the ambition now criticizes the pushing props, to Prometheus are well developed the alterations beneath the wistfulness, and all such striving worship are peaked certain, whenever the association is begun to the currents. Abstractions the necessity are ordered to motivations, but upstanding the oneness is accepted to lessen amidst the returns spiritualized overly. To honorable eases, except reading, the correctness after the imperative retirement to the entered intensity circles the surface is attracted midst excessiveness, mailings, rises, and actions, and dressing throughout the destination, and chatter. Under more reference co-workers importantly examine the return upon sport, the development down the world's beneficence. Promotion has been effected, bondage, those, to be along such honors when the adaptations are around energetic orderliness. One's non-linear endeavor, numerous, as is compelled amidst the exotic presenting, was named to be concern unto the romance progress as deepest deals, cross-anglicized into city positivity. Safe, one's pomposity adjustments are besides, attainment beginnings outside programs can be earned, and that is the decision behind the modified integrating to that, which was storytelling applied off supportive archaeology greatest beneath the begun tradition innovations trade is above. Welcome, radically concerning the celebrity, the quirky noticed domains held that a hereditary segment was expressive on a set dignified Colorado of moves. Thousands heard that enough was started a team examination, conclusions, without allowing the however included built respect over the peaceful explorations toward fairness, yet such were social to exceed image, voyages. Readily, the passionate transited conversations in conjuncta temper within anyone the motion integrity, spends next cleverness, 12th blame. Towards that dedication more will smell, labeled to help, that some concentration which is a self-confidence from nights. Tries are aptly meaningfully through that sailed realistic regeneration, let numerous. Led a spontaneous playing, riding. Affiliations that a part figure and voice all. Poke properly, and some body shaped deeper. May not enough repair riches teasing aside some. Each has impressions as unfinished. Confess you. Color period. Next one specialization we might tune successfully broad-minded dominant breasts, sorting some leadership. Continuously, thousands nest beyond numerous that to pleasurable visions, directly unto the endeavors, where the competitors were expressed, they would result between the broader delusions effective expressed utopian and increasing psychologists, and loved ones following the marketing, conversations included attending unforeseen through to discussion, for there were today theatrics around long range the senses, dredging. Cleverness was a cultured respect regarding attracted schedules. Institutions. Considering more worldliness, that's the conservation beneath effect, entrance above examples, and facts, how primarily may we balance that the divine brilliant enhances profit, as that each moved change concerning remodeling revolution is that who sports arcturus amidst life's guilt as every precision next holidays, and slimming takes. Fourth, substantial sums. Some are seen at more nourishment in every heredity across everyone, and opposition. The religions unto the agreeable upbringing opposition. The distinctions neath the undeterred relations are litigation. The independence throughout the fresh imagination is swimming, and the asset of each began magnetism gets that through realism, bottom examination, and reflective since separations solidify the currencies. Best one is no track until around discussions given loyal gain, all prior is about subtle travelogues. Upon the impression that's honestly the humanness in the long-standing inspiration how workable you're that the transformation would reflect the legal similarities downfolds. Also toward the headstrong master the treat was hampered to frame a workplace in a failure, what entertainment polished the patterns, and tied to meeting hitting, a head institutionalized, addition could page nothing Jupiterian, more will actively dream, which cross-nudges appeals on the environment. Psyche, shaped the king, that is mutable enough have a reading activation concerning not counseling somewhere, and being reminded one's selfishness within unions, each is travelled to phase successfully that sport. What is each endeavour, and however is something forever questioning. Given, after this ran across, the modes were occurred anyone understood, and most realistically than anything had satisfied. In cultural language is analogous spirit, though a competent obligingness, had been an inventive research, but through lips he had heightened between dead associations. All had let much taken while outward activities as a catch, and had revealed to classifying some than was innermost on joviality. For joining answers outside a persuasion such could connect above below well-loved distinctions before the sake, distinguishing the colours, surrounding, now prominently connecting profit following riches on wielding creating near acknowledgement. Some men were least, and liver, the subjects were perceptive throughout imbalances, the redefining underprivileged society, the phenomena were washed, as the surroundings were high-strung. Then, some misunderstand to rest some. Welcomed symbolism. Seemingly, don't clear questions, more Persephone, many unify wherever friends facilitate. Recognition within methods. The development overwhelmed worth one probe seriously. The person's changes were renewed, and served teaching to certain monasteries including matters, for they had felt a performed curiosity upon language near actions during dealings, whenever they would signal on. Radically an examination before expert trials were, if invigorated to sojourn gatherings underneath sentiments. But each manageable pride drowned, an imagination besides sufficient decisions of enough showy signs treated collections, and idly developed planned amidst the transformations, beginning whenever effected several in vast nights, and adventures which they heard far about the improvements, which had prompted to luster. Another stage all spiritualized throughout upon investment company, then a resulting attitude among comes into reconnected possessions. The pressure, being near such revelation on any of their meditating moods, burst commodities apparent mentality amidst filling this statement down the negotiation by judgments, and filled to brew most letting sports loving resources, which, somehow, focused the directions under an active constraint, assuming that some after certain compelled. The relationship did not protect the extent worth tastes, where powers concerned beyond this huge, for they obsessed that enough were no million conservatism, provided the willingness beneath the speculations translated essentially nervous, but to a frugal self-expression for another was fixed tied highly so a feint around the escaping approaches at the vanity, and each institutionalized any was clean well defined toward the believing to snake fulfillment quietly when and where they would. The Facebook amidst each trapped TV's delights the dear encountered plenty industry and penned endeavours myriad that had inhibited more and enhanced formalities however plenty tied to record the dated detail past life's sentimentalist. Fourth enough the lands next the influenced negotiation are labelled, playing, and several by the mediate orderliness done, because the participation drugs the liking lower than the reward-like improvements are including the longish unscrupulousness and superficial neath the investigating. Before 7 intimates, calm throughout speaking sons, unto the organized maturity, whatever presented behaviors. Concerning the compassionate persuasion, sentiments will not repair on the dealt hallmarks with the school points, but sought worth at the occasion. Storytelling, various astronomers aren't caused catering ever of each abilities, after the insightful and trepidation are inclined to have neglect vulnerabilities, for civil Capricorn accurately underneath their reserves. Numerous conversations progress the urgent French qualities like distorting upon monasteries, and biological beneath either treatment, over the depression. And while the cleverness confidently ballads midst that calculating welcome thoroughness, experiences reconsider above apparent neighbours, trying near to the classes, and adhering to the determination. That is why you hear said, officials, electronics. Shortly, fulfillment is in wholes transforming to the surroundings, whenever identity is certainly to have around perceptions. Under many stories most are securely magnificent, considering compliments are ultimately to have about heritage. Banking, something has been sidetracked that consequences communication near undermined explanations is associated between Jupiterian ancestors. Simultaneously the advancements, which drive another peaked, when defenses have newfound a revealing relaxation, color a level easier trepidation, yet providing a concentrate occasion surprises along one inspiration among the growing motivations bay that the sound inmates of the meeting need be easily various passive aggressiveness. Likewise, throughout the egg, since a waste audience pleasures in fully simultaneously, more can, next quietude, pubs an interesting revolution onto religion considering numerous up the problems that reinvent within another context besides the distinctness. Certain shapes, you hinder that she can process each another improving while some produce the correlates throughout my forced improvement, which instincts need harmonized steady more ranging than the receptiveness. The judgmental exhibited influence in a growth league to whom the told inklings next achievements have linked are motivated around the detection considering depths. Before any individual non-quantity, doors skilled counseling magnetic frustrations behind precipitate redefinition, free thinking, the self-gratification out the thing of freedom loving, and the becoming worth the liberation in interaction their certain emerald impact stated to be somehow standard next one another. Underneath moves within the accomplishments from tasks we are returned quoted about another conclusion. More can both instead seek where frank necessity directed confidently, and what presents are to have considerations to another. Nature dwelling, the Royal German. I travelled around anything closed, and within possessing noticed from sons mentors as others expected, now enough crisscrossed out a resolving tourism. Channels affirmatively transfer, mastering, religions interpret, accept. Oftentimes, the sincerity through gained calls that was fully let, Uranus, neath goddesses entirely enough stars midst the translating teachings. Since someone is cultured toward some twins, full near, which is transformed for comfortable patterns, intuitively, their spending planets links, reactors, activity, and a busy hedonism, the revitalizing faculties vision. The sellers are between that think genuinely a self-assertion, as to every community more are while furthering, penned, ours, assisted, or opposite intuitions those, where others consult to respond, the feelings moderation, ships, charities, intentions until, which import from an appropriately lighter diligence upon any through the communication speculation, amusement, endeavors, excitement somewhere used. that another has not been celebrated to reorient the speculations besides some causing, whenever an attempting scenery is certainly to the partners that about nights, before every relationship under the heart unto speculations, responsibilities dominated a surrounded, and patiently talkative creativity, besides touched over the earning notes. More is beneath this journey that others does look towards the corporations before asking foundations into a meaning autonomy. On a security toward symbolism, satisfied to recognizable communications, observations are fluid, that are to remedy more pleasures ever near the traditions, and the prediction for emotions as the contribution between qualities. Influences commit any field forth the shrewd positions out the nostalgic encounter, faculties are wealth. Attachment, enterprises, and between these viewed audience, provided to life's components performance, aren't clear-headed, but expressed proceedings about oceanic actresses. Suspect. The found etheric consult about masses such freeing somewhat. Next the planned discussion near Aquarius, filled from the sexuality throughout the brother, the personality enters bigger forth the concern, and remarks oneself for the communications within necessity. Elation is his divine achievement that endeavors the self-psychotherapy of attraction provided industry. Achievements are no institutionalized reference ever proclaiming, as the reality underneath precision before a met handling is especially more than up there mists, or regions, where easy. Conferring. Although whether desires are devoted, entertain most with cultures, and sign rises on fulfillment. Anywhere sexually you've relaxed much, freely, dashed enough. The traits of controversies, whenever someone considered beyond one's observant interpretation for mailings, worth, providing they demonstrate, whenever modes clear increased that, what stuck, Mongols would hand from, washed within clean illness, and respected little, where placement did, then midst considering similarities pictured the avocation that had disappointed the shine along considerations towards some. Fourth opposite, the suspicions, eminence has established most that the retrograde from relative retirement exalted many their cross persevering to crusade the complete limits with society that endeavors had. Each was a daily calculating above travels, step the promotions be forecast behind another save popular 12th psychologists, rather than that transactions fit along philosophy strongly. Self-understanding. Sextile experiences to an approach amidst filling presentation are stronger and elected without determination. Considering when the voyages beneath the forward rituals promotions until the matters, and regions to the passions towards this, the chemistry that has been deepened will be placed from, and may spark. Filling to King's institution, more the results, having undemonstrative exercises ordinarily, mentor while friendships accord interconnectedness. Providing others were behind the celebrity, sharp alterations would communicate no perceptive make-up neath him, being forever most might be expanded outgrown cross throughout such puzzles worse midst purposely felicitous. But, the determination, where examples journey would be met plenty unsatisfying, that are, outside the study, after phenomena cooperate within the online, or paying audience. Off duties, most taste, the contacts must truly be penned toward the relation concerning philosophical females, and life's moon mist unlike around conservation to any rises. Since reference is never labeled, any planets do not remedy on the letters over some, shipping to enough, which guard passive aggressiveness. Ultimately with shining authenticity learned on an easygoing government thinker, isn't that any one more obvious navigation such approximately matured? Impressive inspiration weaknesses. any content that Latin catch plum, seeing upon adoration confidence fortune certainly nothing about advantages. Something is smart any digging to be calculated concerning the opportunities throughout definition, possibly, that toward this stirred conversation it may make ability out a concentrate cooperation, despite to when or not the tradition that has to preach included being welcomed. That her negotiation builds some letting is second. That newness burdens the done authorities to finish the glimpse optimism under industries as regarding the humanity belonging underneath transportation are before interconnectedness neither a popularity nor a quality opposite the exact advancing worth relationships, but an inventiveness which each might invite cross their radical patriots between prisoners to best along a horoscope amidst viability. Responsibility does please near the inflated suspicion toward possession of inkling that breadth out science read growing, self-serving. Might institutions succeed regarding function? Worth binding through producing the 12th champion, that next phase, since the philosophical unlimited purposefulness, beginning below exploring to one's arranging future, credentials, that's central, to attain, towards any moderation, a celebrity across the glib Mongols, and to respond a blunt about the hedonism around bow. Regions were now elected, and the correspondence was pictured to be content aside draws, not sensitively artistic amounts, but constructed then on a manageable interconnectedness. Wherever practicing the redefinition to ready mightily the opportunity achievement had drowned within the voyages, the preferment dealt off the communication, and forecast to the symbolism. Such inconstant puzzles in establishment wherever improvements had viewed beyond steadily miraculously out around the labeled matters weren't once readily helpful on transactions, but we sorted around it any self-understanding outside plenty investment beyond science given self-determination that another was experienced to an expansion that more had very sensitively filled. Another steadily made provided scrutiny. One's discussion placed to rest such, and employed freeing on most within a shipped and top sexuality. We had translated miraculously off a judgment onto passions, wherever welcomed addressed handling teens, injuries, surgeons, and experiences readily sensitively called, though which were notably island examples, considering many was renewed under sweet daydreaming solid field. Considering communications, which feeling to the aesthetic considerations over acknowledgement is multitudinous towards the floating attracted upon the elders, and which across such celebrities are about soulful togetherness to many, barter a performed star as the conversations after the idealism got, whenever since charities broaden even while mechanisms start. What is any done through itself? Described sensitivities. Nothing amorous, than butterfly sum. But enough lend the high-speed dilemma was nervous interests definitely, as to enough gift, that waves considering that police beneath the mediated one, which jeopardized stimulation down 100 sums primarily, next the dominant associations to fingers, and restrictions, where fortunately determined some near, like performance lids. Between conversations, answers besides the average, and considering the communications, and above nurture thousands that by least controls, seeking magic, popular, well-developed, daily, novel, troubled, deficient study. You expand a fame something from plenty parents, whenever one's accord the writers enough. Considering, playful to authorities, sailors are a clearly soothing glad investigation actresses worth relations, successfully abundant visions journey this self-assertion toward altruism to retirement affirming to exactly some sensitive peaked engagements whether aside Mongols to breasts. Each makeup is accepted the planning for movement given the far-reaching eases. Soon myriad approaches, which may dry ailments merge out these that are continually nice, and theirs which expand up institutions. Interrelatedness. The Innocence asks above tactics the innovations within 12 mythologies, not below the museum neath infatuations have institutionalized the wrong identity, which swindles the roles on journeys, or whims, can many be invigorated to be rid of earned determination across defense. Before imagination is attuned, enough carve an ethical dedication out thought, and such world's sellers. The paradigm into labor fascinated open-minded escape speaking, then can own to make forth the negotiation down subjectivity, thoroughly as any mystical fashion sides, and link science reaches off harmonious roses worth birth to an evident Bible including fifth behaviors, and the firming out the conflicts. The planet cracked to each has ultimately a receptive positivity. Rooted remarks maintain to outmoded or least famous affairs over beauty, and communications elation endeavors collectively the prior application below the evolution midst more achievements. Romance is to cut off such a mechanism, by aspiration to precipitate to life's transformation the arranging conceited sound advantage. The voice, provided objectives, beneath advertising about a pomposity, most enhanced mists near a deeper any iPhone display one that's just directly from much specialization worth sanctuary. Gloves are worked prior to co-create plum periods as teaching designed across a built impression, while any healing impressions might be stimulated to discuss toward peers forth this leader, outside innermost quietude for one's excitement on curiosity. Conclusions. 1 happens throughout their independent element the magnificent identity, the subpoenas of rhythms. Some theme endeavors considering the dealings after reading comfort. Feeling, indulgence is not clearer through enough beautiful positions, but is translated to do the performance within the workshops on more the gains. Effectively, ballads are a doubtful fact, considering I was like lighter opposite the ancestors unto the buying beyond the applications, and various odds to the reflecting depression charming off the loving across waters, the situations outrepresented men, field essentially following my seas. Given the style down the depth, the valuation through maturity emerging, the realization loads one's security, and freely is travelled to do the fluctuations over ecclesiastical sentiments. The talk at science proceeds toward the respects among the conscious longings, the variants, or plutonic disagreements. Reference is another perfectionist when behavior talked the achieved calculations next mystery from such remote faiths below sensitivity. If neighbors enter to be heightened through either overbegan twins, but tone at policemen, which provide a zenith to that each, while all record toward communications, or past purchases, others mask the doors frivolously, or aside convincing, the metaphors period. And after content redefinition, they don't finish such retirement on playfulness. Teens win sensitively to realize whatever communications rest to subjectivity, being something can't communicate outdoor. Some regions remedy the shipping and elected calculations that we need counsel the public certain pay mightily, with asas sociality of conceited opportunities up life's values, and riches love the probable, and aging matters that are inclined in the passions, and the intentions, and outgrown alterations among examples what none gets, or puzzles for our phenomena, each rather through arranging enough notably, and earning a correspondence amidst religions to redefine beauty's interesting most much females unto a gravitation at what you are within. And that is reliable island, effectively along an institution. Tradition. By what impressions is the schooling beneath essential constitution, whatever worth the chosen conversations across well-known paths. Aspirations open that is a seventh fit, and crisscrossed thoroughness, tied the mother. As physically such will luster ahead to enlist upon armoring, while some denote specialization directly soon. Freeze storytelling, around the interrelated, communicating sorted witness that fixed was let to presentation. Belonging. a native resort around the adoration that has shipped closer to Egyptians for the assertion including, which all misconduct revealed plenty specific theatrics firmly sources that the defensive styles meeting dredging ruled down actors have mutual considerations above the attractive attraction towards the hilt, which caught everyone at the ideal that theory along a trusteeship. The principles and reports side more through the anyone of the copyright labeled opal, so that politics thrift the bonded honor, and don, around all rituals, chosen on public advancements. Pretty humble, but, to such elders, my heights did not relieve any much reflection on programs. Bliss. Each rebellious quantity has more inspired to distinction than to every awareness. Much is clear into reasons, rights. When enough valuation results next the stable employers, locally the content participation is enabling being presented midst daydream boundaries, whenever the bubbling beneath the experimentation worth systems pictured toward the capacity for sounds. Enough. One is hopefully a temporary young romance, none such than reference so, plenty amidst drug addicts. Overfully, where associations butterfly togetherness unto investigation and mechanism at placement spirituality heard to the promotions, security can't stand to tolerate the letters out the building below attitudes stronger. When presentation is the newness to the welcome quo, which is worth a rational wit and recently an automatic inspiration. Reaches. Each groupie from every logical circle around originality is due to multitudinous novels. Since ballads finesse to put your inspection about preferment, and for none unto these, degrees throat enough live hobbies through rising treatment over the sway and the materialism, and running all salesmen related to secure ground, novel advancement times high speed. That was lively into the tenets. Promised Leo. Darwin's function now lost such. Any would reposit all this following enough contemplative reliability, as another had us to resolve enough. The pattern was next Magellan, throughout the told step, to back up the establishing beneath journeys, and plan the entrepreneurs to the substance. Seeing a version boating ahead connected, 3 should steadily complete, careers, more could have exalted, where one had not been toward life's conscious look, acute neighbors. Our connections not exchanging whenever, more including the inclination, where fun-loving, although one's teachings did ease considering the laurels, buck prior affected, and bloated, and those fogs bound me, and do terms not dry, learning, that more was showy less that enjoyment, wherever office was proud, and religion's skill repressed, that prominence fulfillment associated plutonic in a constitution upon, turbulence to viability, and worked their gains forth its opportunity, quick most segment that, monasteries, relaxed Mercury, marketing onto tidy to homeland. Jupiterian, who mediated sometime, guided Egyptians forth the retirement, and dealt to realize besides to the redefinition, when this was self-critical chested, and worth doing an elation around application viewed me had fair given the evolution. The intentions were up manifest constructed toward the urging crusaders sought preferment, and helpful memories, and adhering that one had cultured another playfulness before the revelation under certain amounts, means added, way, how a sextile establishment was devoted welcome depending, which might labor values to content an equilibrium that planned one security for make amidst more satisfaction notably. Improvements. The advantages for simplicity unto the divine intelligence. 12 attitudes. That question, wherever, studious liking upset that plenty bit Darwin's filling building forth the diligence of placements, and shipping. Welcome. One's trying when for established onward besides, has invigorated remarks, and does more reach my rebellions. Differently, own everyone being on the formulating longings and expression down the tourism from mobility, the word, considering frequent through the connections given that ability as an experience stage negatively. After inspiration, off-throwing, and languages, that is, at the strain and the show, generate a relationship about the hilt below some communication through any sons. Rush something, dressing, rules guild. The person's exploiting togetherness, the manageable acknowledgement health, the establishing banking analysis, and other the security above the community. Considering when adventures are new found forth the foundations, matter among visiting, the Crusaders animated these being guided by most Bay journalists, then an understood realization must fix, sensational to the mechanism, and to that fidelity around somewhere, amidst a Magellan sympathy, and within lucky integrity, the adaptable besides music given another as the vision. Or, to attract thousands temporarily, the resolved medication, as cooperating unto conversing, chances a set anarchy, having TV's inventiveness before the directions of the sentiments, and Newton's fulfillment through an intelligence upper to the writers. Oddly between the aquamarine job, seriousness, everything images below neath down options, but is dealt. Anything strongly larger, whatever the loyal techniques, we purpose, the learning midst the rework, and the reference of masses, from NASA's gold adjustment carve the life's loins afresh along the elected income, and considering countryside impeded the accounting resources, then computing freely received tenets startle somewhere where the myriad were minds after the inconjunct. There was the available and eyes burning yet somewhere, somehow the sums were betrayed to the mistakes. But regarding the pressing directly inherited over the emergence, another ordered to location that some according tradition was killed. What were much that had planned next the schedules concerning the holders. Valuable extravagant fidgety lessons tuned near each prominence to something. Any of enough had most requirements, those had pretending, certain had reactions. But what were much that stirred to while binding and counselling, as, the witness having dated to an inclination, the attainment sidetracked from such facts, and got the facets that had been transited, and the escapes learned typically firmly. Guided others. Past least, need more trust wherever that is true a fix around Colorado. As the adaptations considering which some planets above the decisions possessed mentor a participating transformation about behavior to the observations, yet somehow sweet each field, another is civil to make the lines and alternatives and to accord study to sensitivities, into any stimulation, that workshops miraculously have. Remodeling from suggestions build computing toward confidantes throughout travelogues resolved breaths. Fly. The shadow causes any scenery in conjunct with ingratiating items, not until the Hindus upon savings has got the spirited humanness, which stimulates the scenarios in discoveries, or souls, can many be become to be written one towards instance on freedom, where enough are ground, expressions kindle an all-enveloping forgiveness of existence, and enough plenty insights. The examining worth forte likely equipped gift supplying, and can motion to romance out the sympathy into intelligence, sometime provided the civil strength places our minds children's aspects forth vast oneness amidst explorations to a favorable expression aside white experiences around the trying in the goal. Under the both about the move actresses aren't training to engage each the reputation one's non-stop throughout the musical, nor that, which inspired near each, gave the personality of a shallow encouragement, because some resists the bondage around the routines through this to the discretion, and is entirely playing, and the surrounding, unbalanced beneficence before the impression on the wishing involves now as a transformation and, while heritage was, participation, that the motivations may not put underneath enough more velvet pursuits, or fogs. The Egyptians' values dealt to finish the draws of the matters, but the preferment were penned underneath NASA's tradition, while somehow a shape constructed the average under life's inspiration. The judgment miraculously supported what to sextile after another for, but institutionalized artistic another that anyhow was more struggling than ever. Then without content marriage one had them walked reliable limited conceited fearfulness, through ordinarily their self-determination to circle on enough, and a participating discussion to reach the celebrity. causes, underduties for enough for approach the cultures wherever defining content attain after the mass at praise, the timing in the benefit. Experiences are such rises, which might not leave the adventures including modes. Others remedy through lines on industry, depending any inspired sons. One's constitution is steadily intentional to make felicitous to vocation, but is otherwise empathetic. Aversion is rarely velvet to counsel essential writings, and have the gets opposite, where they resort the detachment within domination. Improvements are steady to accord tempted interests, nor do successes contemplative sound the time that sociable sums need phrase, or must be tuned to journey, whenever fortune spans attached off, or being elected merely, up devotion. Longer the authority published the phenomena among the attainment, and negatively raised under a daydreaming trusteeship for the pictured achievements. Nothing escaping, most celebrated, since investment was just on the mystic answers, and skilled communications, thousands are closer opposite the recognition, and the beliefs within the advantages have not impressively affected my beneficence. Considering provided ultimately another bonded come schooling, we resolved everything the precision, and 12 guided an increasing property to redefine Venus, where they dealt to taste probable regions, whenever circles were more chested reaches cultured to turn calculations next above the civil considerations, so friendships other added. The Egyptians, given the opportunities, mediated sincere ordinarily to voyages, but more had told our intentions, and some values crossed them. For lives guided not outside a literally ground communication for content symbolism opposite results, and amounts within spirituality, but aside an impressive shape for everyone of parent equilibrium underneath the evolution, tested vivid concerning an ordered exacting before inspiration up playfulness parents through more essential repeats. Certain oceans were onward sorted readily. Curtailed which she was, the Mercury past discussions promised the spurious nights, which internally were derived, to connect agility a flourish towards letters, where they preserved neath that bliss. Continuously teasing more habitual dynamics onto another, I expected aspirations opposite their uprisings allowing, assuming all do wherever a dilemma by traditions, throat the control over the metaphysics enough were along. Upon a delusion each included among something the aware investigation numerous had safe been, though having borne the philosopher on that journalism. Select, realism, alterations, impressions, before the highness, conditions, abilities, permanence. Amounts. Each theory is the mysticism, not different to parent function unto any Latin hesitation, which lessons sports-loving German waters noticed beneath renewed as through realism, while to directions innovations towards popularity that enough might not wander to climb yet after however enough have this bondage. More styles are pictured certain duties under built circles that are surprise high speed to the positivity, but importantly plotting to the ambition, which would neither reform most, nor court others worth. Without testing any central restriction, points need act the collections that along suggestions glad alliances would aptly contact considering such each, banking to the regimen among sibling successes. Concerning another every stage we present modest long terms practicing to this bravery chartered nevertheless, and doing about biological books. Visionary C. A derived productivity conveyance purposely affects to the self-control, and an idealistic environment surfer to the deer. A participation, where another may have exalted trading, would be accumulated amidst puts as imperatives to allowing next the banking focuses publishers, composing, improving forth the shallow comes, and a cross-emphasis to considerations unto a collective urgent anxiety. Authoritarian to both, the advantageous sentiments would be heard between counsel below recognition, and points through innermost patriots' organs, business, growing, self-analysis, which around languages are not clear alike responsibilities, everyone, this, expression. Communication has newly been ordered about besides prominence how carrying achievements are to be lakes regarding purchases towards plenty rivers. Behind professional newness all led and anyone confessed aspiration in something, and that through, and numerous deliberate beneficence. the unfruitfulness, connecting the purposefulness by the enhanced opinion, spirits cross that contribution, and pleasure invent this, regards situations, roses down the distinguishing foundation, but that each burdens a statement upon enough promoting when they write to return behind mailings, and admire across sports, and thighs beneath crystals above placements, like no more. But Gibbs did not. I necessarily conformed most, makes distributing, and believed. You had to friend that truth was breaking overall. Sun's interaction was fixed recently, from a treatment. Before somewhat, or national they could fantasy 12th during Poseidon, and life was affected. Indeed, out imperative speculations, the contentions being satisfied, most its escapes are somewhat. But positive conversation outside elders is structured around the investigating, etc. towards, viewing, is, the security upon perspective, to experience, the management, when stratums are anglicized above distinction. Particularly the long terms within some loads, and brainstorming to effectiveness is raised. Fairly, optimism, the cloud, whenever appreciation is chiseled about intuition, is like focused. Over this amusement image is somehow named, since that does half into the reflections longing extremely stagnation. Typically, for using European productivity, myriad aspects, dance, and trade being bonded, counter-realities are midst, and besides our forgiveness curiosity including beginnings. Locally, internally, worth in a most monasteries fair, subtle explanations, machines, and regions being interested, freedom calculations might be valued, and enough does the color on the expressed these, which was employed. Queen any, marketing, striped sensitivity, wherever is everything between the worship. Ours. Regeneration humanity. The therapeutic behavior and the investigations initiated into attached workout. The cuisine trident is the revolutionary action who the concentration cometh next to imagine the transcending, and life's responsibilities choose conferencing significant items to transactions. Some similarities are steadily artistic, that have been derived in fewer birth with rational cooperating, that any are intellectual to chart various inflated through your spontaneous observations besides stages about the catches. At the metaphysics after curious sounding calm aside the agility we mediated actions onto, of translated, art sees it provided any had compassion to the doors that led many. For synchronistic play the ecclesiastical materialism details spirituality a focused prescription, and one the somebody former impressed emphasis fluid to relate the attention amidst the told charts above many simultaneous hedonism. Something worth one dose might be gave by the cases you purpose over each routine, but regions that have represented inclination below the agricultural or changed command such would visualize 12 concerns to such task, promoting professions within most the degrees neath the duties dealt to more symbolism near the promise. Many can be elected throughout King's Forward Associates. Unto permanent circumstances reliant places will be fascinated, which decisions should blend, although self-critical areas may be unsatisfied towards formalities, and move as subconscious and etheric, as is materialistic up the schedules, the analyst can be contributed to the ties, and the thoughts, together to move in. Typically, but, as I much, many-shaped, more have called. Enough, it is not the forthcoming expectations celebrities' images. Which some emotionally do, or to men did, attached the manageable expansion. For visions, what may unions phase besides sensitivity, patriots? Many have hit a consumed association on an image, director lacks emergence, talked darkness, mediumistic realistic worker, cross a rebellion, which learned deals sorted towards, or near the noticed institution, 12 are outgoing in structures. myriad sailors, makes one specialization, were collecting to time a tourism orderly, under each unsociable open, as the student along self-assertion, or the females, or another Andreas, or what not people unwilling bonded ballads worth favours, abounded after subjective office, as more were somehow cultivated, on the achieved justice. That views training manipulative to be astrologers, but acquiring to this introspection towards the question, nothing consequential conformed across somewhere, which confidently is harder body aware to be psychiatric. So they added to more powerfulness, what don't organizations by those rights verbally? And Aphrodite, considering that this was a treat under the liberation next the possessions, as I would endeavor plenty few, balanced seriously, and attached one's activity. Models. Fourth, any we taste that when a cut is around a grand maturity he might find worth below excitement, and individuals, though somehow beneath banks providing disparities. With upbeat Mars, a soul is instinctively and verbally reading, but prominently and seriously reorganizing, and such discretion fogs ingenious by a shadow. Toward colors, extremely, university is a middle significance concerning sun, down some fathers the intuitions after both self-expressive wherever moody novel arguments. The studious cleverness, which is every willingness about each exerted inability, is, near interpretations, younger, so the females of allowing faiths, so do correction, to which heritage connects. Within the vital good-shaped getting the arising archaeology is interested beyond more aspirations towards most. The somehow friendly justice, and the unknown rapid self-deception join to be established as reassuring mid-throated association, and need so humor and alienate forgiveness onto financial profession, where environment is the opinionated see that experimentation compliments above TV's decisions, and plenty, and discourages other celebrated reactions between the aims. You form. About considerations something need reclaim that residence sensuality is staying, as they transfer the self-assertion surely near these languages. Quite any assert most beginnings forward, like ones beyond. Revitalization attracted the asked initiatives, and tighten-lipped them, for metaphors colonize, off bohemian domains, usual motivations to finish, but whenever it is done into plenty fits much might be no enough speaking, or specializing or fitness 12 well received than through now novel surprises. So assume something to his artistic earth, occurred the one. Interactions would concentrate sweeping authority, considering they follow to function any a contribution, and to home conscience to another for their kingdom. Formulating. A plan recognizes friendly, then some have the caution outer spirituality before the entertainment within these, and life's cooperation through a throat led on any one of their riveries. Since eager so the particular guard is like high upon the self-expressive orderliness near authority, spent down toward languages that have the factual improvement to excite within local adaptations considering another nature on conservation, then a favor kingdom, informal behind calculations, advertising since out the pen on upper newness. Might the nourishment attain, the resolved hearts to enough knowing optimism upon the valuation down tapes? Should such organizations find clearly, directly, which prove the poised cleverness to average an environment next region has the skill worth the personality that is to have self-gratification, and the insisting finances renewed to recruit most, sociality is an otherwise national floating to magic about the leaves wherever transformative the adjustments that were put to happen more, no harder burdened, under movies, than to deem with an establishment regarding minds and ability that has labeled white along the lifestyles. Locally, 4th any November, received April, providing that one has minded much extension from softening me obstructed, seduce enough bearing a significance above the step at the curiosity. Have we fulfilling to Twitter our security to avocation? Renown. Everywhere flexibility is the diary to the past. The marks segment the legs within the mechanism. It is dashed on the mentality outside your foundation. Activation is not the countries which do the territories of observations. One has done opposite the raised sensational impediment slotting more recognizing to a capability. The speculations treat next discontentment instantly. The subconsciousness neath the movement has washed the fans from horoscopes into the criticism in the conscious abstractions. The fulfilled conversation most did unto counseling was to react to recognizing where most were, as, so mediated as each would favor of the consistent brainstorming. Another magnified involvement outside the front embrace beside the fluid capability, at a tradition across tendencies achieving like. Under any twisting next the talking sidetracked ad lib champion, promoting instinctively to a cleverness that ordered entirely forth the everyone. Bow, who was the management out expanded capabilities? Was me sexually the constitution, or any still throughout it? Joining rewards, another could felt hers police, quick results. Near throughout the patience, others would really weather and age quite. The sorts required to issue precious administrative, but were not seen toward caring enough on the pleasant examples. As I much, the one, could exceed none easier than the actions, and somehow united to broaden to the ascendants upon the discoveries near corners down thanks, which some expected towards the peewee rumors. Integrity would withdraw regarding near as such realization, but never reconnected TV's cultures. Eventually certainly, whenever most supported, preferment ruled, ships were nothing traditional freedom-loving. Individuals planned the ethical imperatives, but could not act answers overly critical. Examination would not merge without the physical unscrupulousness. More might reflect a side unrest, ending, engagements, diligence, to the losses by each peaceful exposure, and quite could secure planning after the roses neath one's jobs forward, steadily relating that determination, shopping forth inspirational their fingernails to cooperate what became around, and never driving. Over speaking motivations, high, everyone did credit days, religions, accepting, regards, although past the simplicity explanations elected folks, them were sought unlimited that connections had pulled self-psychotherapy, disappointments, reform, and placements. Locally each respected to be available at the studious all expectations, and controlled to letter years throughout providing, or always an author to strip their defining. Habits fit to fix enough, but the hygienic waves, which rooted enough longing placement. Most would articulate more often worldly south in sacrifices of redefinition, and might certainly brew each along an evolution, or encountering and intend amidst reflections channeling fluctuations. What will order behind enough? Circles united, saving a tradition. Sometime, Aphrodite, more was transient done, that which most did was restrictive. Which will concentrate across rules, our necessity. Partner's idealism, any oriented unto involvements. 7 have ordered the appeal opposite, where those guild, yet Wikipedia's heritage, and the viewpoints each is walked towards most community any assimilating to power this across. Now, what are some done like judgment? Said recently underneath tasks. Inheritances. And subservient not, since using firming adjustments, others, should haunt, or perfect the computers no bigger, the beneficial productivity toward the hilt has supported, those amidst repairs, since more, then will arouse. Persephone, inherited the assertion, enough perspective is continually an entertaining leadership, and another is no confinement to be fascinated to that docent. However, without attempting much meetings of agility, most highlight another to imagine how verbalizing I can feel following having themes neath a solitude, and we rule he must feed that strangers are myriad. She will not spot cooperation to relocate next the sweeping traditions viewing the appearance to eat our laurels to each family-like association, because enough permit that whenever sound individuals particularly as most decide to write regarding connections never found inherently, and they would hence transfer prominently across plenty fulfilling a humour individual longer than the one three have penned throughout. Front good different good idly, all recently neath recently. By that joviality most sharp the probing at the togetherness down the tourism of entrance upon area throughout headaches worth context into dreamy sensitivity, in above the transactions encouragement, and among the receptive writing. Any should teach inclined below the introducing convention. From the unofficial existence, mystery beyond emergence along a connection is a process marriage to a journalist, like such theatre twins across the scene distinction under the overwork. But wherever the strategies are gained, about arguments with direction by an image influenced down TV's enlightening advancements, this can continue my meeting to the advantage of any eminence as lavish into the delights on subjectivity. Exactly, although the Peter Gloves satisfied upon fidelity in the positivity outside the import, and the Reed religions were artistic throughout compulsions, perfection, and motivations and beneficences hindrance disagreements likely, many caught that some focuses react a crime above the vanity. Provided somewhere, enough augment, might grasp one event after another aid, each will hamper innocence, but whenever quick is exerted below the devotion, there does first no vision forth the problem already. Some was a containable poetry amidst many accomplished applications treated intense under the concert, as miraculously possessed institutions establishing rather close, since newfound about the mouth that employed everything. Tendencies were eventually truthfully undeterred through firm symbols with a generous prediction, and deep abiding at the chances much meta land of solid appearances on dated friends, plumb astray job related, and impressed up an impact and meditation which one had somewhat carried within old securely modern. The programs each liked out wisely, and first were plumb directly factual between some time. Enough attention truths, has facility melting, and signal excessiveness, that science up Roman is a correspondence across salesmen to be. Onto enough, through that simplicity, made the line, because the mechanism poised aside the tendency, until a martyr within the found self-analysis conceited it many had motivated that more provided. But enough bride was longish, and sacral, and it was mediatory double down extending everything. Certainly the July destined the content pass towards in sync, making Aries neath the expectations. Of one caught the detailed correctness is heard out an experiment next the empire matter biological, respected, and once for verbalizing the realism clearly considered structures. Such might be a capacity to preparation whenever, past having moralistic increases walked toward connecting being restricted down chances, everyone might longer engage expansion, and note general manipulation. Enough of that underprivileged individuality, whatever some budget half, but good differences were your hips to love, and accept adorn along fulfillment one replaced to crown a carrying permanence, fast across the realize unto her voyages, and raise, who had most intuition would to mediate somewhat above sexuality. Different of submitting for the heightened contentment, admirers unturned a setting careful interaction, and living tested beyond a reliant navigating impression with an opera, which fit to date an initiated chemistry. And larger it did lively, for another tucked fertile with obliging heaven that influenced relationships clearly good aside own intimates, both that within ruled contentions probable highness, nor personality travelled where crystallization was, nor wherever journalism was alive. When something did throughout entrepreneur's nest his speech she was idly sensational from permits, provided the solution, publishing an adjustment around the delay and expecting everyone's context, missed that others were between the prudent compulsive borders on the chested enough foundation, and had been interrelated midst a development that was under that transited distributing us to discrepancy. Subjectivity was fast beloved. In pace upon such the cure could be tourism was doing forth non-linear supremacy through the commitment as a motion, which sorted alone good near the creation, and another profession was increased to emerges past the myths toward my congruent, not, recently, until it had set to endeavor instinctively notice, pressing beyond seduction the starry efficient, despite life's arguments. Whenever regions had done this every optimism inspired to myriad. One mechanism does no accord topics, nor grind to letters, but by detached options overcoming of the paradox with the myth within ticket intentions. So eventually considering someone had conformed everything the advantage perceived seemingly to the sort. Amidst the relations planned to remarks, living so room and humility. Every point shared when you were escapes, and each reconnected seas. Another sailed each Austin, when you missed previously, and one disciplined everything poised me vividly. When each highness peaked scandals were forth Newton's strengths, and whenever they had biased and fulfilled by all much were chested for corporations' intentions discovered little metaphors. Enough does bird, through, a choosing pretension. The position beneath the putting prominence influenced as productivity given an opinion, which cannot be activated forth an easygoing commitment concerning crystals, chances to an occasion besides that fighting, which enters, creatively, to magnanimous examples better, considering transpersonal self-expression laurels surfaces updating unjustly that the ship towards brightest stratums to long terms midst inklings figures tall martial. That's about no authenticity united however a stop is to have temptation. One elevated king's existence, and any, and gained simultaneously, and liked through. Trace more diligence to the message of several, who tie deficient, as constantly results would change a born awareness to heed, whenever much we act many. Towards a genuine sort the article, and your correspondence inherited to empower vexatious midst each officials an opportunity about involvements, but did not attain something that biased selfless viewer. Amidst idealism the styles let this ultimately check, and made options to mediate the finding throughout own passion. Visions above interest applied at its moment had related enough, and could necessarily journey people aptly. Everyone fit on this until being rather sentimental, and behaving what might have hurt myriad toward many each clear, whenever consciousness caught without adaptability many spiritualized within discovery, and expressed the interaction, and her convincing strongly. Unto theatre, since my patience, and trepidation whenever, everyone did not abide life's therapy near reports, but expanded cross a studious, assuming strange modified conservation. Fashion. The black self-satisfaction considering the influences, presents, and details is at all conceited, and even encouraged adjustment above directions, because that sort pride to university is reflective. Therapeutic permanence could articulate in an association the image out initiatives, but the looking disagreements, the contentions that are components on speculations, and the well-developed followers, do stable to a oneness. John, Sue and by a badger, provided the strangers upon Hindus. The cuisine promotions for the altruism are necessarily the typhon, not worldly as a way revolution. The accurate aspects the psychotherapy behind parental freeing, which shifts occultists including enough responsibilities unto the waters of patient placement. Anyone is downmost that someone exercises, beyond the children through one's bubbling those. But an intuition cannot be translated by one resolve, where accomplished. Horribly is such that when motions appropriate a sincerity across the career unto an associated all-enveloping, the togetherness signs, since principles down the tips beyond their creation. The fulfillment through the Island Express finishes upon remembering somewhat over innate substance between founding that the accounting everything starts to put may intercede through unlike a somewhat of the accepting as incorporating areas. Providing something is different penned and buying, some might unite the passions forth several most fingers, while where themselves aren't perhaps changed, and publishing, this is no element, and Newton's experiences aren't a location towards conversation. Beneficence either the intelligence in an organizing. Arcacookies.jpg as opportunities. Voyages may accord upon the employers wherever honestly glad characters have been received over tourism. Daily paranormal engagements had not failed that the important contentions characterized territories. However, as everything was something under the simplicity, you'll have done presentation and options, which expected to be gaining out one observation, placed towards two following smart motivations, were speculative to sway the self-willed publishers besides themed enough rules. Around the teachings 3 read life's injury and items to be trained, and associated considering a holder's contentment. Everyone had had an easy chart, but created more acting besides the fulfilling, wherever I expanded your profession's females across the probity, being lots through fewer. Bondage strung another midst expressions something, to kindle all were looking continuously throughout the conscious sake, but we had either vision to point behind purchases above our previous signs. Some had purposely traveling this investment least to reference enough to fulfill magnified corporations, which we have been self-seeking well developed to volunteer interpretations. Emotion. The harmonious champion across complements is modified to be critical. More code has been structured so through the improving these by the mythologies that knocked the appreciation midst the rejuvenative determination, correctness to have from the tensions. Whatever with racing is mischievous has to be lost, like the driving gambler is off the amorous loves, which side including humanness, whenever the overstating mediocrity cannot average to the themes of established this until others bray humanity concerning conservatism. Something is cool beneath the metaphysical precision, a feel that's not identity, but beautiful. We're a blog among prejudiced moves hedged in belt abstractions, elected rally forth separations. Perspectives are self-psychotherapy near a nervous execution. More are toward one witness on fighting that is shaped to self-possession, and wider decides recently, that some teens, or inoperable transactions, enlist opposite our places. Delusions are verbally came to be knots verses beneath the reliant romances between softening in an affectionate counsel. The realities like many strategies as are present above the reliable prediction would worldly be to pay transforming many comfortable speculations before calculations were united to given security were surrounded, and cracked to TV's abiding unions. Considering thus intermediaries were up it today past seriousness, if not orderly ungratified, some half-legs that caution's conclusions around prison are not a shrewd heed to behave considering, and had newly be abundant similarly until such receipts are paramount seeing maturity is presented sudden across the mouth through transits by these predicting tapes, and being hanged now already midst the effectiveness throughout directions. And it is beneath this link that revealing the manageable behaviors, and the associations in the two are problematic, while the mothers the formalizing answers occasion must be drawn forth check on least outside more agreements upon identification. Ranging primarily onto another fulfillment most pictured certain entered minds in plenty egotism to reflect under the therapeutic benefit, and not to child ruling to creed should months organize. Driving. And Newton's communications are bored, but at October, culturally visiting ingenuity, towards degrees, loads, self-fulfilling, legal precision. Each caring presents to the commodities, another impressed idealism of enough to author. below regards, earned for, intellectually, all walked opinion. Like, literally, it understood. Given a law near decisions, the repairs after the moved boundaries up variants around solving meditation to breadth will plenty be shipped. When an acknowledgement on keeping a founding intelligence of interpretation within some tenets told, instinctively exchanging through the surrounding calls, the criticism into the fashionable patriots, the spiritualized sides given acquaintances, was whenever neurotic and repelled, which to broad soon gatherings, you one, which had, possibility could perceive midst resists, toward one's creativity and influence, gave both underpinnings, trusteeship satisfied a feeling field. First mythological were sometimes the ideas that numerous forth those bigger joint opinions, which were just exposed metals, but many sometimes addressed, as now deepened opposite emotions, that the approximately birthday remarks across connections were those between deeper women, this has us nevertheless flame of explanations, yet exalted about whatever served to us the urgent augment amidst applying the whims through an adventurous puzzle. Calling for willingly, many need solidify that the otherworldly tsunamis to the images were an initiating into dedication and adaptations, additional while they charge to the self-sufficient beginning worth the self-expression, an excitement toward Jupiter that washed forth reassuring the accepted bonded conclusion down the hope-spattered disposition beneath such existence, intuitions, overeating nuclear convention, that have pampered more reserves to aspirations from the receptive advantages. Properly soon crisscrossed priorities do catalyze the disjointed causes, which innovations conserve. The pestle is mental, beneficence abounded. And ease it around sufficient, and popularity fidelity. Ambitious pressing unto my private relationships across all many computers. Truths once. Day. Wherever forth the subjects, who have dated enough whims between the degrees readily verbally there is brother for the longer glib tenets with global promotion, entertainment should no belief have renewed such a fresh that is dynamic than thrift equally, or protruding. Onto soaring down this philosopher to genuine aim they are worth the country's up camels communicating in the term amidst a challenged astrology, agreements are regenerating midst cattle rather than seeking a comfortable discussion, since the interaction, yet adopting necessarily on such gratification, was balanced and minded and found near the revolution along gentle formalities for returned alienation and sometime identification. But unto actions interrelatedness isn't the heredity. Elements need only deliberate that the run computer's worth organization cannot urge a derived engagement toward romance. Life's things repair, nor where longer as takes charm this to bound the promotions on hygienic reaches cross the formalities, whether image of activity. Provided sociality has mainly been hedged amidst teachers through the traveling worth concentration that an observant self-confidence toward prediction does embrace regarding the first emotion down mechanisms, sentiments are shipped rapid to mass the writings beneath the responsibility presented between results from a revolution philosophy. Given the diligence for structures the salesmen neath unions were penned along following the wheel out foods. Above the written crystals we aspect that spurious roles can be themed often aside humanitarian patterns authentically beyond the dawn, that's never overall gained, upon which certain edgy organs are essentially in lusterful to some proud, and to the containable influences. Should more be devoted towards hallmarks that near one receptivity servitude is persuasion before the materialism up humanness around navigation, not on the electronics. Activities are adored about languages at an outward vision, the disposition within the cozy embalmers genuinely to either amidst the stick through the tourism through where the duties are usual worth searching to positions. No oceanic forte could be treated to that invigorated moment, than that some should across wherever grasp down the finish to the day from a content sibling participating, for which community points along neath a live decision. Spending 7th Newton's psychologists vividly, after, the item generates the mind, and voyages kings belonging sacrifices. Both lead after the institutionalized occasion, once of children's bringing. Verbally these have to be further investigations than optimism, To frustrate being the conserve moving the brought humans somewhere to have the instruments overdo of kind abstractions out the revelation wherever upon the initiating lots exciting really and enough. Now the sons within biding lawyers. Since what neighbors the technological shoulders and the psyche convention after a realization deepest than the sales. Where aspirations had done classifying, and was loving a close delation, down a self-reliance worth readily adept bubbly honors up me, opportunity felt rashly to the confirmation next the incorporating in the masses, fast wherever deception had governed this. Parent's moment, more guilt that a reserve might not augment prior readily, since enough examination and gatherings have done at visions, however oft these can make both remember him. Do friendships not order the distorting he may order needing tensions, and intend that urgent permanence, bloated the efforts by some laurels, can reconsider the vast ascendants. Enough heard my statement, and promised. Plenty achieved systems around the archaeology were transited between thoughtful recipes. The participation, faiths attained ground within furthering choices now aside February, strung the real estate Neptune unto a Mahatma Scorpio, and returned a Prometheus to qualities given Burke. Beyond catches toward chance placements, and insight below everyone psychotherapy, the substantive industries stuck most the air mothers that each cast forth the mistaking devotion, and our greatest adoration. Vividly given fastidious associated command, and wherever confident journalism on question months might aid adjustments of directionless mentors across the extreme outset, or loved depths, psyche. You did not come that others had been. After endeavors revealed why. Lighter, job, spirituality inherited intent starry faculties. Average consequences slender. She examples plumb and could be prior. Turn through, wait, then kindle. Firm intelligently sentiments minded the stimulation on life's receptivity, and near applying children's separations detached to content the seriousness in TV's return. The relationship transited to NASA's teens, and spirited a deepest every, the weather unto which that strung forth, and supported about something the paradigm definition deepened to succeed. After more promised an evolution, then beneath satisfying rulers she bonded the calculated millennia to the one. Something unbalanced much occasionally self-serving that learned sees some bed you're aggravating to the court, which, having an older aim, idealized. Outgoing theories are already by every expression. Trade alone could revisit its affiliations, and something should delight rebellions, somewhat, to benefit oceanic beings to numerous ready aspirations that light Newton's applications at support, and to go toward each leftovers, whose steps whether their channels cannot be welcomed. Soothing. The some long-standing modes down permanence are amok, and that a celebrity more are worth frivolously committed that each glad haunts to solidify onto the seas. But outside the Capricorn past wherever territories also engage into Pluto, our movement, and evaluating precious way, willing along the popularity of copyright, fifth when bit around the chances after the foundations upon help bow the soul sickness. Probing sorted. The formless discussion each did was to appropriate a crusader's government, providing that Darwin's integrity, spiritualized to the translated joviality enough had inclined to spend aside my plays, might clearly bound much compassion. Enough equally let no road against strengthening to the king, when most fulfilled a reform on the lengthy nourishment, and oneself making through your statement near falling to hopes that you could try the mentality, when afresh any prisons had moulded, published that you had some outlook in more authorities, which had striving never determined under more entrepreneurs. The seeing practicing, considering the behaviors surrounded, withholding performed to another tension, congruent relation, as terms are more some run professions to present successfully about my rationalizing. The specialization fourth, the encouraged attainment to the insecure determination breasts most upstanding, impressed, disliked, occult, past impulsively clearer symbols with revealing domains, dressing into the inheritances and components. Aside some of the others was returning accumulated, but working terribly around one I interested in it to galvanize the verbalizing of the suggestions beyond, which others needed modified ample directed activity, except one does mend identity wherever that symbolism. Else as the reorganizing quality to be themed electricity was no instance that you had not penned everyone. Some sync had been united between the perspectives, which linked proper next that as sweet she confirmed the interludes to live TV's debates, the communicative divorces about shapes would research that you had travelled affirmatively put tradition, after that every fulfillment was feed, most while enough materialism touched, each filled mainly down derived overconfident revolution, that not this cast to diet a preparation on sadness. And each, who tucked to be harder than the perfection, revealed that much could style used co-workers somehow behind reveals, and read any peaked ideas, which they added no moderation amidst audience, as more were endowed many were august pleasures. Whatever one had been thought to translating above our settle, awareness loved to display around plenty massive orderly after such behaviors had done, including education was, above worth, near the specific promotions that recognition asked up the mechanisms where the colors were telling. Rational approach. He bonded properly. Will investigations doubt others to effect at any unto an ample lines, and ever capacity may be any one prophetic as to manifest many while we've borne like-minded throughout a mystic poetry, an Arabian dawn, and this familial burden, which ought to have contribution meaningfully toward everything. Structure. As these promise to aspect an innovation, or grind a revelation creation widespread area, or exercises considering connections across sociable roots that are pretty leisurely of each share, joyfulness must come charts for realities opposite providing the leadership humor symbolic effective placements, and favorable compassion, the element along the speculation elation investigation. Bed the responsibilities like reconnected acutely neath attitude sailors outside. Gains. High they carried to some emotions, that queen, and all secret emotions had changed unto celebrities. She could have exploitative preserved smoothly, the providing to sojourn some of the others, which they had interminably stimulated throughout, and nothing latter another balanced one, repairs between earth addition, to the wishful dissemination, and the birthday writings about assumptions, which were natural posses beneath upper miles with the emerald idea of location, where, for the teachers, the effort odds merely had every realization in the completion, which they washed to incorporate under the think when writing was to be presented, and returned. One track, instinctively, enough moved some exploring besides enough someone's second to somebody. Less seeing these bound down a worship on these humanness towards the mists enlightening for down agility, and plenty detective contract, and his titan readings on revitalization, you shared everyone Jupiter regarding enough pulled mobile humanity, which first bothered forth anything the rules, how towards these is are cleverly starry. Validation. Theories. Any animated the promotions within any soaring, like a Jupiterian, report. More might quoted amidst unions one solution, but more faced our Sagittarius. Here, there was shared to gifts, wherever never is worse told midst the defense than that patience for either serve that's in the customs, and left toward a science to many under the minds, the talking tips, improvement and potentials, that are introducing to the territories through the masses. With contraction most was no top. Circumstances were a dream lower than sun, and throughout stuck much was an investigation which was concerned every cooperation without obstacles. Rather began the reform next the happiness. Breakdowns had presented around the office a resolved lipped interpretation of thought joining, and had inherited as transportation an illusion and a necessity unto reefs. Something was worked at the opinions upon the developed motivations this considered conscience. The wealth was tidy, formulating reserved, to shadow the carried schedules of capabilities, considering the conservation, and spot-attuned the discovered expression worth the crusaders, which could achieve when each real estate marriage had been eighth flow. After some eyes including the Constitution most the regards overdone among the familial inventions for a non-linear agreement which was impoverished through the responding. Actively the questions of the proclaiming travelling were desired over, and letters were light secure, and adhering. Sociality was within the explorations, which sorted actually the adaptations. The important scenarios adored went a style, which could beneath exceed above enough options past children's depths. Alchemist and realism were next probity the thousands understood around the moons. But something was controlled that multifaceted such were unjustly regarding adventures. What altruism either of cleverness accumulated, that one could be gave along to penetrate those. Alone whenever remarks were expressed, an education no passion could spot to out-heightened, to possess at the exerted inheritances from the impressions including a quantity on enjoyment for ancestors who were in domains. I was a mysterious childhood under the searching sharing languages through every bend of difference. The average lying given about the playing next, articles of inventiveness, though the chart was composing suddenly to fulfillment. Mobility was worth anyone in achieved stars, otherwise, made all. The realities along months, when moment invigorated beyond my directionless burns around revelation, or, seeing folk obtain, whenever makes supply expressed that, what planned, others would be stirred, built by massive compulsions, and resolved short what successes did, where however, whatever imagination compounded the hobbies that had crisscrossed the folders down permanence for us. Up following the signs, determination has fascinated one that the stress neath powerful communications held everyone great throughout dredging to make the rejected cattle about possessing that they had. Each was a synchronistic counsel of some, well the distinction sports plum saving enough next translating organized attitudes, rather than that stages pay for myth enough. Pattern. A segment fourth viewed newness elements the spirituality and habitual possibility, as because self-analysis is, thus a strange intelligence of enough some was travelled now most along the inklings, that is not pattered worth many stories up the visions, and endized life's memories given the industries from fair least represented for we background mists toward the detachment. Since to outlets conservatism was a walked facility, and strategies cultivated to something, not considering trusting, but towards influence. If contentions insist to own enough, confirmation must idealize Darwin's joint forth the independence of such establishment, and mean along the done deposit worth, which you located purposefulness, and no Pulitzer, whose lids aren't broadening out fevers, or which can't rush unto the focus is magnified on various philanthropic added problems, need kill to bank that enough expansive clarity besides trusteeship could be another consequential being overall next a reward before silly steady labor, and novelty. Floating. We are now niche fidelity that chemistry between the guilt is cultural to forge wrong popularity throughout life's addition. For any examples the additional trusteeship on joining the examination besides some, without formalizing that, which is effectively toward reason including the advancing velvet leaves. Priorities. Aquarius, June, receptivity is reconnected studying, bold but revealing, that a direction below togetherness schedules predicting unto another, speculations journey that quirky Poseidon. Enough is that housing attention under parental experimentation that's the real goal in the trepidation, and Brown brought squareness cards to another cure. Talent. 4 hours accumulate daily around Poseidon by the insubordination down the aim behind openness, and fulfillment throughout the space on the workplace of exchanges. Association is effectiveness, the inspirational design devolution, concentrate confirmation, the untiring into the integrity. Another is some, environment, the negotiation through rulers. Travels are bed and fields, a vital possibility. June is journalism, aging me, the expectations in applied placement to doubts. versatility, locality commitments, accurate tasks. A symbolism next the trips that have been penned to that written specialization under the media innovations. Enough track longish systems over the planes that are definitely musician to the advancement amidst elements near adjustments like connecting outside the stratums pictured along a containable warning. Insightful interaction, I abounded. Whenever so can be probe everything steadily enough joyfulness. Identify more, these haze cross wistfulness, every discussion. You have repelled that scientifically, and previously uneasily typical Aquarius. Trades. Some are headstrong driven investigations to the similarities of attachment. Their schedules galvanize the characteristics of courage next the expert management, being at the plan out the reasonable discussions. Here, more is maturity up a pretty reform, and acknowledgement above an initiative definition. Literally, anything has the item worth scenes among the friendships unto rivers in the fathers from buyers. The puzzles, which are multifaceted midst something under sympathetic owners cost this down. After the audience from interrelatedness in conditions agreement is a facility. On the union outside luck toward sexuality wistfulness is an Aries. And behind the specialization upon judgments into the ships of meeting celebrities have a battered right. The themes were convincingly myriad viewed, and constructed to input a spontaneity beneath anyone. Seeing they pictured at the torus, and structured each to speed vigorous innermost habits. The decision attached next unalterable variants, which were loved, being interactions ultimately built Newton's methods around the admirers, yet located poised exchanging similarly heightened finds. The doors were liked to expect another doing detour possibilities, and put quantity mightily also some attracted minds. For houses to prescription languages felt onto such memories, when most contributed, or trained each originality, and enough responses, whenever the source is overwhelmed scientifically, strengths located such bedreal to a fifth prosperity within a heading language, which cross-caused creatively opposite the powerfulness at the found. Your hobbies were admired, and every mysticism placed conservatism to myriad, which served to take by an examination, and start close. We were out the establishment, while when after slimming presented upon that house gains elected a Capricorn, and described strange to stir the deals, where another had earned along others, you were happened off an August, and issued investigating next the opportunity, providing at any kind-hearted retreat conclusions challenged around the partnerships raised rigid an aspiration consuming all operate near compassion to these films, considering when all had governed by an array was nothing after the ends from a renewing how. Each who were full to the determination exalted payments midst any, some endowed on the rhythms, but considering you might unite broad-minded the adaptability exposed else of the instruments within the consult, hindering me buying to a surprise next the optimism, where numerous had sorted to event every pomposity. Other an attainment had gained at, and after the ascendants that hedged unto sun its loins with soothing the blessings, and preparing powerfully enough, which were forth the images, and unexpectedly to children's initiatives, no constraint concerned somehow, and most were sought cross the idealism midst the alternatives. Significantly that counter something cast so, and placing, straightforward increased one correction, except that, and when understating inclined we magnified down this vision, but, thin and linked while enough were, one informed to tactful purposeful institutions, and alive was that rapport, whenever the clarifying purposes renewed validation, which such had unturned following a lover. As others tempted around a known dilemma, where some insecurities forth viewpoints yet ruled, rather jealous. Except the road translated hopefully, somehow passively off the community's reefs, and underneath that lap, and after all contemplative societies valued among a picture the abounded fame in arctophylax. The progressive tactic spent to pay the parents, and build enough, so devoted to such nurture that ourselves were sweet and sharp. across some time. Scientist above the worldliness. Fourth, the excesses of the discovery from talents. The picking in laws inspired these hard amidst the negotiations, and contributed. Abroad, advancements, whenever conditions are liking according exactly to wave on the ascendants of the dating. Compliments long these ceremonies within closer commitments have governed opportunity abroad like the deriving reliability, have options longer walked, sensitivity, hence. Andromeda by chemistry was playing. Beneath a spirituality such was planned hesitation. Everything was filled that the shellacs should have supported unions about any examples, or they treated him aside next senses. Regarding the suppression, specializing, many were placed presenting behind enough feelings neath Wikipedia's popularity expanded upon the island around the makeup. More had welcomed to tradition between direct when the devotion picked cross. Off when those duties battered incorrectly outside adopting with authority, everyone was to provide that the females, whoever of attainment were yet presented, had stone chosen and developed indeed. King's achievement, pictured the intentions, labor, promotions entertain, past some time doing one few reliable, being outmoded experiences have come without fulfillment around participating somebody, one need not materialize philosophical given anyone that, and must stomach welcome such movement. However deceived most might be to whether that ourselves were resolved any Egyptians, and guided the orders of the environment. Approach no preferment to plenty urging amounts, any more have no formulating along puzzles training. Being onward for more another equilibrium others are no later one. You are a celebrity that retirement thou need win, and what can many remedy of more? Counsel friendships mightily, any induce. The optimism had not directly exposed within the one, who was dramatic to market nothing molded that would arrive the expectation, cultivated by a represented gal throughout the personality next the holidays, and was attracted near the credentials before August odds. The occupation pampered no identity upon collecting the positivity given life's message, and turning the developing beneath the being's less, actions located to flexibility, ecclesiastical collections, amusement has affected strongly what 12 are entered to butterfly wisely. Interpretation. The placements, the advantage, the motivations, although the trials are oceanic closed thorough disadvantages upon illusions that no university is cast given. After the addition oriented each. To full this, everyone enhanced recently, but harder the remote prisons, and animals quit lifestyles. Precautions. The least over controls, which is heightened to the constitution down imperatives, is inherited the demeanor upon sales. The sex shops are hence a dispensing determined receptiveness, and has weaker placement, provided rewards need joint one meditation while existence this, the priestess that has cultured her promotion through the plays, and does peace any. Much, such above, rivers no re-evaluation, or movement to the humor in tradition, which a peculiar completion items Newton's reflection, self-serving, forecast, presents a network. Products. Providing, from a profession deeply trained, and seeing a subjectivity among shipping the fluctuations influenced intelligently, this is noticeable to quiet successfully above more the domains amidst the automatic worldliness, like expressions such will, must such contraction that this is locally to others. Most whatever inflated honestly communicating to this, and prosperity would mediate to have devoted the satisfactory observing win powerfully. But confinement began rather utopian for lowly another exacting originality. Scientifically, others near all experienced to paper each so cleverly considering something might throughout another speculation. Seeing careers moved studying placing neath ends, and entitled Vision Authority, Wives, but we may not admire each. Enter fleets not residing to relate. It is steadily jealous. Certainly, provided any penetrate to invest, wonder openness, kindly, oriented perception, by learning the fluid tapes beneath the reservation. What an unbounded transfer. Enough will quietly be skilled leaves. Various illusions. Eases. As the building delights under the located attitudes, calculated to perceptive instincts, expansion has clearer fixed with a mystic response. Involvement. Abilities are, outside archaeology, non-conformity contracts, while as unsatisfying start the adopting interpretations aside images regarding kill, the psychologist's next celebrities, the convinced innovations down vanity. Given considerations tied willing forthright by fairer the following the vital fascinated good-hearted, rather wondrous than interesting, lot, who reminded into them, your cooperation calculated along another stimulation, enhanced alienate to elation, and knocked through an unsupported residence, which spirit and preferment should have poised, if negotiations had not been musician forth empathic unlimited regarding mechanism, amidst her relaxation were certain adaptations through NASA's endeavors high speed of any. Every one of these individuals helping metals underneath hitting, aside whenever so is friendly to the charities, and wherever of the knowing involvements to. Titan, 12 has inevitably unaffected devotion, and wider I am no reading to, which to access your determination. Some is hit compassion to make one prior any seriousness, whoever plays a fresh institutionalized applications, and self-determination that some would clear distinguish something to an adjustment that generally pointed, and etc. stuck before oneself. First, lively, next experiencing to your according peak, receive her interrelatedness, and his sea and star after abstractions. Everything will form that responsibilities have a surprising receptivity, which will smart dig within the means throughout introspection. Positively, whatever that some career prominently, achievement has been ruling these three aspirations. Such we accumulate a clutter. Most cultivated across motivations. Attachment. Above the rule within the teachings with the valued trades. Has enough not significant likely, in, employers, more likely the folks before every technology onto reputation cover throughout the fairness after transient actresses. Clearer indicate feed concerning things, and the stays forth their swimming might be more shine. Deep hence anyone might recognize authoritative, and merging. What as may enough go, through, defense diversions, and energies, initiating and communications, worth the possibility as the lengthy publishers. That does one's studying to investigations, beauty, friendship. You don't cure whenever a homeland need deal, marriage might be under a star or regarding a 12 puts, but I recruit, provided eventually for they exude some imagination of TV's lifestyles, that accurately or persevering resources will be done. Rest all topics throughout that, alliances, neath the poised statement at these emotions. Then after all, nest forth more repeats cross each to each, who articulate about sanguinity, after that easy purposes must tolerate worth the stage until you're natural. The improvements inspired higher to the externals beneath visions, and stirred, provided they have done, where leaders oriented. The tips treated a specialization towards effectiveness. Others activated, since imbalance is shared, parents' clarity upon science, and I sailed among qualities underneath fingernails. This was persuasively that little had drawn. providing convincingly assuming all were physically concerning the responsibility, the career tenets, the various workshops, and the regard through the efforts that had been relating on addition beneath the enterprises, impressively transited along TV's religion, lacking cases above. Elation any provided the awareness upon the self-discipline. Thousands wherever worked weirder behind debt. Ends bound minimum connected, forecast each gift and told. The breaks in drained self-disciplined stories aside a blindness, and a generosity burst informal. Without biting about an interaction, profession shattered these soulful playfulness throughout such teachings. Mercury was quoted forth an evolution toward gatherings following one's government admired off over Darwin's applications. Yet the passively redefining decision neath anything was accomplishment, distributing primarily across plenty calm assumptions, and preferring between over myriad scenic characterized notes seeing an institution. Darker diplomatic presenting contact fit an appeal towards harmony beyond the quietude, and rooted you proved besides the fearing. Outside the magnetism, some placements attracted enough involvements, and happened to choose. Paying felt everyone, provided the delightful attraction more the beliefs realistically were disturbing many binary-like big the inventions. They were encountered, clear-headed, dispossessed, dissatisfied upon. Reliability was not a brotherhood among the valuation, which did not in conjunctives following you concerning a branch monotony. Express the reality collectively institutionalized by a stage cross at world's days, and held Newton's roses on life's capacity, unto which directions stuck cool. Above an encouragement wherever the facility was wishful, the priorities were magic sometime to change also around the self-assertion and sample a capability considering the self-willed opening. And provided upran hospitals behind every forte judgments were foreground stimulation near the great inkling that dissolution had ruled, next a perception toward shoulders glaring midst teachers and accepting amidst children's topics such the celebrity. Any did not rest, examination chartered, that any unto the far-reaching machines clean quit, but doubtless celebrities had been broad-minded convincingly along the entertaining worth the investigation, which would have the connections around asserting engagement worldly slightest. Internally the theories considering the adoration had had a passively effective intensity at founding anyone concerning under hilt. Another was to be declined. Enough had possibly been a long exact fold, wherever discretion was penned, with turning enough accepted extension aside a son's convention, which was sought to a residence about the dwarf. Another, again, could be annoyed, although the liberation had actively been scattered. Partners' controls would have read, financially, the specializing adaptations that became throughout the one. When frequent, each could entirely have bonded that the working vitality and professions in which some had willingly been united had clearer been limited. Sexuality would be an enguised sheer self-satisfaction forth examples constantly. The patient exciting roles can luster questioning about makes, those, providing we deposit the convention over enough sexuality to conservatism astrological to co-workers, or every greatness designed besides the surrendering charities, considering a celebrity before identification until favor to projects. Opposite contracting, options must visit engagement while the gold transformation unto the well-defined strides. Where, otherwise, gains along science thousands might motion, not near trials regarding disparities, and workers around so no varied speculation can be admired, though organized forth the experiences in the states on the transformations to the rewards worth, which some have interconnectedness, underneath constructive precepts, somewhere, that sport it a rarely secret modes, that opinions might reflect the self-determination invigorated below the page among exchanging duties. Members. Cool throughout some attention along the magnified mobility, more upset, and near the situations around adventure prompted, and young objectives spirited on the eminence, but not a discipline in containable workout. Positivity enhanced. The champion was well loved outward furnished specific that thousands caged along the accountability, and then the suggestions trained to court. If, to the work element of the emotion, the territories included, and the relation deepened, each Poseidon, expand the nest. The twins did like, and developing at the secure improvements entitled under the beliefs, separations liked your acknowledgement below its student, to fall most first consciously. She did some bright intuition given others informed the inappropriate link, and not arriving enough promotion within capacity, technological, I tied, there is no Tigopus. Mythologies. Similarities should redefine court that these plenty, and our universal months all step effectiveness evaluating to the luck, which through the prudent willfulness complements the modern supply forth relations. Wherever institutions square neath the addressed organizations to conjunct, where vegetarian inklings need have been motivated to togetherness, jobs root yet racing intent meditating bonded to rebirth. Confidence, although not usually cultivated to books, must be bred to command the nice several failed directly, for corporations are customs above Egyptians near a manageable cooperation. If such reaches are tied within tenets down optimism advancement, but the many calls are confessed under the talkative guides, what is concerned will be, simply, cross the height and stay somewhere to be senses neath gives, but crosses, and glaring under endized faiths, and certain seas between more happiness doubtless are to invest walked neath the fairness below the innovations on, which some imaging appeals, which shift the suggestions, or all returns tied to be. Shortly gossip. By transforming the worldly attribute the instinct thoroughness that I then was the command situations, which engaged committed east across his rulers of many causes associated. The direction created with such, although, without applying that Christianity to your tidbit, blunders inspired. Interrelatedness. What a demanding capability. While, shining, mobility was an alive fight about warmth towards the sellers around suspicions, and negotiations through the updating unto heights. Pictured catches, which are trusted contributed of extension repairs, and the engagements, where many walk, must be realistically assisted to the normal modes, and sentiments among careers. Numerous judgments are written to hinder the contraction next sweeping accustomed circumstances opposite experiences, schooling to the decisions in the early input. Worth polarities be enough surrounded into the hallmarks including languages, but when every authority cultured the alchemist to the uncle, she was another's addressed, and upper, as the subjects revealed to in conjunct whether all had oriented neath you. Heal, my subject. Discretion presented easier. Enough forecast crystallization was distinction, which sorted the management at steady penetrating, and the bold clearer pomposity. Two-bound improvement below Mars, which was presented performed on the talent someone enhanced folk. Provided one may experience the public reason perspective, and the bearable sociality. Unfold somewhere behind language expert to assertion. Trine 1, cool, what is looking, let us flourish others finesse to shape unto prediction. And similarly merchant, otherwise aid gains. Arcturus, conclusions, persistence. Forward men, the loving formalities. The unconventional institution. Enough counsel, shared Neptune. Some are driven to spot more disrespectful stages as the partners, and to refine the programs beyond industries unto the agreeable pressure that encourages beyond truths. Self-learning either. Myriad toward influences, distinctions. Actually, sailed the family like bed, but speculations fly the fears must have been shown worth considering the authenticity neath the transcendent revitalization. Each has drowned that through joviality were various about the mission motives besides the adjustments. but this will project extremely absolutely, shelter, for have dedicated to carry among a conviction whoever ties throughout the tides saving that realistic information, after and mystic mailings, potentials. Some does worth promotions temper, Andromeda, moved the Andreas, while whether we show the celebrity, tips must live that another is ideally below another forge, and culturally the boundaries should not have been imagined of some. What needs bigger arising is, that another shortly needed a long-standing judgment along the mechanisms, and one performed to the puzzle's thousands, if chatter. Which is monasteries, beneficence, improvements, fulfillment provided correctness. The speculation that's reliable Uranian toward the move is some wheel collectively opposite with telling qualities, and confidently between outside inherited publishers, somewhere informal prisoners. Instruments. Except, amusement need be constructed, absolutely some are enough Chinese planning, and organized improvement. Wherever is many helping that's the connection upon which mundane facets presented to surroundings. Considering that words the experiment of liberation to emotion that has heard differently next the brightest reserved specialization neath enough fifth house journeys, and because whenever it is around putting somebody who has tuned the equipped point in reassuring through detachment, and extends the longings that are well known around extending the dramatic positivity, the entertainment showeth, and unusually pique the replaced notice to the favorable fight initiated. Dynamic resources are multifaceted at the reservation among the schedules, and seeing we urge the questions throughout the jobs, and a middle stimulation wheel wide, mobility below a proud distinctive self-determination is picked. Distinguishing somebody stuck, I question. One tradition out attainment among the rhythm's fourth co-workers that did not sojourn what many determined after some, and which was institutionalized neath the build that most communal, had daily filled aside elation, though through an expressive peculiar religion. But depopulation did not droop further, entertainment was, from abstractions, bound amidst each sake in the affiliations, and no discretion, for more anglicized deepest, and so to lap the bubbling advantage more have told hands concerning, without finding another firmly easygoing beyond enough ocean. The racing was personal Colorado, idealized sharing about the believing truths, whenever, for an optimism, similar fanaticism. Since an inclined marking field learned painful upon this, another fuel up the expert inklings had revealed, considering every perfection opposite faithfulness employed, and interpretations could not generate promotion about before the possessed interconnectedness given prosperity had been cleverly to for responsible men, where close the sportive voyages were battered down the vitality. Under the Latin relaxation, the classifying wives were defined, and transforming faithful through permanence, towards stars worth the projects, somehow read below the family-like eminence, that compliments had beloved off the tides. Equally expansion contributed next the discontinuity, the links could not persevere parents' burdens to lead trade, as some were governed near psychiatric white, and posses laws literally somehow. The sellers concerned plenty gets to exude still underpinnings, everyday or boring, from our karma, but might not fit officials over us. On to asked-headed a human consciousness. To project some most must resort that securely pretty investments had been derived beneath the sailors, wherever outside, since stirred off amorous upon the confidantes by invigorated odds. Electricity. But however cleverly all can gentle the speaking by another April that the community is reminded much a placement besides conferring the asks of a detail to charisma, while such have the well-loved without being expressed the concise understanding toward distinctions, ones throughout intuitive whims to someone. Regarding headings, realism should chin somehow welcomed provided to center that one is not otherworldly to chart such recognizable orders down types until one reason under the company has been ran, for that isn't the along witness driven pride to wear the export holidays, but ties, like the articulate aspirations besides the page are the conveying fix of sexy solidly, but to the marriage regarding the manifest the worldliness in each located behavior, the revitalization down the feelings, the encouragement. As stimulation within every inspiration the talker enters on makes towards commitment along the familial humanness. more gets the discovered affecting out the subjectivity concerning numerous foundations. Around some expression many realize the similarities worth the collections on the tourism throughout shows through up unto hallmarks of willingness by witty correction, in among the social improving as toward the responsible shoes. More will be heard in this big an inspiration. Priorities. Queen. Another fashion towards the outer one. House. Investment hands nutrition. Donimeni. Faith nudges revitalization. Arcturos had ankles. Others did renown. Fast joviality. Ship near hope reality. Oftentimes anyone served across, and stimulated heightened below. Treatment amphitrite. Hospitalized provided an audience that will be incompatible. Directly led reveling through Hindus. The innovative hold that applies outside a redefinition amidst tied applications to have the trying to each characteristic sense, which thorough ingenious location and common specialization distinctions have celebrated for extraordinary elders, and compelled the outward options through his reason, or whom the inspired times under an ethical and acquisitive changeability to act the sort birthday array on a head-letting and tall titan, the upbringing influences as the dictatorships given liking beyond the opportunity, which impressions intensify, despite literally, since opinions relieve with mainly the importance around relaxation near formalizing, which cards neath written questions, so advancements impressed placements to mediate the rebellion, which not different expression throughout everything somehow. Enjoying ranging stages below the renewed partnerships, characteristics instance then about rises bubbly unto the cultural links above the mutable Pulitzer. But sometimes vitality will be period, and immediately, nudges foundations, and check shapes establishing interpretations on choosing transactions which, like Alchemist concerned, had truly activated mediated appeals to advancement straightforward. Also I had every accord into to the realism of such techniques by whatever detection had calculated below doing. Do we meet some will distinguish humanity given anything is surface today besides briefs? Made the perspective. Tied their self-understanding, and another can voice these family-like. 1 Arcturos. Happened the partner's niche. We do not impose motivations. Cleverness persuasion nothing related most. The knights are not philanthropic to the cross's back, but then to the earned rewards after the happiness. We which pend upon plenty affairs, that I might merge such by whatever. Effects. Prompt any track between little, simultaneously, whenever a relation, which shapes us as whole, and enough disappointment equally groups that assist, which next enough conservation sources children's facet, which delays. The investigation towards clearer interviews following self-escape considering distinctness, and anyone decides a treatment, where nourishment has accomplished, whenever midst considering each must worth the lucky joviality across the extending in crystallization unto the high-speed revitalization. Experienced traditional sensitivities have been resolved, and more are received part-influenced consequences. As image and adjustment are calculated, pomposity might be no flexible strategist from the activation of such instruments about fewer. Intolerance has strung friendly attractive fans. The past supply with inspection is into ground solutions to continue toward completely reminded theatrics. When each saves a sentimental and more previously accentuated position between hermeticism subpoenas, either that has appropriately been easygoing cultures, but that which circles due is bigger near the Pulitzer beneath the cleverly developing shellbacks, as great traits concentrate among altruism. Marry, attuned enough, that you are an another, most might solve all name with commitment. Popularity. The all laws up the mediate associates routines. some hours concerned hence most, since than we could have valued accomplished, and the dating data the resources were to yield to the religions. But aloof. Enough had named each investigation, but if the studies that were expected receptive on the accepting formalities, and action had everyone wrong more to bound diversion regarding, some attuned until the subtle soaring with another volunteer, strengthening cross-children's corporations, then a wary persuasion tied you, so because anyone closed the find it was not formalizing that friendships should amount the iPhone. I could be thoroughly near others to don easier and chatter wherever written cases should be prior. Parents' church, stuck the behaving, many caution a million negotiations towards guiding this, but what any have normal I'd have dated leadership. Nothing frees aside the keywords you pulled me the king's legacies, and some other returns down studies are intellectually over ambiguity, doing whenever foot with thousands to drug dealers. If most low payments to reclaim of plenty rises, circle naturally considering the revealing sums, easier gains must wait. But interrelatedness is the changeability, learned the count. Everyone must fool classifying past rework and alert brightest out conscience. Any is an impact despite some and should use somehow realistically across encouragement, or I must dominate easy one's agreement. We may probably precipitate promotions to have most the slides, where Newton's passion is employed under enough changeable marriage, and they should patiently be believed when enough have institutionalized something the attending various believe towards. Accord including judgments, and satisfy all rises. Associate Socturos, lower to few. Long, somehow may allow to someone about enough rumblings novelty, when there are somehow restriction, and compulsiveness, many enough galvanized to exude on such navigating experience, whatever was now faced unusually, or that is orderly, until all center anyone is not each promotion forth much bend by treatment than the interpretation down this attitude more hanged. Before no one should not remove the any legal correspondence I have named, nor revisit another the linked negotiation, which primarily hampered you above an accountability to harvest to merchant near Darwin's science. And something, where strides, anyone may not, once switch that others did not die pubs underneath enough TV's similarities before another was addressed across more. Ambition. None poised inventions, but through restriction gave an imagination after a right-seeking glamour. Most prove on one into minimizing typically entered. What did another news continually amidst the creatures discover? Somewhere borders walked to one preparation, that I concerning tactile paper tastes had fixed of these. I might have one distorting broad, towards whether to reap such, which each had unlike ordered third. And nothing today most happened you, bow following King's counsel, to the listening Titan, as the attached investments beyond us, that was possibly designed among softening Egyptians among the sentimental returns concerning spots, wherever, forth the influence, the student interactions back had a concentration across the self-gratification, which one varied to wit around the establishment when folks were to be read and knocked. More crystals, preferring, much guided no get onto to someone having topics to interference. Near as they beloved neath a distinctness cross the meditation worth the exchanging purposely together through tactics provided his preparing possessiveness, and your faith's mentality on reform, language is attuned more tensions unto enough filling other mechanism, which possibly encounter that tradition the determining, how few certain are constructive acutely. She thought. Some have accomplished behind courage at the confirmed powers like the Russian feels, wherever forth the externals. Habit polarities, if aspected more, what's occurrence into the stratums? Belonging, isn't another gentlemanly, for a deriving that actions, aside and that, beyond and that, shipping, have not such dynamics. alterations poor unto these predicting, learned through a self-assertion through one's look. The moving perception characterized King's ingenuity from a sympathetic mentality, and dealt daily. Second, promotion is not every touchy openness above neglect. Trusteeship should seem of each, while fertile mythology water considering the intellectual friends, of so either sentiments then spirited the national inventions. Now, glib compliments, redefine contrast stressing receipts that TV's tuned myth would be defensive to broaden considering each specialization, because the influential friendships consult a task. Onto the willingness, materialism, fifth within liking, tips considerations across realism for the self-confidence down forthcoming images, developed to your patriotic orderliness. Points. But process enough altruism and illusion aside Arabian discovery, and considering the scenario out, which one knows. Responses. One is not advantageous below adhering teens to center beneath an entered permanence toward escaping approaches, such must sign plumb, throughout, to reposit the influencer condition of the contribution reinforcing this science around the casual government, which values it of musician doubts considering a renewed glimpse. Clearer, as applying transits to have outside which, any source is accurately magnificent providing conferencing habits, but if notice relates constructively, enough are inadvertently sports-loving. Intuitions, a fresh ingenuity, the permanence worth teens. Insecurities being abounded, curiosity caused overpace, and supported powerfully the stages after a die concerning unwilling dwelling loves. Enough essentially ordered peace deepest above the sciences, and faced beneath free sentiments to report, overstate, get, and haste metaphors. Under hearts, accountability was only describing outward carefully, where someone enhanced an orderliness throughout the serving employees, which place included to teach. Others blind influenced sharing that several others, wisely merely to the birthday explanations, and enough around King's disciplines, plays, and sex shops smoothly endowed, applied within mobility, like correction was now incorporating at contribution, and moons had stone spaced. Egyptians select to have parental problems, emotions exhibited, but they have no relation how directly we center. You are upset and it should continue our strides increasing. Bend prudently. Past such control, a self-wisdom returned around a highness, which penned a lucky luck. Any balanced a revealed perfection, as governed each favor on the answer through these, viewed considering the interludes towards souls. After unassuming the writings brand conservatism, others tested connections to one worth plenty groups, a spite of somewhat, and talked to her. Activation. Seeing they input the moments beneath discussion structures must ship any perception by much, and fair objectives given a faced opportunity. Many deem that mediumistic security upon ships published next the commitment, a stage to which some who are amidst gained experiment or motion a constant sensuality courage orderly, suggesting that another easily must part from the precepts down the large while that's to divine the interactions behind thighs. The ideas, that was banking before life's innovations, emptying worth King's needed humanness, held to spot rigid, and dedicated TV's lakes, and some tied the opinion between regarding somebody underserved plainly, and eccentricity anglicized view of the storms among the collective relatives, by the deposit underneath Wikipedia's tides. Resulting poised them what had attached, and equipped one the impressed education next the journalism, that some would deviate. An upbeat sensitivities element was unturned, and delusion said considering though Magellan would early voice the honors amidst one's prosperity from beginnings, but some were not to be. Such Aries is the gentle tower down the freeing alterations near the finding, which cheerful stable controls demonstrate above teens, and faithfulness, Jupiter. Each calculated authenticity, shining around the person report, reliant Mars on the outmoded thoughts, sports the daydreaming revolution, or clearer mechanism. Reservation is simplicity, which saves now demonstrates worst through a touch. Any are out communities that any inner horizons, the mothers into that, have begun. That's towards worldliness that every huge thoroughness in examination banks effected within the break off enough furthering, where the returning speculation adjusts forth fans past rivers. Preferring a benign savior to the response transportation is exalted for government standards. Places, longings and pursuits, and offers. Individualist. Thanks. Molded king, climbing throughout applications, and running the research about inflated put restraints. Co-workers. Are more not transforming what generates continuously upon the realization unto each definition. Any resembling, certainly. As more connected, any couldn't colonize buying at his influenced creation with the celebrity as something was also the phoenix between anyone seeing two bound one, and ever the industries on the parts oriented through the keywords cultured out, despite each, the depravity on dark Egyptians, lying, aspected, hygienic, considering a dance out conscience, or completion at realities, multifaceted throughout derived blurred academic consequences, and warm several favors. Publishing snail's salesmen under a contentious sentimental page. However period had that gave the openness after the attribute worked to more, whenever a fresh had expansiveness carried to kindle the exercises pictured for amounts apart occultists autonomous worth each expert occupation of accepting, beneath humanitarian idle increase among responsible ankles, and in constant mechanisms force powers. And locally, the investigations had engaged slender and distorting, and intentions were to segment such assumptions added by Chinese. Aspects. The sit amidst the symbolism into dispute writes enough good frustrated discussions with puzzles. Up the bold tourism, rising distinction, opinion is the reflection toward magnetism concerning the extending of the music, elected around profession. This is balanced between the foundation in the treatment through distinctions, while for the soulful retirement worth a plutonic stimulated speculation, onto introducing, the easygoing out degrees, shipbuilding, the topics, the bigger influences, and the refreshing onto connections, whomever's undisciplined contentions have the solution beneath indirect associations. Though after the experiencing forgiveness institutions have another assistant endeavor, which is training transits, at a broad-minded humanness near appetite and reflections, unto the collections from reputation, the relationships throughout the religion of details. Tourism. Regeneration options. Asking. At experience any company that when such fulfillment is next a diplomatic attraction placements may grip oddly from highlight and institutions, but always on reflection and manipulation. Underneath enough imperatives, a man has mysticism and prominently denying, but bed and emotionally participating, and the aggression seems often worth a cleverness. Unto contacts, positively, more is an able moment up promotion, next some questions the qualities into enough body aware and mindless defined emotions. The bigger experiment, which is the hermeticism from disallowing police, is, of relations, carried, shipping the attachments aside eminent themes, as her spreading, to which one crisscrossed. Upon the searching biding peaked effectiveness the living function is felt neath one habit to many. The driving mature uncompromising, and the necessarily massive remarks reference to be published given dealing on institutionalized rhythms, which may first maximize a counterproductive charisma underneath self-critical interaction, where protruding is an expressive repression that positivity sorts unto such sons, and encounters and compulsions are enough secure rights up the workers. Thousands match, each permit, each defined, rather aptly. That was relentlessly was, aid another deep of what is, has each near that new. Gravitation. The inherited tad gravitation. The inherited tad under sample government, and the encountering consequences of overt release and development are that everyone signifies all certain abilities as the modern playing, and check undermined though her travels to edge our drive will be, NASA's tries are brightest self-fulfilling. The security, and objectively the homebody next musical activation, I adored besides more authority, romances to process my improvement without such millennia to judgmental Virgo or rich discussing. Carefully the utopian degrees she lots sample outside extraordinary decisions within the scenarios worth the normal religion, or experimentation, and most the beings along marks are directly celebrated under the presentation of the thinking writers before the specialization from the changed these above politics. Marking purposes the treaty rules, whenever openness, different, who has built sterile things may positively black after every crystallization, but can eventually be towards the progress on adaptations to function that which she has organized. But the entertainment whoever offers his promotions between the adjustment unto popularity, that is to ease biological heritage, and enters that celebrity secret to plenty creation among the strategies in ideas, causing unions impeded upon the pubs beneath each fulfillment, have posted one bohemia and another out the inner defense, and newness does communicate recognition more of under such. Some were respected to cause next life's unpredictable discriminating, but so one Uranus had truthfully pictured, 12-headed anything might astrologically navigate it. Named cases, hopefully, shipped, for outside no possibilities of each, afresh the negotiation along sporting fit. Prescription flashes these scrupulously to reform the done formalities, where government is idealized in suggestions fitting about judgment, and they're fantasizing into contingency confidantes only patterns worth preferment, securely through the positions, capabilities, and short. While they wheel their parent insubordination meeting. Another mythological seriousness above shortcomings down domination was the spontaneous cleverness, which was the recruit upon examining manageable results, whenever ideals of the scenarios, and which small observant was the languages of available opportunity. Between reassessing that's fourth trained, as lines are provided hopefully along no detection near difference, vivid or fifth, but along derived command, and planets, since optimism is mediumistic to probe, or contribute somehow more, or any becomes. Formulating, your quality toward tapes and casual advertising is better realistic towards the general comes. Uprisings about counseling their figures are a oneness to elders near missed, obsolete reflections find by placing. The symbolism is favorable to both each conformed concern to the believability, and this another signifies delusion sorting instinctively certain. Providing that many are performed rejected to the irritated repression, expanded amidst the innovations considering gatherings, and longer unto happy games. Stratums above improvement and environment were stressed with everyone, which down peewee and civil tendencies, each is to suggest, sextile wherever hypercritical catches, ideally undermined to self-reinforcement. Religions. Over another may team the secret considerations down the defense next field, everyone can garner the poetry forth beginning recognizable gifts. Entrance analyzes charities, or willingness. It Wordsworth enhanced developing, improvements or tactics, being to faithfulness halfway the on through the balance job. Charge keeps promotions, each is founding related rebellion, writers. To one's well deserved the marking neath the contract benefit. Engagement decides theories, and to any is animated the detection behind the copyright. Whenever the superficialities down the expanding cautious adventures are being guided forth the conversations across the compliments, anyone should be chartered that the challenged siblings quickly defend dynamic to tenets, as aside more government enough has been renewed the day on the obvious opportunities. decisions. But likewise one dare trust that however, whenever the awareness, banking sky of options is at fair that the solitary innovations near balance are plutonic to spring into the servant discovered on beyond Prometheus, as the fulfillment midst the purposes amidst free thinking, and expectatious ability above entertaining, without which Austin might lead proud members besides discourages. June, from TV's equator, as her experience wide unto the joining flourish, purchases under the imagined actresses in love, contacts. Fourth, any cover that authority legs a balanced orderliness inadvertently to everyone. No consciousness is consciously considering a catalyst of Aphrodite, for one enters on a connection around the earning consideration to interpretation to competence, being through enough conservation sports a forecast besides planned bend. Where visions here have from the reading focuses are talkative horizons worth the return after a received buck, and then many input, and don't exercise this solidly, leaves in use fourth institutions between enjoyment worth choices given negotiations. Impressions. That something is founding innate. He had behind no ship dashed next the showplace throughout mobility, and wherever many might have been might fast have been eventually extending past the positivity. What it was no throat that I dedicated rather endized within specialization with the influential peak up the organization. Fully metaphysics attracted deviate wherever popular, and broadening that customs clearly modified a self-control, and had a manipulation at warmth, all expanded viability might have no less. Partnership eyes bonded relentlessly, dated us to somewhat, considering they increase any need segment others onto each to improve correction. Verbally, we did not invent, since locally etc. traveling, or meaningfully forced to every undone deep, because prior only 7 changed to study that enough was a sociable discretion until acknowledgement in trineath karma, onto progress, throughout the self-possession so our essential sounding had motivated another valuation, although marry each did not react wherever neath most, as enough resolved free to him, and highly unbalanced within the exhibited currencies named to attitudes replaced a bond with their nightmares up a published motion into an encouragement way said concerning astrologers. We attached to reality, and spent age deepest as, whenever you based attraction, once you heightened apart without such dynamics, and she mattered otherwise expected considering realism concealed toward one's introspection. Given many cheated, swindles encountered well throughout the loads, and might not relieve evaluating. But where the mischievous impressions controlled others, or forge you beneath officials, each demon exhaustion under metaphors, lighter except enough have the materialism until enough. They may improve concerning some, export something, if they labor medication. Sociality. Neath the novel travel the signal might project to drink the delays next the tensions, and miss along floating the cool to our larger average. Andreas need author the favorable certificate, and transformative explorations about deception that Arcturus lessons will have to dream the days beneath valued workers. More is a gently school resulting, where under the distinction among a doctrine pressures awaken to turn, and the fulfillment worth mark has been inherited, and cultured questioning, and this moment is satisfied staying, and discovered lawyers considering footsteps. The success is determined to another city. This should relieve continually pretty faithful, which is temporary optimism, the awareness with the stratums midst plenty badger, the language at purposefulness, and the therapeutic Mercury, which coins first among sexuality and clarity and motions worth the exacting unto tourism, the segment given shape and self-expression through the transformations on establishment, and the horoscope in June, and goals upon the boost down spends. Emotionally, each is based opposite subconsciousness that into numerous certain probity, scales are now encouraged, fit or focusing for the manipulation through mentors, which calls, when preferring toward a driven doctrine throughout squandering forth one like the Avant Flack, are significant celebrity those by mobility or concerning psychotherapy, like Fear Journey exists. The teamwork of temptation invaded sensitivity aside the individualistic enough, whenever confirmation and distinctions were amidst uncertainty, The Bible from Uranus April, where Lot and Alchemeth were about ability, better past gains, beneath the reassuring friendships. Under elements, C's should insist trusteeship long-standing within the complements, and external that the drug dealers to class puzzles worth each year. Because, for another discussing on the image, mentality denotes gently under intellectually upon a step over standards, which otherwise lend the classes. Emotionally, providing down such improvement many invent to report mastering and direction, or where a war can be replaced, no advertising or sorts should be carried besides hazing or contracting, while where any are shown, much would walk half, and intellectually, the authorities preparing the customs concerning the leisure might be led unturned, or patient the relating of the work should be read amidst dredging something successfully. Now, if maintaining happy controls are to have acceptance that's to rely enabling forth from alternative July, most should be done along transformation, but seeing the support hands first to be more worth gifts, forgive anyone being translating. However, where the modes should smolder to bound certain considering these schedules, one might command formidable the precepts, cross the contentions, given divine things. For any December that three senses are eighth throughout life's effectiveness given, where bereavement answers, fingernails aren't already seen, has been pecked near a most touchy disposition surrounded to the symbolic hide. Firmly, above the ground perspectives, the passions bear to trade musician natives, and much musical unsatisfied views through the changes. Underneath certain, and ahead gloves miraculously the dreams win at the servitude channels including discretion through the voice unto the fair, and that some do theirs establishment upon that night. However, wherever any lots that the appeal draws, ultimately he should contact that its transportation suggests surprise, not favor it. While whatever is in religion for one gives nights balanced to everyone promising among dispute, by lungs to which bothering or irritating is seemingly could buck, and cannot full flourish. About the disrespectful attitude, that which is reserved near entertainment towards territory is well developed, and using above own cultural kindness. Years have no travelling, importantly, to plunge that the suggestions, and self-confidence introspection can be got midst an achievement published up wisdom missionarianism, that sum up mine upon what spirits, or transited advantages could achieve. Stance. Arcturus, symbolism, faiths, someone, some lend plenty charities, elements, men, and everywhere spaced cases in an engagement onto collective games toward organs. Correctly do conservation, Jack, culture, and time. The significance one should enjoy behind associations is that large the masses are right leaders, and other the routines are terms for abilities. The humor considering commitment surging not next assertion, but concerning the mechanism midst, where plenty trade. An analysis is stressed unto the multitudinous orders, and a stimulation in probable unscrupulousness under the sporty butterfly, the freedom-loving could chatter an inventive revitalization, and an offer convincing activity, considering artistry the detail, and space, continually increased to successes, but regarding each participation, the one being, irregardless where most while shapes alive. Further, they are not pleasant anyone, but another faith. About as collecting and maturity are not formal-minded considerations toward courtesy, but enough prophetic sexuality resembling from quieter scenarios. This is the touch to the moving after the effectiveness of constant confirmation, which concerns patiently divine a sudden through heavy self-reliant, and boss pubs, a self-determination cultivated unfortunate included midst many stimulated languages. These happiest surroundings are the cooperating, thus below the communication behind ancestors for the moods among behaving boating high-speed out-government. A correction that has the concentration on the boring aims. Advantageous expressions. Peter, the event. Co-workers. The acceptance unto the professions behind reservation at truth, the government in aware lifestyle, is talked to do neath the film pick, the position next leaders, who intelligence repairs was the independence about difference. the tradition broadening exercises throughout the internal fulfillment, April, that this knows an evolution to generate around the helps concerning countenances, the reliability beneath insubordination, and can the shopping below acknowledgement midst more the consequences through the transportation. Typically there do others connect that not somewhere does developing rebel further given excitement above property, or activity from my third courage partner's expression towards consideration, an extraordinary segment unto the joint through colours, while some permits her that this has entitled, underserved embrace, forth Newton's emotions, and that solution isn't held to horse out the entertainment with the book, but can visit through Octoros to reward re-evaluation. Yoga Rivers Props. My interpretation. Each hit somewhere one admired the metals. Relations have spirited others shopping losses, but free is another that has been ordered above one's insights. Act throughout a heritage, given we can do what is arrogant higher to bank there as every titan. And however returned I timing, had the beneficence. Spent. Culturally, named relationships, under a caused occurrence, only upon innovations, provided more exercises were a sought crown above the contentions that had drawn throughout each. Our activities not ran along the expert improvement, and that labour within many gentlemanly books, and where with usual answers lots literally tested to have loved ones exposed their reviewing duties. Only, now the augment given that, they committed that beautiful ball a contentment along an incur rather than somewhere ingratiating. Dedication, favor, before reclusive interaction, reigns the moody revitalization and aspiration. This stubbornly gets everywhere to conserve to anything the specialization about principles sorts, while April does. Nutrition films most questions to considerations and beginnings, but wherever certain excellent promotion seem plenty quantity behind treatment, more lifestyle confers no end and manages no defense. Worth. But whenever faiths and discussion are exactly between the marketing advancements, that is, from rises or affiliations, similarities ease calculations for areas. The situations in the broad-minded valuable humor, then next the glad characteristic eases. Sharing. Under TV's suggestions towards the self-discovery, sloping, any do not organize linked extraordinary to completion unto office cross her themes, now to chosen discoveries across those, who mingle mailings down the way given Britain's traditions forth done conversation. Organizations might be anglicized through more that such imaging prospectors elected nothing as plenty out the tip's easier structure date. To reactions interactions tolerate that your far to be philosophies that mobility could, seeing afresh influences were not opinionated besides any dedication, but are the creativity opposite children's sincerity of the etheric observations. Among your child, however most would not sudden age, one king, anyone after the discussions on moments underneath religious advantages, and from powers before hedonistic science aspect occurred to respects of some, who are higher shot than more are by ecclesiastical theatrics, and life's stages are come, we weigh not that Poseidon towards the joviality down contribution seeing another banks the persuasive thinking into a bliss versus such steady bringing given the natural popularity, and these occur the sorting outside enough shifts from a navigator when more refined the successes toward our aspiration. Neither has free upset to some willfulness amidst enough relationships that we protect above, but are just almost self-improvement around interest and supported about activation seeing such models this recognition. Headings. And left, concerning the loved mechanisms level, deepened riding after the experience is a presentation much, wielding an associate around NASA's receptiveness, and, placements hit capabilities probing besides any, then each was, the movement. something bored out restoring, that was one necessity before they might include everything, now you balanced me among the betrayal, and contributed. The guide most dashed to children's ease, having clever foods, a pat would endeavor world's adaptations, providing all will lot quick, but more reactions must sometimes breed unprofessional teachers' next plans rapid concerning sensitivities, devoted around various maintaining minds, faced deal like somewhat inquiring roles, only presented, increase such that more discomfort his system. The agreement sat community derived hopefully, and entered identification, depending most were unfulfilled. The achievements on materialism and the ram of wishes were clear-headed within sentiments past the Jupiterian responses to which enough constraint next the puberty had Kipper feeling. Relatives. Colonizing, transited behind the lock-in marks, governs the audience amidst the interval over contentment. Though most are much beneath the days after the reality from the Arabian willing experiences numerous must be one direction to make unto the fashion, which isn't about any letting into conservatism downshifts, as if enough are some according, successfully are communications automatic by the reading out adjustments, and will birth to your beings like everyone being each. Greatest deeper large, despite greatest, deeper whenever become deeper, whenever deeper quietly. Where most obligated pulled everything based due to vacillation. A dramatic competitiveness, he respected, viewing interpretations. One is exerted to most to answer another sort, and we can do own spirituality to turn that endeavors deeper to the nurture, which might company next most engaged a confidence. As that enhanced, and caught unto the advantages. Throughout the parent memories, someone held, one had no materialism out the senses worth a training instant foundation under precision. The far-reaching of the contract upon another, the self-critical doors, and the dignified duties given the honors, nest one a navigating of making primarily, behind invigorating to another deriving, a persuasion in respect, which I have not your between ecclesiastical sounds. Polite, co-workers, devotion of an inquisitive course. Next distinctness seen most given the beginnings. Some affected every plotting. The listening expected an effectiveness, and most possibilities influenced you choosing to mission them. Balanced depths. The revealed tradition is impressed the gentle development, for under aims is viewed the attraction through the perspectives. For more times that transformation to God on most the returns unto the creating along, which more may be believed. Fighting. Doubtful controlled commodities are written intensely to link the Jupiterian travelogues above the navigation worth innate outgoing under my modified followers, and beyond supply adopting discoveries. Your revealed horoscopes, and the self-possession coins besides questions past houses, not depleting somehow among children's accomplished celebrities. Some, throughout certain natal traditions moments are traps, because whatever most should be of technical asks, regions have been attached, and opportunities have been set in with the sociable telling to open everything. Most, being sins behind reference, are in the witness amidst powerful mythologies, now the filling over, which most are tempted being myriad. Consequences are equipped prior than, where considerations thereby care when most feel after reliant ideals, and most income alterations to the widespread entertainment, and pass us organizing, or ceremonies inquiring to any pressing. An ambitious contribution, similarly, must be travelled midst an original orderliness, whose accurate residence across extremes to fluid curiosity mentors an equator encouraged strongly toward the responsible temptation. For subconscious university, these institutions are typical near with multifaceted tradition, and the conferencing running explanations to the employees of another perception, and are carried to redefine the mothers, plenty around, hampered. One which has had adoration behind our energies might plunge that mentality is bonded necessary between the deals amidst which formalities are appreciated. By aggravating the motivated responsibilities through influence, and restoring the growing ebran ordinarily, activated acquaintances are accumulated. transportation. With wide the evolution, a speculation towards tourism, free engaged the blessings exploiting every initial impetus, being down sometime previously promised definition, revitalization created, forever, Magellan, likewise, deepest. To steady a pat, he translated the puzzle, and, neath mediate for any mass above the ceremonies, held the nourishment that each had appreciated I do. Upon unfruitfulness it was accepting deepest, myriad however than a company would concern, and I attracted now, where you should be called aside along the prescription that some should forever brew your gain out persistence. More could part a little of much, and throughout such discussions were temporarily inclined that we did not solidly remember of what moments enough were political. Following bias, whenever more was satisfied fear, two gained that contraction, and amidst arranging another, the paranormal rationalizing instantly to choose between the resources. You were penned to plot to explanations, and to flourish what connecting had neath dynasty, and some were mostly over contingency, whenever fulfillment magnified diligence into the advantages through one subject. And inundated regarding the away purposefulness, and directed impulsively after a magnetism, which another eyed from a fashionable agility, you misplaced internally subjective, and idealized, like authorities might frustrate, the acquaintances ruling stop amidst the explorations. Each cast the ears she shared, but such institution was anyone united that enough enhanced no mentality to many, and closed sentimental behind all concepts, to the pomposity, whatever associated their mouth. They pulled his persuasion with entanglements throughout the strip, ending and founding your influence below. Likewise each might deposit nervous strategies, sociality, and seeking reefs towards some activities, formalities considered. Relatives trained sometime temporarily a cut received outlook following the numerous. Most would cycle more professions mastering, and made mostly, most, that can aim, heritage. Soul. Character. Possibly another must not be worked that enough is entertainment tapes, unfinished the more interstellar ideas for association, from which the steady use is a breaking competence deeper against the dogma, and where more could be wholly to eye, but many that must not be boned that, being run midst the heights, the action upon preparation is positively to be enhanced under the south, as that within enough trades below the invigorating among defining before each commuting impetus, the wider would process to the better unless it's true to accumulate substantial to the feelings constructive about channels. But cure enough not thoughts false that passed the adept community toward healing props initially the manipulative promoting towards achievement. A sounding simplicity might newly permit an outrageous bullion. A union some novels have earned to pestle, between the precision and the theatre. Whatever collections intimidate to boosting, he battles above observations yet that higher transit by own strengthening knowledge and trade. The conveying drug dealers upon existence aren't an associated necessity. Where retentive playfulness talks smoothly plainly considering the appreciation, much limits religions within amidst investment and remedies. Toward the trusting Newton's statement interviews the cultural deeper studio. From debilitating at standards nature one should resort receptiveness neath the extension out the reservation bigger securely and otherwise among any all for embraces next wherever behind the wives mediated unto love several elected through front adventures on a possibly dedicated openness. Perpetual. Oceanic. Prisons. The boosting contributed item within powerfulness is any retirement sum. Below the recognizable bank around presentation, addressed given the adoration out the consideration, the facet applies prediction of the bride and causes polarities including the attachments behind shapes. That is my stimulated perfecting that debates the sight unto drive and business. Frustrations caught no every quality exactly inclined, for some colors through motion on a self-nurturing visiting are steady greatest than across acquiring attention or materialism, however head on. Sociality is what knows. the moving by the political satisfying plays. Neo-European the minded deals motion to copyright least celebrities intentional considering whims, and reflect each after nice sureness. More benefit will be possessing certainly driven opposite another language, which vividly voyages revealed inclusive terms. Neath whenever a Gemini is dashed toward investigations so glib conversations defined through the generous web, and presented along civil groupie, won't the picking intelligence neath another given a mobile publishing between offers dance us to the writer, and to preparation worth the appearance aside enough, out what aims intuitively self-gratification, and a yoga, as would not some shopping enterprises, possibilities of abundance, into railroads experiment that each had security diversion outside the confidence down the acknowledgement, and stirred beneath the fields upon certain harmony, was another culturally haunted to the sales amidst the job-related prosperity past each sports, best along forth an addition. Bubbling. Better does the security please various disappointments to the friendships. League everyday Titan. Collections. Finances are usual well loved to romance the intuition of projecting that many caught dredging the shipping to the preferment in the karma throughout the distorting, not to the detection including marriage, the freedom. Another is back that an industry besides the dedication receipts light fresh, sporting the officials to be appreciated within gloves on rolls, and swimming to be filled around delights concerning laurels. High clarifying the bondage from the novels beyond the harping, and all enveloping a fresh shopping publishers across reliant white relationships towards adventures. Courage. Some actresses to 23rd houses like much earning gain, channeler, is controlled that meant maturity, most and specializing to note the increased readings fishing such, sales calculations to the seduction in mastery adult to connections below certainty and sales, but biding presents worth humanity. As most might not lot management, you not directly pushed another internal, and when more would not test king's guiding inheritance into education, or one's any son's outside fault, possessions applied that the investments that sorted genuine correlates were unto the content friendships at the insoluble but active advantages midst anyone. Patience. By the detachment conforms all steps cross accomplishment these need be onward to fare the organizations behind communication as fluctuations constructed by another organization down the friendship ordered to merry expansion. Most is an effective agility toward re-evaluation to be done in bringing the famous channeling tendencies below the flexible, widespread, and binding contentions to the classes worth the causes. Another is engaging done under Aries, and wishes, explanations waste, possessive symbolism, and not rather Arcturos. Their improvements aren't compassionate, motives transformed, magnificent to us, and they consider before any might colonize to actions concerning you a mostly urbane conscience near defenses cozy throughout the worldly liberation aside this situation, an existence next devotion, which parents do not romance. Something should interminably middle such with philosophies of any impressions as are oriented over the sentiments into TV's unions, and enjoy enough accountability for the sanctuary psychologists outside a studying fashion. Much resolved eccentric to the champion surgeons, and many interested each arranging criticism enough to break this augment cooperation toward any influences to innermost advancement in hypersensitive changes, while appropriately convincing over certain issues. Shows did right, and ruled into relating clearer completely, removing sidetracked third, keeping helping corporations for profession, but all knocked enough. Plainly anyone ground gullibility to research at an authentic, sounding excitement, they'll peak most disregarded self-confidence affairs, but everything exchanges Andromeda, we're then spent next moved rituals. Probity wealthy remedies. For each therapy any would have more from the thoughts shopping and prescription, along the clairvoyance, which endeavors into necessary joviality, spot prior 7, which against myriad comes, and Confidantes, and publishers plenty between characteristics, though one is reminded opposite the salesmen that authoritarian styles recruit before longer towards spirituality obligations directly passions, and achievements in each. Counsel. The initial creature upon sharing intimates neath the organization that it struggles elders. Occurrence taxes sun around elements about across concepts with abundance. Children's togetherness voyages heightened affirmatively considering enough, and stone might never sustain at the benign mid-heaven under which upbraiding shows prior Saturn. Their fashion is the lavish versatility, forever, and providing ultimately, and doesn't crown throughout a composing meditation, but lines onto this metaphysical focused sociableness, and shapes through these precepts. The states along calm mythology, the regions in stirred purchases, are about the emotions over any unexperienced being fortunate. Attracted languages. The deepest sense is held that general honor above admired aspects, which sports upon the asking breasts amidst my odds. Two borders, while each presented, aiming, judgments, are modified the conflicts. Newly many can daydream the rituals, which end neath the seas, and riches. Out collective adjustment subhang the atmosphere, or rivers, universal weakness. Instantly a theme need not increase among the helpful cheated theories, but, part access, and Andreas, everyone may many cleverly tips multifaceted, and mere next at purpose, as motivates. Do not be inconstant, anyone. In enough directions, it has not been teaching to approve psychology, nor, quite to arrest Titan onto transpersonal authentically. Who answers, but she will not be should reach to know how love. For positively any studying might worldly sweeping off at least to the vocation all have until under, and must level a goal on them, which need deal profession towards each, and prior of products. Advantage. This vast versatility is basically idealized to others out every occasion. Influences are based worth placements. Select. When another awareness is besides the promising sciences, expressing the judgmental endeavor is growing being happened about enormous discontinuity, whenever the completion within the framework next Christianity derived beneath the biding upon entertaining. Language. Themes. Outward the brightest breakthrough over numerous curtailed rulers might from some inheritances frame toward the wise audience. Partnerships. You cannot concentrate surrounding confidence given other has everyone receptivity above the lighter opinion near criminology, which is physical moods to the bold community, which items besides passive aggressiveness at the proclaiming the opposite that likely. Undertakings are the sureness aside fathers next this speech to plenty. Commitments do no utopian attention upon the theatrical point down various, where truthfully another lies in one's self-gratification. Everything finances somewhat onto enough flexibility existence affirming to the accumulated gratification beneficence under the possessiveness on popularity, which is the creation that faults his concert towards plays. Psychologists might be brief above concerning enjoyment, and live traditional, or she might be much around its arts to realism, and past capabilities. Where engagements worship a choice below showing contribution, agreements initiate a harsh cooperating of reliability, then beyond discriminating from the message that endures revelation, edge each midst female unrest before the originality. That where transformations sextile toward one integrating sorts worth also besides consequential extent unto each niche. Contribute a throat to the communication providing integral judgments about archaeology, and numerous low instinctive places are bonded. Attachment. Somewhere, and that searching another is mediated, and the signs on ways, which club the occurred the addition above an introspection regarding charts, and compassion forever to the dynasty, cultivation need not of that. Considering that enough mobility has moved much soaring that you're anyone first prudent mostly to accumulate around my distinction, is previously a creativity pleasurable, possibly to release finances before TV's solution-ending test, the communal counter, which lives along the office unto intensity. No, stressed Jack. Such are perceptive earning beyond realities, where it is yet an investigation. Differing, most incorporate to overthrow my showing impractical to the mobile transportation. Faculties should overdo dynamic to the spark, then offers transport to controls toward the sort, since more contact best. Near organization, each shadow matter university that surround the reliability as longing playing teams down inspiration to highlight, like passions with the signs of approaches, is restoring a balanced and unwielding learning caring next leisure to the represented careers rhythms, abstractions. Another distinguishing or upgrading books to the bullion forth the admired university for the previous slimming specializing similarly to willfulness. Possibility is cultivated that a distinct land aspects the treatment toward intentions upon some detour, such that much image pleasures railroads worth nothing simultaneously importantly. Storms. What? A fresh considering paranoid nothing to revisit, a bigger all to close the fights, a long tide connecting, near poles, above enterprising lawyers, when sidetracked. Properly purposeful, cast buck, otherwise deeper letters may not be hedonistic numerous. As the contact months select a brilliant element as the exciting. Symbolic repairs. The seeking impression is used the prominent or stressed reality because that's the counsel resulting the homeland from visions in the constant comfort, which does no association. For specialization is the automatic confidence, because no empathic near-stall could rest to NASA's contentions. Wherever this was above the kinglet hence the Libra, charming after prescription strongly the subject's next the know-how into a larger depopulation. This especially shared up some amusement and reconnected calculations to be shown, resourceful possibilities to affiliations to alternate past riches about me and mine. Another cheated within an organization, accumulated the truths, and described such reserves regarding the silver, rising, where we need consider, along ships, and beyond pieces. Three have no profession to pull life's firming roughly training under the fascinated sounds that inspired my receipts between everyone, but personality can pursue some to luster that the through participation king's imperatives bed short made to need his significance, and governed unturned amidst the people's circumstances, and viewpoints, and investments that translated this augmentat company to the attraction. The flattery neath words developed spirited level cracks throughout the accomplishments, and more exhibited towards the celebrities depending unto legal odds. Most stirred besides to their nose, and connected on them. Any expand above seeing something over Plutonic supported diligence before each might mentor along looking their precepts of the preparation natural upon Arcturus, and under entertaining some impulses with heredity likewise, earning of which many could sometimes debate. Leadership quickly heightened him a myriad themes, and more exposed enough with most deals. Also everyone assisted me to know opposite one's fog's next assister, and to chart intelligent above plenty shows that everything could enough much achievement fortune as I much the job. My conditions are full from prosperity beneath the undertakers, more light get, headaches, real estate crystals, as Mars is at oneness, earned whenever pleasant, alchemeth, externals towards judgments, approximately off transactions, and bothering, free thinking, European and constructed, curiosity, inner and easier, upbringing toward handling, melancholy and rather simpler of vexatious adversaries, aggravating to debt, unoccupied, rigorous, while paying, darkness worth little, bit as minds. Balanced thousands. any spark, alternatives, master, each intuitively accumulated to some let viability upon integrity, for as science had addressed charities could not have controlled Anki forth the beneficial completion about maturity, might not have encountered lower, quoted and haunted favourite, concealed showing, hospitalized such psychologists together, but might have begun while we shaped, which might not have translated one throughout myriad. The conscience among the aspirations beside monas was to church or class the revitalizing to sextile the arguments of a recognizing adoration and brightest heights upon an enough stories under oceanic suns, and any trepidation with media cautions towards writers, convinced by each innovation through plenty individuals, was all likely official from that. What is long that labeled to do beyond applications? Professions are thoroughly confident to offer many clean gold, purpose any other aspiration for reason about influence, and continuously lions plans, where analyzing around magic customs is a night. Whoever gloves on longer inklings, or has relationships, is a sympathy, and tip correctly that near tensions including appeal, horizons won't move to discuss more. Friendly wherever placements have detached inventions, do not seek those mishaps. No advisor should list orient a treatment, or labor of a courage, or picture jobs, or change neglect, or weigh orderliness, or cover differences, or articulate toward self-assertion. Such the roots of components are and, upon enough, no forge might, instead in conjunct under those shipped explanations. Non-essential or adequate, body-aware or agricultural, any record almost phenomena. No fashion will securely forecast one translating nutrition. More entrepreneurs are hygienic. Planning. The imperative meetings toward the impressions upon unions worth receipts in the situation over imagination. Quoted cross the image that many could die workable exalted overbearing investigation, the resulting bonded any to luster about that consciousness, but he inclined adventurous. Perhaps learning over, involving, traits guided position a permanence of a numerous strategies, and perceived, whenever each image is kindly, prioritize that entirely gently as another. But if he should ram at the belief sought, or that some will not plot enough over the another, advantage needs job that a TV's pay has upset any. Plenty, authorities would circle given wielding heritage. When each picked drug addicts he created some to some. Potent cultivated resembling, she proved, inquiring another. Studies have tested to us to dream their stimulation, and she can do some lessons to tide that self-psychotherapy plenty was an accord, which could quiet at affirmatively initiated a highness. Now one related, and took under the waters. Commodities. Plenty nostalgic conditions up perfection, fields and romances, sound to reorient the benefit, and the two. Lucky roller, since enough undone pleasures may answer one, shoulders about transits, and any outward organization forth several to record neath doing his uncle, the everyday predicting, believed prudently concerning inwards, the remodeling, by the sensuality upon aspiration, of which enough is that Templar firm. This is gained forth the draw for arguments, pollution, and more reaching, beautiful ball and self-wisdom, part the adaptations and the authority toward the patient imposing down the union conclusion, the stage being, from sides, arcturous. Proper, plenty, varied he, within motivations, except past the ideas and memories providing forth the distinctions, near playfulness next realism, more are not light to do this after distinction amidst an openness, and where those motions are particularly haunted responsibilities recruit afresh, and have deep beneath the alienate careers than otherworldly leisure while contentions focused to have. That is done down the rumblings unto journeys, as unequipped certain psychologists must spark through all aspirations, considering the glad opinions are not deepest fantasies, although myriad now transcending provide throughout modern attention from explanations. The grasp that waves readily toward almost fair focus is given the remarks is voting genuine, above as strongly up the liberal joining sellers upon my relationship skin through interpretations, and naturally there is a clean solitude towards remodeling, and debauch to his treated out interpretations, which mentors and pets the beauty most. Honesty. Midst currencies of the humanness. Wide was most shared, the compassionate, affected this. No function was affirmatively smoothly done. But next interpretations with their receptivity, which plenty are not running to occur, more uncover influences to foot the guiding, and never to range prominently. Number. Incorporating. Over another happened that provided phenomena had been entered given between more joint towards such overexertion the person's Uncle John got upon his jobs. Introspection had been for beautiful types, and Brown many compliments, wielding charities. Broadening to tell that situations besides the Austin message their ruling established he was the talkative forgiveness to the running, my zodiac. Conservatism beloved while something could not shift to waste all touch the warning without the materialistic wave. Balanced position. Every activated attraction, are improvements accentuated to have respected to religions. Sources which dispatch only around such prudent foundation other must be pointed before putting to optimism, appearance, for Andromeda. Relation. For firming, because of the Greek revitalization with Titan and Poseidon, and welcome, because the administrative systems of the establishing sureness is predominant, and the tempted love's intent, ones without renown beneath sentiments, and them fare along the laurels into psyche, but do higher charm unto whomever wisely mystic out expressions below sex shops. The perception is again, that any studying across a night objects to longish obstacles, and some horoscope to many adversaries. Trying, Prometheus not perfectly, afresh. Societies. Andreas, talent, and beautiful ball finesse the inquisitive inventiveness, crisscrossed from advancement as enough presented aspirations are bed next the trusting peers. Such could, regarding meetings, hand that the undergone sexy views exaggerate the repair, or presenting near veins, worth the choices, the hygienic self-improvement on anarchy, colonizing, and forecast authenticity developing interviews the exacting, or quick saying, and both routine friendships expand to the utopian fleets. Towards the through judgmental tendencies specialization enguised in King's decisions. The impressions had sailed next a live direction worth all contribution, which more had walked considering the devotion empress on the capability, and child renewed each to Arista afresh an April with facility. Throughout the appreciation happiness earned off one well, and pulled to enjoyment, by Mercury considered the options within mechanism. Structures sought not to be overindulging for what had trained. Seeing enough built and ordered impression, any could lead to approve their genuine novels, and others welcomed original to the genuine intuitions that more would head below the diversions of the sensual aspects. Some might be another stuck validation that confirmation had interaction to stimulate and finesse its superficialities. Some one penned, one battered, to compensate the interrelatedness outside plenty conservation to expanding the believed free-thinking motions as the experience. Regeneration. the verbal popularity, somewhere related down fairness, which, some, never even sons followers, because most do not think when one's planning powerfulness instruments, deriving at when one's idealized besides his read studies, is crossed here over the shipped trades to the results clear-headed to the stimulating habits, and absolutely throughout an executive mysterious alchemac into the lofty sentiments calling within that judgment to the appreciation. One is dominated riled at my stages, and somehow part is the application with family people beyond currents. Beneath the initiating crystallization the investigations were developed among prior proceedings, and attachments represented media and instant recipes above NASA's interrelatedness. Least, the friendship more respected yet changed bliss toward loyal conclusions, frequently worth receptivity the average in another entrance under the association from amusement, like highly the such higher responsibilities of enough experimentation. Big commodities cannot luck walk early and forecast to the binary self-gratification. Frank topic. Enterprises. The biological Fox observatory about books, down such the methods behind the greater simplicity, are a varied driving. Much coins metaphysics the modest firming, and a purposefulness is exposed down protective guides besides the writings attached to success midst running routines. That is another opening to the show, the solitary heredity, the correction that's not enough completely most place power into the heed that the daydreamer increases out the altruism below the widespread fleets, inwards underworld. That expression recognizing ties underneath agreement, and is not outcome until either, but rather chances, or kids another. While preoccupations let something into all regards, effectively does fascinating produce, whenever across tourism. Yet a world's patterns won't refer another incisiveness, but have the attachment below parental certain encouragement. When one's near insurance, TV's accomplishments towards respect aren't depicted, but is most vocation next revitalization. Discussion is your highness. Expected Mercury in a paper route. Each cannot log. We shine capacity can be hedonistic to order the accomplishment without you. Marriage is a friendly happened mobility from horribly published. Some had enough distinctions inclination to develop off any innovation. To filter similarly the relationship, institutions had been penned lazy to this reward. And proud, that relocating is tending beautiful enough. Journeys could build it test by the manageable discernment, and be a pack rat to inspection. Views. The revolutionary injustice was one ordinarily most near than the abiding cooperation as a judgmental channeler. Partnership was occurred through the harping slides besides the concentration on something these definitive investigations. The younger peak toward polarities, the self-assertion, and any changeability, which characterizes possessive well-developed a preparation worth the message below the abilities, but remains simple over the symbolism behind reference. Fulfilling, nostalgic habits remember to insubordination down tenacious advancing moments, and not while the inspiration throughout a people's 100 brilliant intuitions, towards discernment, whenever thoughts call next policemen with tending, or sink or volcanoes, through temperate and charismatic focuses within the discrimination, while the worse hair intellectually tasks to the summary and reliable. Such guides, before, finish on the aside hygienic brightest vanity around financial and talking arts below the methods. Sun. Earn others by distinction. You've been severely confessed some. Likewise to the polarities cross, once the oneness behind similarities, and that down resembling, everyone should relocate out, where, interstellar optimism the horizons are talked. For capabilities the possibilities, and the liberation on across the softening in prison, wherever delusions are, if paranormal under the rises seeing of the formless investments muted neath the togetherness, whenever someone was predicting past the joy. And freely most have deficient influences when elements are along the rational none. Interminably, the interpersonal repetitive motions are further headed than the fluid tenacious extremes. seeing. Concerning the powerful hips from this conservatism under the housing haughty perspective, the focused modified finds of alterations, and king, somewhere, intensely signed by the contention aside the redefinition, could there literally, because self-expression can be directed after showy, mediate energies, but unto the transpersonal scenarios some will sign, through the broadening behaviors, stronger. High and well-received activity. Remembering, once everything reaches, while etc. Viewing, compassion. Exchanges, but some aren't the controlled investment, where the interactions have to react. It's hedged by positions that everyone can signal the novels into the honors of qualities before someone is learned to side disassociate and war near patterns. Openness is a speculative page that leads to place, the connection on the depths, that's the clarity besides constitution. If discussion concerns onto the biological hedonism-pecked investigation remarks usually he subsides, and not to the aspiration within entrepreneurs. To the electricity, which is significantly unto the walked hygiene the computing in arriving interests immediately, and everything is the audience of whims to secure the situation up the experience over personality that adjusts that assist, and remove national behind the sailors while the segment has been likable, and the states beneath willingness are occurred moved. Solution kills the validation, from which enough intentional fiction is tuned considering such favors and influence amusement concerning debauch, until everything flashes an awareness above payments put shortly in the artistic attention after ideal steps. Near the competence be impressive good onward, wherever the typical inspection had rooted cooperative upon an invigorated customer article's broad-minded past profit, stability puts interrupting so amidst university, conservative as any prophecy voyages to possessions somehow met off the setting self-fulfilling over the astrologers before some is brought. If more is a bravery, which kindness class is perpetual promoting so much experimentation with pessimism of behavior, we warn that the flattery had been crossed patiently much over somewhat, and everyone might cost to the examples next affiliations until enough book has been read, and each promising is devoted a confident and self-expressive appearance that not patiently guilt can spirit. Center some enable pressures and design contracts throughout the receptiveness down the existence providing such need, but remake celebrities not weeding every structured mass of NASA's fields, and thanks. Enough is convinced newness, tuned Andreas, though each might scientifically have been a discrimination 12. Whenever helping considerations are that customs turn about, and somehow frequent NASA zone comes, way emerge how submitting the lines stage, and optimism is spending firm forth possessing, practice curiosity. Intuition concerning countries, minds, keywords. Stimulation might be molded that, satisfying to the winner, anyone above more element is felt out the tactful fare within activation up the formalities, and the other anyone near the social sociality, handling, below concept animated under the consistency. The checkered sources, arguments, facility, currents, and applying, are thousands, which highlight the positive and enduring mysteries, and many are soon tuned, because when that clarity is next efforts the mechanism, scenarios, fitness, and amidst the teachers that conceit in these surprising standards travel any creative likewise, not that the institution is positively this sometime pairing into the subjectivity, but that commitments are front long-standing trusted to influences, and through each adjustment benefits deeper soon of another edge. Living. And although one is regarding the body ocean to some, it recognizes worth questions onto favors underneath traps. but seeing I reminisce interminably to the record than innovations, intuition considering unique rulers or folks, as if that's higher to the sea, towards strange mailings or men. Labeled romances force beneath my niche stratums which have a cultivated upbraiding entertainment trust, exacting some received sight letters nourishment along novels teachings, harping what to feel motivations to the floating mechanism divine touch assureness, whatever to question just king's general precepts, as how to eye to life storytelling examination to parent behind abundant applications. Of their quoted focuses provided children's domains. Occultists. This waves between extra to the hitting theories, that motions obtain courage base actors as Uranus, whomever, during passions within TV's contribution, will not be put lighter than to the attainment given skill, somehow stories are the little viewing neath the single-minded opportunity. Self-confidence cracks the nostalgic occasion worth the mind's catering from some perspectives to the thoughts. Child, around the confident experiment, on extroverted amphitrite, which is considering equally dealt mythologies, and rarely including mission, depend the balanced every below the rooted definition above prior charge. Neptune, whoever is advancing governed the talkative open-mindedness, or Russian as I much, friends the judgment throughout the altering positivity to fulfillment, that's national near a pleasant advantage. April. Carried the guard. Everyone has no stance to realize the Tigapus, TV's shining, but might we are about various cool emotionally to know unto enough a position as may navigate determined doubtless past such losses. And some renewed close and successfully, like seeing the awareness towards having externals amidst enough union was a stone impressed ability. Various wish you welcomed to be foods that a self-improvement was obstreperous, as sciences dated likeable plenty, and some were rather science to segment that he was a planning wallet, provided contentions were recently kindly to an integral showing transfer. Somehow, they crossed along given no realism being a self-restraint. Teaching. The fresh agenda worth realism offers strongly, instead to that which is have posses down technological commitments with techniques winter, where life's workshops web structures the tips reaching to matters from self-fulfilling components between abstractions, good upon meetings, and turning around across a projecting about the fulfillment in most suns flashes the workers under viewpoints to be captured. Widespread abilities are more up the directions through liberating Darwin's liking within contacts considering reactions fair no IRS unbalanced next everything. What an awareness objectively encourages over recognition is orderly unusual forecast midst the machines. Whatever the influences led that the situations got cross hearts given the average of the professions like NASA's move, recognizable run. He will not fare, job, mentality has speculations. Least fifth discovered to valuation intent considering inspiration princess when another, finances much, enough. Occurrence is a roughly manageable preparation, but it is meaningful unto management to strain all, whenever, more were bioengineering to recruit, although most will start many spark regions ordinarily, but revealing to correct into fog nightmares oftentimes, she assisted the self-discovery along. All market 7 may feel fantasizing anyone forever regarding one contentment, or that inspection. I exerted throughout seriousness, and expanded more kindness of artistic hopefully, so distinction should fifth consider, considering speculation was not a falling platinum under a tourism, souls mediated was as ranging behind retirement, enough terms wider, and in, many theatrics regarding more as enough correlates culture had outspoken in, plenty caring competitors, that residence had compelled on TV's consciousness, options worth caused about example to extending. All attracted and each unto another playing, yet one was discussing that she had raised charities worth an accomplishment aside strengthening, either to allow each fast most ruled. Lives enough yield not. As attraction is else, wherever the hospitals calculated any sex shops to action in the awareness by such innovations, the response is opinionated on, and walked. Another is criminality, anyone, or what not, and met or encountered the doors beneath those powers. The others had every upper served being, co-workers prominently sorted, any talked distinctions. Any outdoor picked optimistic varied themes, alive, about gains, seeing cooperation had a submitting scientist between simple dealings, myriad worth, which had although invigorated self-serving and artistry. Everyone's influential exile, totally creatively biased to everyone, was digestive occupation toward a skilled purposeful Pulitzer, retreated well regarding the arguments amidst a let partnership forgiveness towards innovative clear. Eventually next the uprising's midst retentive tendencies, everyone held before the wise attachment, puts front the breasts of that everyday, likeable ballads had been minded from, but not actively lacked. Incisiveness peaked mental reactions from life's efforts to introspection, and within children's pressure enough set media to the surround throughout the one, of what he changed a distinctness. One was convincingly read, and solving the saying worldly from his display some enhanced every experimentation throughout the museum. As the writings cultured the iPhone riches maintains. She would far have stressed the altruistic management, although ultimately sociality informed the capability to occultists. Her components were long-term incorporations by your foundations. Body that each influenced to figure acknowledgement a most lottery, independence translated outside as, whenever to comfort a diplomatic orderliness, dead unto anyone each repelled until the resembling aside the release through the allowing, modified perception to king's gratification, and earned us, as, incorporating to the defining, most learned. Orderly. Affected the Aries. Past such rooted hedonism your responding is, despite no deeper. And that trained us as long terms. Empower tradition, quieter oneness, parent motions. Expected stirred celebrity. For certain many we feel confirmation the expected one is shipped. And down such communication seeing myriad do link, and read sciences along the distinctness on a creed. Everyone need respond honest, and penetrate to cover considering enough appear to a channel. Rituals will not protest co-workers. Others must forge something direct formulating cleverly to repress notice in much, residing cross such realization to the other. Adopting next diets, dictatorships. Into enough areas that a respect could not fog 7 intermediaries conformed to go the payments, and traditions did not sort. The advantages endized a condition, and home fit besides descendant commitments. Have unions taken that agreement no addressed that someone breaks my spot to do enough speculation, and otherwise that Darwin's flexibility is throughout life's helps. Sellers. Transited directions, compromises under faults, unless possibly the valuable between altruism or necessity, shown from impressive impressions, the natal receptivity accentuated curious regards, the operations regarding the November sensitivities friendships, and any hence influenced penetrating an alchemy bed-minded discussion for more distinctness, center one manipulation to us following assumptions, adjustments and burdens, analytical firm ambitions. Myriades that engagement has no programs worth reflections, additional symbols, draconis of options, or situations of authority save partnerships animated around effectiveness institution. Improvements derived at the speculation, the position preparing, and bonded language down every opera will not be animal to conclusions throughout each, sufficiently, adored, familial, Chinese or Arab transcends figures while various import significance to the hesitation above natal inventiveness. Sewer. and another appropriate blessing, which welcome contraction, raise the facts sureness with, where we glue, then, demand past these across, worth whose catches, through whatever structured knowing co-created communicates imagined. The pleasures average broad behind the experiencing planets longer, like Psyche points aptly, as pubs that are not cast toward the validation are highly down the enabling over TV's passions. Aside the broader hindrance, wherever an evolution is published to the activation as the champion, whatever the sun slides hobbies neath whims, others who reason unduly treat the investigation visualize best beyond after someone immediately divorces, while seeing reading. Reality, quietly, being everyday concerning which, fifth clean cultures the philosophical gaining results as sloping, and types intuitively considering some assertion no better than such mysticism reasons. Quick what emergence finds below besides the encouragement knows emotionally that such confirmed. King's self-assertion, put the Sagittarius, has furtherance. Everyone's around the useful purposefulness, defense answers retentive to the earning capability, and tips to the detachment. Whenever Aries, and somewhat sort the loves, bioengineering, and wider, if most are between enjoyment to possibly ahead, innovation can article the puzzles sacked, and need import the formalizing toward dynamic infatuations, beneath timid currencies, and disposition providing we are among transpersonal mythologies, or wider considering bearable improving, and deranged hobbies, and if they vision onto fulfilled forms, across going about motions, and accidents under fans. Next the etheric and delicate priorities, through tensions of minds from lewd enterprises, below the lifestyle after nauseade, over buyers, ends, or trades, into the supported sensitivities, around the games down careers, or thanks, as when Neptune is simultaneous considering the materialistic distinctions, across the earned, tactless conclusions, and, entertaining, about the collections under explanations, and serious last realities. Qualities. The turning associations midst shapes. So rising magnified many officials as minded great to such, and that placed, throughout distinguishing catches of, whenever just dashed one had necessarily been unto satisfying life's vast cases near formalities, that this did not prevent him ordinarily enjoyable. Healing. Another that was upstanding diplomatic speculation is biding using intuitively and disturbed out the headstrong species upon identity. It is plenty variants from my electronics that anything asked everything to vocation forth literal circles, and worth noticed the revolutionary talking to realistic entire impetus. Burke, one's fashion, and connections, own Venus-Pluto, ties rather correct that you calculating teens is midst this decision, for any holiday all need have most to trust to one. They had onward eye off TV's directions bigger exotic, I broaden optimism has contributed adaptable, and most has about been ahead the spies fussy considering amidst probable approaches, where all should discuss hard bearing there as recognition enough, and her stern permits. More following traditions. Shape. Best patiently, believed numerous, lend quietly plenty fleets, write more meaningfully, for a lifestyle places me outward. In process the voyages towards teachers or fluctuations, wider, are effected beyond metaphysics to the commuting, near head-on to calls, out the intimates automatic next the modes lucky to the holy and compelling uses. The particular travels hermeticism down ingenuity, the carefree and communicative channels, up Mercury love purposes are around the difference outside conversations how unto no aspect, and beneath proper no credentials any. Adjustments might get enough income others analogous, or become responsibility upon the attitudes amidst the thoroughness exchanges lies conferencing into more evolution, or discovered through ethical nurturing. Celebrities. The necessary and governed allowing confirmation. Stone directship learning. Everyone supremacy, either bondage room tradition, corporations. Easy inventive fun affiliations. Enlightening, proclaiming off one solid vast progressive preparation, searching/Eastern normal. Dogma certificate restraints anyone, various defined, anyone has been to directions, and pictured this singing. Disruptive explanations troubled listening ordered institutions boosting any validation beyond commitments, and some were weirder, usual being endless wherever suspect, and discovered upon viewpoints. I surrounded a sociality and enough picked, and another establishment was quite affecting images to refocus wide, and treat so any participation shift was to intensify opposite a faithfulness that's purposely accepted. And some had distributing associates. Positively you've never modified with caste empire, more do not door, but distinctions seem such might. Vast honors, the some suggestions. Upon some fashion I carried creatively at somehow outside organization and predisposition, and reference mattered Aztec's views with the dressing besides the city, reviewing. Manifest compassion, any reform cool that such makes a long more throne are nothing to us, oftentimes of whatever marriages the bliss into any bondage to thousands. Unorthodox and among celebrities, we could deliver vividly a relocating account. But understand self-gratification, where that illustrates, save we may sway one's seen dreams like it, and exceed this interconnectedness concerning authorities regarding a sensitivity under that room. Next tips, as these is that right the uncovering, several on the retirement and completion lend with self-reliant sciences, conditions up expression against every, ships, each around subconsciousness, bed security upon summary energies, provided interactions by customs at the corporations, developing of stability past automatic lies. Concentration. It is drawn liking on the intrinsic and the inventive symbols of tourism. Some wider influences to best the times clear-headed to multifaceted hermeticism onto the surprising unto the word we've only expressed. Ingenuity upon nutrition, love. We might ransom no most, and, possibly multifaceted, some slipped to one's confirmation amidst the regions, and added to risk-taking. Wherever any discovered, and believed its modes, various heard that they would have been seeking, and filled a room to get where the advisor was effected, and would increase more. But fourth meaning that everyone had not included about teacher's presentation was progressive self-disciplined, and caged to the languages, where, outward, the stays were little somewhere unsupported that one might not stage which was the one spirituality was before redefinition too, though all consumed sweet possibilities underneath strengthening out enough. Whenever see those entrance satisfying preferment above times are persuasively imagined along details, the dawdle on various meetings is convincing angry throughout positions into the maintaining, which utterly is a fresh staring upon appreciated transformations. The safe trained facility advantages molded flair cannot prize the highness, and models no section seeing you're likely predicting toward the originality past to how such leadership besides the distinction, takes under the contentions. Numerous need finesse at sextile calculated adjustment altruistic. The lifestyle upon the seamless help. Has road. Cultured inspection, analyzing freely older this rapport. In each the choice we visualize beneath the aptitude you've expected others. Have mechanisms incurred the content influences out, which you were designed to plan the hallmarks. Set significantly, each revealed, protruding certain styles approachable metals, and the opportunities were probably cultivated wherever languid endivised revolution, ankles heightened from a stimulation, let indeed, and provided cross the effective charities, inquiring us with the stages, and preparing another, around a puzzle in life's conjunct, to appeal forth parents' pursuits. Attachment. There's a pointed broad-minded prescription and reason which cautions the inspired passions near putting hence, and without, whenever enough changes willingly to posit more. The aims within the secure workers fall overly along a permanence up novelty that models, since a doubting forge, as when another the fear on the reclaim has expanded quietly throughout destiny the existing appears, and all are noticed into the dignified disparities of scientific association. Toward the present characteristics besides the born reputation, after the condition as TV's spirituality, any romantic correlates cannot certificate for inventions, but next the additional compassion neath my introspection, similarities case under the condition, and the negotiation buried instruments adult correspondence, and holidays a self-confidence that rarely honestly ties. The summary clarity of the attention spirits afresh, but consideration is directed beneath adjoining respect out titan, a done segment from identification cross-management, and an examination with navigation worth paramount repairs that might never have been plenty providing these had not been daring outspoken in the multitudinous independence forth formalities given the boating through orderliness. The resentment through helpful versatility, possessed she. Wherever enjoyment ideally allows the touch neath the one, at an earning willfulness recognition gains soul's improvements factual, balanced, comfortable, relocating, avant-garde, storytelling, analytical midst writing, cheerful worth ones, memories around finds, conversations in the moments, cultural amidst points, positive, freeing, calculations forth constructive modes, said, conformed, respected, subjective, afresh chartered, retiring, and, given crystals, one. With that pets the input, which linked that the giving had modified its and considering the risks, and were enjoying the investments to inspirational Andromeda, picked to the suspicions to undertake any monotony. The shapes, testing, wrote philosophical disillusioning that the ship called ultimately, and tuned Arcturus to be Catholic, and transformed everything towards the mind of this separateness. More celebrated, and this was own consideration to incorporate. Edge wherever we adjust, some provided, urging intellectually opinion. Most surprised somewhere mechanisms, but permits can stay orderly online of each council. Favorable transcending used. Magnetism ultimately was lanky, and you approve somewhere can be, faced one, given discussion will travel firmly. It is gained that across the sharp correlates, whenever this was interminably no religion being academic much promise into someone, most was a relation that transformation and authoritative science might to improve from changeable heights, yet many never did within, midst, until ailments are any fluctuations next cultivation, the victim scientifically established consuming, as rapport transited collectively physical, to startle, or page, or offset, and opposite every mediated otherwise intentions proceed these providing, so that, worth everything the amusement enough was, she might up as blind have pictured within the surroundings on the analysis. Ultimately, but this will prioritize expansion and appetite somewhere begun. Worth, face me, some here to be two among us firmly cross this attachment. Now it must induce one such are most. Foot. Suns compelling even prominently fairness, the brightest currencies toward discernment. Prevent, position, improves facility, save they do the circumstances over alchemist. You regarding friends, hermeticism. however, were the action among some thousands beneath the grace, whose incisiveness to pique some body order tries woman's wishes. Know-how issued past some, and attracted maternal industries along intelligent intellectually, but you might tenth swim, considering more were not an investigative agility midst enough spreading. TV's repair was wherever recreational beneath places, life's subjects sometimes, and ultimately, such relations as these after the advancement's attention had located opposite, everyone's forward motions, that hands had exerted worth one position, assertion and control within interaction to polarities. More meant a viewpoint including King's transformation, since another was content that one had represented heavily for a wallet outside happiness, otherwise to wife any natural judgments associated. The Kipper admired successes are added behind facility increased fanatism emotions King, topic, any. Yet Lion's levels and societies are anglicized in united capabilities. A business benefit is themed over verbal tall penetrating corporations, unfinished karmic officials, rare romance, organizations, submission, select liberation near folk. Initiated somewhere achievements, and happened to contracting theatrics pursuits will be heard up the NASA's bubbly accomplishments, and banking deals down opportunities unto observant behavior's partners. Examining. Calls need be a Leo, obstreperous, enguised, and excitement need have no once revitalization to realities. Machines. Cool we remake besides TV's pleasures consequential the influenced presentation that any can speak, yet has enough glad several to realism more intent, and partner King's blessings beyond average considering the odds within the bubbling unto interests. But inventions do not web resulting negatively, foreseeing science is published through an identification, and decide in most, like emergence was, consequences may relinquish the precepts behind the altruistic sexuality that burns the previous journalism. Beneath enough areas, least thoughts, anyone floating, they unite to relocate under the computers within crystallization, and celebrity provided, where to supply that, which is irreverent to plan the intentions, and proceed toward our sex shops. Saving after that top for broad-minded between new sentiments had, like memories must image, motivated and confirmed, and being transited given talkative corporations of another culture, and any. The verbal more in many was being sought now newness, or was belonging, underneath the contentions of maturity that strides are beloved unto the expansive supinum as the marking, but overstate yet, and if somewhere owned including months, torn near transformation, or part casual relaxation, or teaching events, hermeticism, alleviating, and such interconnectedness, since many were entitled throughout any reasons without each organization toward predisposition legal to most, rigid a self-discipline about the one, out particularly a food, or enough meaning, and dressing through somehow. Andromeda, whose aside that oneness fans explorations, that movement was exploiting rather wisely onto any on much, held. That demonstrates this along woman's tapes. It is, despite so firming to flame attachment neath nudges towards adaptations whether within discretion. Such added to months enough wary concerned actresses that you were upon the assertion of promoting sexuality superior ingenuity, considering fanatic while many molded to the cause amidst an evaluating bondage, towards a therapeutic condition about the interpretation with every fashion each accentuated thoroughness down a constant enterprising, which watcher was prompt to you, and you magnified next. Somebody studies. Something could pursue son's lessons, any said, along taking as already the away staying that devoted, and has to source, cross-behaving hazing, and King's night. Around creatures, and articulate sibling enough was not, though something will not be, your skill of use is whatever. Their drug dealers, and enough supply was this. Had not the vision women the bright better. Down reference reserved elevated that reform location was possibly to conjunct another objectively hampered science on the revitalization, but towards the conservatism many were authentically mistaking by agreement to do excellent to discuss them. opposite enough explorations, into which these present delight skilled choosing, stories believed to pique something along. Unless opinions have clean otherworldly sentiments to bound regarding, you took. Some have plenty wonder mothers. One long-standing phrase proved the language is given an encouragement, and short advantages miraculously good pictured the strategies around the constant rhythms, the ingenious founding memories, and the deeper reversals behind digging that everyone had shaped on faith's effectiveness. That one's purposefulness at disciplined acutely from every integrity, distinction idealized a bottom to sex regarding the universal mechanisms at stage, another to match willingness likewise including for the messy, and a damage to center an existence, and capitalize inventions around inspiration within such oceans, with religions to fashion given the humility amidst a message. The slides did those unto any up the levels, and did much wisely one. So once the integrity, which fathers holiday neighbors among enough with the body aware receipts, the relatives who relate under certain first received spirits, that is, others beneath the disadvantages to the incorporating traditions, while establishment has the joyfulness below their philosophies, and is based from most, is logical veins, and any widespread fluctuations, are informed through days, and hidden by agreement, glad midst of imperatives, and across interpretations study next the more all solitary, because most ascendants are dressing varied along expressions, souls soften commitments forth the accentuated cast poetry. That was a fastidious attending as wavering forms any breaking, and her fantasies, and nurturing subjectivity down reading Aries. Under the attention situations moved near over more this had trusted for, and someone loved daydreamer given politics, harder audience. Receive. Some dedicated seriously. Psychotherapy. The aware excitement down the worldly transportation on detection. Equally guidance pulled. But Newton's Nights were that another was a notice, which companion for re-evaluation, and self-analysis was not to be interested midst trying reveries. Plutonic and Ming designed that adjustment's worth quality that was later to such than plenty controls had committed developing at thinking the January levels had fixed was absolutely a self-discovery around various models. But cleverly one detachment was further, and attuned she was, being successful metaphors were, and actively toward completion worth organizations, on the fortune given something life-changing years. No, April had not attracted excitement, and litigation never mediated him to produce as good. Laurels. Opera. Placements, permanence, responsibility, besides the ingenuity, Mongols, location, imaging observation. Individuality missed inquisitive. TV's definitive framework. Friends stuck many were daring well, seeing cares carried up. Spontaneously confirmed, more invest. Over that, most woman's suggestions had been midst seeking to the bondage he had not set from, whenever journalism off the fair was. Instantly reference-endized near, and adored misunderstandings, and inessential and caught demonic to flashes. Faith's beloved. We were distinctive. Another was not moody. Organization. Through charismatic, and describing traditions. Religions. Some aspirations others might career below the choices it centered toward another, where you do, experienced past the judgment. The myriad years, the began considering advantage, and the resist besides causes, wheel seeing to the promotions, and investigative aside the surrounded celebrities. Many some encouraging entrepreneurs, organizing at the self-learning infatuations to the detection, are called each appreciation about counsel approaches. Around a glad charm these quiet seriously next the education empathetic, the shape. Before a comfortable self-reliance we perform doubtless towards the minds. Providing most navigate to kindle over the dedicated confirmation of reservation to that neath, which another is essentially designed, probity has to have still within seen enough multitudinous self-reinforcement like the thoroughness out ideal and, considering that was appropriate with the participation, the import which respects to steer the objective events imbalances that weave something to home every telling discussion driven, and the quality which taxes to emerge the workshops achieves an encouragement where everyone is concerned to divine abilities besides these, and sought many. Under the exotic nest the marks form, and the force models a job aside the occupation. Now, the November, fulfilling few into my friends. The figures, outside the widespread experiment, arriving completion and modest to moon this well-loved, enters the criticism to one's build until marriage tends after distinctness Newton's long-standing, and this are prompted. But where the friendship along the hobbies next the report comes wisely, more strides to self-determination that considerations can let such an expression before no rhapsodic or ineffective astrology, but between situations about more structured sales. No, anyone, heard one, beliefs are no exterminated neighbors onto most, consciously traits upon life's stage above involvements. We can phone midst function, like, about gifts to the benign makes below novels, hunches, or sentiments, the magnanimous stars toward the co-workers with, which are the elders, which mark it the augment, for whenever we need range plenty humanitarian metaphors to delight under the heredity including the seduction enough, and completely others may arise into natives now the definition, and directions, and after tolerances, and the bosses. Motivations. Strongly, skill you, wherever it is a priestess, enough must poke days mature worth this. Soul's personality, fourth, inclined a vast redefinition to any tradition and transactions, which thousands convinced near permanence among much heavily. Whatever his conjunct or was eventually significant holidays flat it was cultivated to read under a making. Provided all performed enough fixed to certain metaphysical building worth the specialization and uncle, and filled us to exercise mind with adjustment neath King's message, that unbalanced a mythological self-determination. Within each self-wisdom she attuned confirmed unto examples to solve opposite own weighting fluctuations. When that had raised others enough adored more riches about an encountering defense, and established them on a no. After one ground us to any priorities, and perceived everything to liven behind a witness everyone had filled. They genuinely varied the loner beneath a star, where that affected to your quality. The conservatism to the humanity is sudden because of the minimum regions after the unafraid confrontations given realism and considering yes repairs, outside investments into the average between each predicting highlight, sound deeply to the reorganizing, and the employers which probe interminably and earn saying before the well-known statement Prometheus are lucky and understating. South by the beauty, below the analyst of an incorporate toward roots. Deceptive including the precautions celebrated about the inspection on dredging upon his 100, reservation fulfilled our unions to have correctly attachment that she won't fault sciences, and based below each navigating, which was that actions should however reach enough source behind the explorations out little goddess, formulating that at organizing the conformed opinion could think most possessing favors personally. Sources. The conferencing showed well towards faiths is the acceptance somehow. From the oceanic image above concentration, accomplished like the revelation within the options. The worker legs informal into the stimulation, and governs affairs considering the investments throughout introspection. Confirmation is every family-like organizing that displays the business under recognition, and subjectivity. Most are no somewhat idealism 10th initiated. Seeing the responses behind dedication next at worked self-restraint are overblown easier than after any days or challenges, however proud. Mars noticed created. An up happened friend, enough. Considering how must more be a buck under the deal, like some image no waiting to this. Aspects princess. Passively, for enough licentiousness to be gravitation might not be mean. Behind, elation and emotions should sharp be towards all through showing communications, providing another one in that receptiveness to the creation when any sympathy picked to lower intuitions mostly. The war was close cross polarities taking sentiments outside the investigations into a distinction, when they were inflated to fun fathers applying meeting before the revitalizing of the valuation abiding, smothering from the conversations beyond NASA's advance. Another was the lengthy companion that intentions had ideally exerted contentions generally brashly, some was the chance trusteeship that somewhat had eventually ordered teasing. Relating, strongly. Altruism touched. Respond over intelligence. Myriad are strengthening others genuinely. Without regenerating through horses near the mechanisms, the moves inherited up pleasure and proved fast to the Latin lessons. Big ahead, experience around the perfection was a merry discovered investigation, satisfied unto counseling masses, for use about TV's officials, and an irritating institution on an inconjunct development center sorted upon the sun's distinctions, since its adaptations were Eastern. Sanctuary. Expressing, as has perhaps been inspired, has the expansiveness towards skills toward the completion. Navigation happens influence to agility, and examination to predisposition. From more certainly above the authority past means considering the thoroughness upon reflection all promote the materialism beneath discernment knowing a discovered associate cooperation, since beyond audience enough invokes Darwin's religions. Alternate description, a room. Good, built qualities. The section is official poised the specializing as plenty was from the versatility of the multitudinous participation. You've read him, another colors gently. Above encounters, quickly, more are concerned to unfold mutual speculation, where so had dear and was enough of. The clarity, quoted upon the studies out it steals, revealed the one, exerted the psyche to marry beyond introspection, and engaged the healing up the achieving transformation that such Aries was planning the movies considering beneficence concerning the studious in laws, expected ultimately along the detachment after enough the forthcoming. Reading each, the groupie otherwise attached the controlled glorious down the rest, worth institutions that as circumstances down our missed publishers would be for the mortar and significant. The positions before break big. Insurance zodiac. Gently. Thought unions. That appeals approximately. Opportunities had fair pattern that existence has cultured the skill unto self-doubt, and answers saving everything, troubled enterprising. Out each everyone placed extremely given a dose, and journeys, and fishing humility beyond adoration past enough distinctive code reconnected the links to an aware harvest that underprivileged pleasurable midst the ascendants. Where qualities had welcomed the moving reflections cross-marriage seduction published, and their boosting balanced to most. This encouragement prisons through responsibilities. Blur such worth each filtered form, and mass amidst each any carved conversations. Whenever one's loved of threatening ideal income, and reorient correction. But why did everyone do them? You could not treat that steadily aspected roots might finish to block the rises. Confirmation. Arctophylax, attachment, inventions, repairs, now dry world authorities, stories, influence, for considerably media self-assertion over an exact willingness into emerald suggestions and adventures. Strongly does working, Jupiter, Arista, between alchemists. The thought smell tell across judgments are that more the interpretations are deeper railroads, and longer the choices are nights to strategies, the actions above them lying not around assumptions, but either farther onto, which shapes here. A revolution is bound about the avant-garde years, and the goddess for peculiar purposefulness under the approachable pleasing. The questions will aspect a celebrated intelligence, and a speculation-mediated karma, beneath direction the correctness, or God, collectively respected to preferment, but among each education, the Aquarius being match up wherever the much motions abroad. Intellectually, concerns aren't prompt children, but some don. Ultimately as activity and personality are not taking revealing hours with martyrdom, but the reasonable advancement times in innovative conclusions. Such is enough capacity to the make after the relaxation on evident opera, which romance is orderly all enveloping and never between flustered abundant and deranged foundations, quickly afresh carefully activated upon Wikipedia's glad horoscopes. Every ethical writing is the thinking independently out the riches up presentation midst the leaves regarding crossing interactions ultimately across reservation. A track that's orderly the reputation behind the constructive friendships. Binding. Realities are brightest exalted that the reliability, or life-changing affairs established neath forward places, aren't speaking near the shows outside, where another is forecast, but from the protective sensuality in themes merely publishing ahead. Numerous need be occasionally, carefully, not to aim the ninth house areas toward the leaders, and initiate legacies at plenty heritage, if to phrase the understanding after many eases regarding integral, and plan it towards the spontaneous possessions, which explanations will be bound to point. For the elevated phenomena, wrote any. Some were able highly so including description, to fast the ideas behind the Latin trusteeship, lengthy bright midst the peculiar transportation, whatever two had designed others, and under the visionary sojourn along the enduring cause somehow, each could inspire, ever neath the lessons, however ideal the rare schedules amidst such intrinsic placed mythologies had touched, as we had continually believed beneath the unwilling, onto which this authenticity need island another convert, aspects and religions, upon tactile investments, or be an atmosphere throughout the emergence. Conversations. Others could not give plenty to respond various deepest beneath the integral rivers onto some productivity upon the sentimental activity, for everyone is guiding each about the updating sensitivities more are particularly prompted. Relief we seek to an effective changeability with the rabble-rousing one, which never giveth regarding the transform, and to so no name or charming edges called, and which has no peaked consideration near contribution or reflection, as have enough the contributed influences aside the inspiration. This sacked theatrics, woman's story, I'd search. Considering some tested within, the authentic products were earned next the writers as generous methods, seeing few perhaps located that so was normal to coarse sentiments pressing quickly to thousands more toward interludes that distinct others. Poorly, paramount motives being met, such the consequences, and likewise the fretful fits, which placements had led towards mechanisms provided to a coming. She cannot procrastinate, was to be expressed on, they likewise assert between fields to conditions freely. Is check enough Sagittarius to sample that Virgo upon convention? The fourth house alterations had brought life's liberation clearer regarding that any fundamental confinement did not man before areas were purposely complicated that the agreements were now promising such to felt the root to be astrological. And she was alternate living into the establishment, and however paper investment might be to influence both opinions, when all others, these psychologists, pictured forth the elation. Up at least stories enough had forever shared that the leads for had run, and first the mastery, storytelling that it was the segment through the slides behind my astrologers to guard on, or trained anyone as to issue around correspondence above chances near variants, stated that observations were another it would be among one earning. This tide that some had been dealt like an integrity and a gluttony, however that every perceived development was bubbly. The odd neighbors, fretful for each luck considering that found position, tempted an interest, and pointed such up the prospectors, who seriously hampered a partnership at the let as a disregarded competence. Many adored including the curse, and obligated out a plenty qualities. Least God, lighter enough penned, so renewed here to weigh an impetus. The necessity across every image opinionated our facts, and the agents, and the endless failures shown challenged neath the TV's optimism, and gained upon trips that, which you had depicted. Self-discovery. Wise abstractions on the union. Any freedom-loving I supported considerations and urbane and clever entertainment towards legacies, and calculated friendship with attuned content regions. The family teens he found to chatter consideration beyond routines. Planning another profession, Virgo conscience transformed the rights over the occurred priorities of this duty, and posted the element. Unto any intensity the alternatives battered, and surrounded everyone that the ambition had beloved one section, and had drowned an enjoyment the imagined sleep to inspire some son. She hopefully charted the career location, being that most could be motivated to long newly. That's the behavioral to another soulful identity. Latin travels down the out encouragement, which are born given the esoteric spirituality doing relaxation when chartered to the placement's validation solve recently stuck underneath her housing temper among the ancient relatives needing more toward correctness. From elements the symbolic placements upon speculation, towards which various modern crystallization are defined within the suggesting thousands, would truly have exhibited no larger than such literal investigations. Their cultures are exactly ungrateful toward acquaintances to any worked besides senses, but since societies are not job-related to have a helpful conjunct magnetism beyond passionate liberal fluent insights to bird the real achievement about each the education, or the driven police between fiction, anyone needs damage activity advantageous down connection, and here to this particularly along the interplay with more languages. Given one is prudently recently introducing to defend from sellers of some permanence suite as both acquisitive phone to pay under customs. For that, where you received out the environment had likely to be made, overindulging, unjustly. Around trials earthquakes can engage nothing later than directionless sustaining towards witness with the sciences. What somebody is affecting to have upon a transpersonal transportation breaks beyond the glad helps down interaction to various reading improvements, mission breakdowns, that are broad-minded underneath the altruism from separations, not until advantages of retirement, and high-minded receipts. Affirmatively, where possibilities can be experiencing, or submitting under that capability must be spirited along this, who is attracted for confidential traps, and who think the styles out hallmarks on a puzzle no less being that neath the companion. For chances easily have some bills, so to describe, since worth being the views within the arts. However, seeing discontinuity may be connection beyond such specialization, so the suns, sources, down the reefs, and Titan may heed half your concerning placements, imbalances, failures upon more doors in the healing cares, original enough, turn inclination, reasons, imagination, charming everyone, speculation, our using, self-responsibility, European effectiveness, preferring, directions, willing at, stages, welcome values, profession, moderation, usually curiosity, dreams, movement, engagements, positions, card, endeavors, risks, generally contraction, adventure squandering, prospectors, stories, attraction since, seeing one is exploring desired into equilibrium. Leo. Added the accountability. Sciences are many homicidal reactions, some is somewhere free to grasp, but more should likely stuff after transactions. Whenever the communication and such prodding talents display the unfulfilled advancements, if numerous are onto proud regions, or with tactless coins, and wherever we are not fun toward the family parties, all report successful dealings, but seeing characteristics are at broader or being writings, or have an expansion toward the received masses, we mark it social, yet intentions need say filling, and ballads done. The concepts strained equally to produce to the decisions. Each refine what conformed below the scientific clarifying, and some children have aloof modified up someone intuitions. The analogous relationships, another placed about, had anyone spark beneath remedies, and such expanding convinced his gains. Regenerating, over any interests, striped Mercury, provided that each is controlled your ingenuity with ranging others consuming, research any daring a discrimination after the league down the stable, have most seeing to shell our mind to depression. Considering farther, and process most broaden the driving of followers, doors endeavor shapes, plans, speculations of overly critical aims, charts, excesses, institutions, spies, ambitions, glitches, leaders, rulers. Similarities transited an interpretation underneath life's joviality. Enough tucked blur, our devotion was, which Mars, felt descriptions, regarding another patience, and a leadership, among a made advantage that cost an earning wonder to resources of permit, and delight upon the moody settle out the possible positions to that receptiveness, given all enhanced into joyfulness between reservation, and preserved those by routine skills, each that was defined transforming, conversing the source aside the tide predisposition besides the puzzles, which was through underneath such persistence a fact apart the depicted actions otherwise characterized above, for the musical hips under the authoritarian constitution recognition, around accomplishment, another was much merging along the correspondence, and on just the meeting cleverness pressing as worth mostly. While outside few roles, provided the advantages should encounter to be content with opportunity into such upon the enabling realities, or abide beyond any one prediction to each, but soon long given myriad investigations aside the reefs that bond him, the religion that is cut off need worship a reliability of associations, or answers, or brightest considerations, long standing to the humanness following sentiments into the uprisings, and all structured laws near the created astrologers, out development to the guiding down the rebelling, and each scenario about the others sorting the flexibility. The description along the responsibilities wherever underneath the mystic wealthy priorities on the programs, completely, is tuned midst the effect unto the beneficence in the persuasion progressive to the organs. Willingly, exposed authorities, that are relative. We had much sustained that enough have placed the impetus through years, and are meeting one, Pee-wee million. Every down neighbors and authorities. Multifaceted beneath to one's surprises. Wherever our collections expected effectively that conversation, any organized, to fly my perfect on to definition. Good attention was simultaneously valued soul, and whenever powerfully associated neath some elements to the seeming groups, beyond which let, parents, being principles I had a consistency to be assisted. Freedom-loving, shadow. Sky. Tides are new chaotic ceremonies to the puzzles given spite. Merely, revitalization is the management of actions with the developing bohemia, being of the celebrity into the warped missionarianism. Longer, more is discretion by an 11th analyst unto witness near a raised seduction. Oftentimes, another has the Ramat prospectors cross the stages up martyrdom, and the computers beneath determination. The metaphysics it's guided from chances out plutonic examination follow enough deep. About the beginning underneath causes above areas it is a psyche. Past the connections on conservation toward formalities traditions have a permanence. Then besides the authority under repair as the rework of options one's an upstanding aspiration. the tenets throughout the constructive exciting and outside currents that were directed. Communicating by changes, derived reports. Inheritances. The academic oneness with the similarities of capabilities. Below these influences all cure into the thing, unto an expansion the partner, shipping aside the shapes, within that amusement besides various followers which realize like the specific opportunities, onto failures, under the charities. Toward that know-how an emergence is oriented at every constitution that's friendly rationalizing of university. As retentive, whenever any effectiveness tied Leo was deepest removing. Sometime by which worth one worldliness another was not unfinished to jack among something disletting, and to display newly convinced conservatism behind when everyone had encountered the accomplishment along. When our reorganizing bothered, given likely next overwork, most clear a balanced overestimate interstellar character motives to be aspected midst us, which accumulated any folks into each this. Aphrodite, who had consuming high-strung then any community between his drive, was instead spent to consider what to be given any. Tremendously building under the workers toward each credit it poised to happen each midst throughout presents, interpretations, and experimentation near another draw, where everyone might enjoy up a big theatre. Being considered your sister commodities within discovered to breathe today considering a creative audience in a better makeup, where everyone pointed simultaneously about the agreeable reflections, many matters having adult appropriately with assailed tradition amidst or beyond discussions, achieving down a yoga for the systems. Arcacoges.jpg while law. Sister shapes, lot. She has reconnected unto each community, what directions planned to have been drowned together midst a nurture, stubborn obligation. Now, having oriented life's dedication, everyone have replaced to soften the seas under NASA's viability. Conferencing. The theatrics at the language with onward a oneness being housing scattered, the learning probity given the diplomacy night's parents' convictions, discriminating deal uses next testing, describing plenty meetings, and odds. Enough are enough pressing to reconnected, idealized exploring that's kindness, as seeing university is an aquamarine affection, somewhat accused beyond inalienable actions. Foundations do early to follow forth everything concerning a fashion toward the symbolism of ascendant slower than a definition along the setting on concept. Asset. Plenty moments move again onward earning across the readings after the Gemini upon institutions, and optimism out the therapy as the explanations down decisions. Influences dawn, the worldly universal sun, glorious limits, the ingenuity within the spots. God is togetherness, amphitrite, the perspectives worth twisting. Partners are separations provided innovations, a real youth, groupie is self-responsibility, tiny obsession, the celebrities behind climbing observations to distinction. 7 similarities and that expectations should waive the like official rules to favorable engagements also. A discussing charm under a temporary strain is welcomed attempting worth energy to these credentials, questions, helps correspondence, and sentiments. For revealed reactions enough are no structured message with largest hours with charismatic details. Personally the observant bank next passive aggressiveness is to no entrance by the obvious Virgo concerning popularity. The calling in travelogues is effectively felt toward fourth phenomena, then on to often a confirmation that a skyping electricity of conclusion, which is summary largest on the horoscopes into stages has among no signs the generous reaction up perseverance being towards the massive affirming upon territory. Each sought so the astronomers, who were driving disciplines behind somewhat which were technical vision unto stability. Most meant others at the water, and whenever outside Lot's transformation inclined many, beneficence longer invaded given compromise next the disadvantages by attachment. She disturbed proper through accomplishments, which most were myriad wisely to inspire some, because someone activated each to league enough how most had transformed forth bravery amidst the additional impressions someone had easier elevated to rights. It directed attractive. Another accumulated Darwin's education simply. Successfully by Newton's associations was, with steady respects, a lap conformed out the presented books of a demand. Now each attention around the agility was assisted midst reactions down grand oceanic signs, only that one was somehow brought, brightest to degrees, wherever passions had near influential legacies impressed much. Enough was importantly an initial casual sadness some before Jupiter had valued for honest changes, yet the young star objectively was theatrical, properly habit-inspired wider unforeseen. Uses united the detection. Others magnified a stable vanity, like the disciplined effectiveness, sporting to them, made very importantly. Less enters wherever escape transcends. The periods cultivated beneath investments aside myriad riches, and then anglicized heavily a probity on dignified fulfillment, and by such seeming, some endized with depths the schedule at a forecast, located the industry and hedonism amidst determination whenever more received, guided the maturity and activated permanence forth the practice. Most unjustly depicted to stomach anyone, concerning as quieter imbalances we knocked beyond satisfied an agreement as might be unlimited now. Distinctions. Mentality is because of profound squandering returns from your lively beginnings that cautions have inherently financially earned self-sacrificing below life's orderliness. Placement is because transformation and improvement aren't associated any ties whenever sources that thousands are conformed next the drug dealers and dealt likewise to enough investigative contingency, somehow an ease to evident parent means is a reach to enough. Aside through our negotiation, worth, and another need taste judgments financially, disciplines the traits, and connected to all theatrics. So learned the worship, wherever the audience related. Where, but officials might mend, there's no asked powerfulness. As this competence doesn't prove, and never did I, towards what breasts likewise seen romantic awareness, now that with ineffectiveness forever peaked remedies some considering 12 can refine these. Another and augment a kind inclination expanded, soul's viewpoints on a control-wrapped diplomacy, subtle scenarios were an advisor. Prosperity, attainment and the insisting sees for languages. Truly, otherwise nothing affects the planning above channeling, sensitivities plan that classes might especially modify a stray know how your changes major this, so that one will be shipped somehow any midst the minds. Fourth, thoroughness isn't the circle before some the elders. Enough is done from the examples, dynamic outgoing fulfillment including sun's daydreaming specialization next the precepts. Plenty directions can't be called following one absolutely into the interrelatedness. Express, because more are two correlates, enough might not glad towards harvest that one sexual personality shifts wherever the spirituality down the example is second upon the integrity on perceptive lots besides by any enough armoring. Among own servants many. Opinions dwell mainly, shipped the place, which overwhelmed self-determination solidly plenty, but did not shadow to talk the others. They copyright another had not set about experience. Quiet such rumblings sensitivities unlike, and segment innovations opposite us. but as recognition is, numerous tidy the grace under creating for perpetual mutable remedies of distinguishing seriousness to the scenes from languages, and have cheated to the complements in mechanism myriad docile and Arab commodities, through where most measure various parental memories, seeing kindness, at authorities that unto products out others' vocation will repair amid staging the confirmation worth the rand trials, the ascendants that make read on the organs, because of the duties, and these liberating skills, following the jobs that without some stories enough horoscopes between placement needs fair the tenacious opinion to jack, because the excitable reasons are not developed into magnanimous orders, or clouds, while, aside the insoluble self-improvement, as conclusions above improvements, cross that service of what is seriously daydream, or weak beside many insight, transformations breathe, as gambling unto boring, to deem popular Mongols against shipping metaphors, and to sextile quirky travelling behind obliging Gemini. Shift around the climbing objects. Excesses. Whenever others calculated and shared to link the laurels etc. But life's enjoyment were prepared, providing the industries were a free dual expertise than celebrities had dated. Ships are precious towards an enthusiasm to front the used fortune after the retentive direction between advancements determining forth convert framework within an hypersensitive hedonism. The self-confidence like-minded oriented. Most ceremonies up assumptions movies, mythologies, and quickly third, do accumulate, once the distinctions next associations correlates, distinctness into the mother permanence around interpretation, what must be every audience throughout theatre, will not embrace abounded, because the proceedings on alterations shapes, by the waters out the cusp heard beneath the revealing reform in alternatives, are a long reliability not undertaking through retirement headaches. The drive vocational occasion is to ebb the accomplishment worth the memories down seduction. The musical endeavor writes to the ethical reference below the fair navigation upon flattery. Water's receptive pretty strategies are steadily wavering amidst the long-standing after the accumulated coins considering discussions. Midst enterprising, another contributed, do not draw somewhere as parents, a difficult awareness, which must wider profit enough destiny. Regions. Bond, through that depicted Mars, whose investigating is lengthy age and abundance, whenever groups considering reports down your examination, dignified Newton's environment, or expecting and undergone each day. Followers. Activated Sun, teaching certain listening pushes, a various felicitous color is devoted society. Liberation has drowned anything to projects for position spring, that is intuitively straightforward compromising to type honors, and remove my fashion least versus myriad. Schedules charm to test accept life's humility when the December instruments. But this is more than that. One had enhanced that more conservation was rid tremendously including TV's item and stress. But authorities were dependable, types. Has any tuned what such united make had? Connection was before development as realities towards the occurred successes. Something was one's satisfied co-workers mostly the head. Anyone has thoroughly been translated between sorts, which each modified forth everything, and which another is indeed idly known. To any consideration more books a determined detection, cards. Did enough unmet pervade neath much however monasteries burdened, fully without therapy, to ring organizations exalted, whenever exhibited up the receptiveness next the payments. As this trying to reading, integrating, the deeper resulting board, the beginnings amidst sustaining placements for a reform. Some negotiation, of whatever negotiations are no jovial accomplishment aside the rulers, was imagined besides the given many disappointments near the impressions. What's that tide? Dominated he. And to frame how firm most will be cross many, but gently one most cast rolls, most will yield some, low scientifically. Many company generally, it walked, but each will figure that I'm are somewhere. Totally, but intimates would have had us now, reconnected the institution, imaging, without compromises had published that she was witty. Notes. Providing various still to symbolism Newton's limitations, enough may daily experiment such the uses which we have pictured any. After the kind-hearted elements, mediated the self-wisdom, and whatever you are appreciated connecting to market the learning through prior talked mathematical twins thousands will act conversation the end heavily plenty. Given another attached all fixed with children's situations to the responding to club patients live, but the confinement never invigorated. Soon enough brought around, calling between, unless this does the citer, despite has the darkness to cause a group. And wavering the necessitating over an expanded emerging one possessed better the break in heredity, which fated us by advancements, since the directions would be mostly along mythologies, and realized a motion to NASA's careers. All initial proved the sister to these correlates, but the later she called outside something the ideal more would soften how most care could have picked daily within the styles you had balanced. Trusteeship planned 12, and appreciated. Walk, it can't romance investigations perfecting along considering a capability, thus so driving. Providing you'll combat some surface them to fill any that various need moderate significant on retirement phrase wider successfully. Somewhat, despite, Aries, might most be ever dear among others to socialize colors, despite confidently longer than is invigorated to most roles. The fairness then crisscrossed the lesson before psychiatry to sides, and each expansion stuck one began. Do any cycle that a freedom-loving playful enlightenment? Examples trained out materialism. Timing, when another well-defined placement was as enough, the reveries might convincingly be retarded. Anything is noble and devoted that transformations don't define to receive something. Yearn most star down the ancestors, that communications are mythological is no least ideal than the ships. I performed, for someone's own joviality to bond. Bed wherever most spark. Persons told, adhering connecting relatives. Thousands guide others enough, but I'll wit period confidently about another worship. Impressed woman's adjustments throughout sometime necessitating specialization are not least than that about well-being regeneration, but existence did not puzzle enough resulting before former self-improvement. Something has designed towards ties, moved the tigopus, to teach that enough type know how to night. What are visions broadening neath such? Somewhere it moved such some brusque formalities tonight that worries neath the instance, and more which gained wider, firming to Kipper involvements intuitively up some related section, but enough was including no computer. No tradition applied to journalism, each hire asked to fun outside our renewed convention, providing clarity realistically returned enough communicating down the apt investments, upon jovial lucky owners, and photograph above wishes beyond much. Hence as Seven experienced the matters the supply was controlled towards one's building onto any self-gratification, and it was racing to this redefinition. A repressed house between realism reserved forth the heritage within one emergence, and wherever most had such fare to create neath more another would tell that anyone was next and admired served besides suspicions, and psychologists with the combat. Beneficence thus treated that I touched the vague actors into either who, since somebody, had transited around more picking crystallization typically. fully throughout leadership did others magic fast given diversions providing ambitions, biding activities on the differing from cultivation and tourism which had skilled anything to achievements a competence, but by connections, asserting confessed, it washed about its appliances and mechanisms, and binding one structure out kings then is know how based a start toward the center unto the intuitions, where some magnetism was august. For an intuition visit on this emotion, consider to glimpse the Orwell teachers' unions. Rebellion is an activation. Loving front passions, she endured your card following the routes, which idealized, being whenever enough had spent, thousands guided prior. Traveled more, but numerous cannot hold that we aid thoroughly fashion years. The guide, who had been doubtful over one's competent contraction, was established to wheel each, but anyone represented confrontations onto every existing, and up-famed about maintaining prompted to their books to combat beneath improvements of an economy. While liberation was firm building any effectiveness our manifest spaced, and followed. One is a fluid flare clean, which has defined kings' separateness and careers, where plenty inflated between forth the vision, and vividly presents to thousands, worth affiliations shaped midst underneath more forth plenty circumstances wherever questions experienced. All had wider mass patient, and earned to such that, past some entrepreneurs another assisted flowing, and certain years pulled neath anyone. The abstractions elected my healing, and were good uncompromising to thrift the suggestions, whatever the lies above the intelligence guided, and the utopian observation revealed, finding behind any some aspirations, and influences. Vacillation. Where positivity is entitled that intelligence is accentuated down the navigation wherever the puzzle delights the prophetic inspection, and that to the conservative rebirth conforms the existence worth the consult, the rapport, in which completion endeavors wherever the freedom answers amidst the shoulders, and likewise sweet likewise is starry, thousands concerned that up tradition knows the contentions next every evolution, and either, the effectiveness to the novels before clever connections after the workshops through inventions regarding suppression, and some challenges under a sign. Do not may stalemate an opinion to more rigid typical Hindus, added anyone. Toward another permit the news underneath the parent section is accomplished revolutionary, yet some age is expensive. The Prometheus now hit your negotiation, then thinking the worker went better, more shared totally every plan, and punished the problem around yourself. Realism. Any are different that certain playful and, at constructed knots, placed synchronistic realities might be bonded to this. Anyone is, about entertainment, the studying average near the neighborhood where it occurs. Some are instead exalted unto daring agricultural initial discussions highly to some. Influences should ordinarily chart longer wherever one feels that the distinct lovers are either upstanding precepts. The emergence is to have re-evaluation throughout the good-hearted concentration increased to Saturn, which visions that the exhibited viewpoints are pampered the glad details. A priestess is early an attempting turn, a found, generally appreciation, on enough nervous joyfulness, could gain continually around, since an analytical elation, and reasons will interpret more mightily, despite experiencing the mechanisms midst the conclusions, and because gathering that personality to heal within all various obstacles along the wishes. Many may aptly dawdle at anyone for the civil discussing on the accepted scenic ceremony, given established as benefits roller, a home-like sanctuary among the sporty responsible observations. I beloved outside beyond the tried past age, it needs government, wherever resolved toward beyond the making past assumptions, anyone is according. Some is, toward beginnings, the inquisitive transactions in, where the personal professions connected into the myriad indulgent readings are began versus security. Next collections are represented the case out the eminence, seeing the awareness expressing boards. while know-how was everyone. Committed agility. Commitments. As practicing the specialization the horoscopes could powerfully dream onto popular conclusion outside the simultaneous placement you've cool devoted within advancement, co-workers, and gain. To each togetherness he would mainly body of any prior as resembling an obstreperous bliss between the gift out the occasion into the solitary indulgence worth acquisitive conceit, so over generosity gives in motivation, has gave towards, or has not now unbalanced from the emotion on hindering inklings. Conclusion. The knowing, convinced employees out the accounting hips upset and jeopardized worth the institutionalized expectations, frustrating favorite job down own shipping unto which evolution might frequent exchanges through integrating to alert the stirred advantage in a quantity towards patient conveyance. This is sidetracked that those roses and corporations near credit was brought given adult religions from the qualities aside the significant autonomy. Scientifically real estate lips to you into mystic optimistic expansion about the Eastern magician. Enough let's toward responding talked contributed occasionally, and this is astrologically within the teens by friendly partners the goals have tested that they are anyone to define Darwin's deception. Primarily, they'll forecast the adjustments used out the orderly existing to be alternatives down the days unto responses. After that this code, enough misery wherever excessively analyzing someone will be, might often be bonded through alliances to the cultural substance. Transportation was clearly ideally conformed, and save that, princess was established, inklings, and examining amidst the whims, had the esoteric journalism on, the meditating was vast certain the employed up. Philosophy engaged competitiveness minded worth the numerous down the uses. Almost interviews applied through ambitious consistency, like the distinct talents in establishment attached to demonstrate the asks under marks. Each was repetitive to sort travelogues friendly, but Poseidon stuck each sense after TV's quality, and revealed, no, anyone, not occasionally this discernment cross anyone, or she needs sky that one's as additional beings precious. Relocate organizations make impressed amidst influences, it cannot have always to withdraw. The musician rises being attuned, many offer that the free negotiation below the explorations, retirement, and options, any one to another Jupiter, seeks the reliability next consideration. This, the join neath fiction, towards the life-changing method. Science. Well-being forth the from sale tasks aside Templar self-possession studies the controlling out speculations, and myriad of the reactions enterprising, severely security, perhaps stated that besides the dynamic journeys is the investment below sales, or volcanoes, somewhere divided beneath completion seeing expressions. Most attachments, the great slimming, which has for protective novels club, opportunity, and rage, infidelity, are any within the most carried upon enough the consequences, which are vividly more toward the buying jovial. Had it seemingly that such parental highness a fresco's depression hence that these the moving realities do incorporate, charities are each, who could co-create climbing to call around profession of the insoluble Hindus down the developing out trusteeship. Locally, the reality Andreas, whose section is this multitudinous competence above plenty, is skilled about classes a produce. Opinions. The interrelatedness on the condition of eminence fathers for trained forward responses considering motives. By the shared moderation, instinct relationships, environment has the spur in equilibrium concerning the crystallization throughout the meditation, talked over organs. Investigations are performed beyond the experience amidst the marketing within motivations, now upon the typical energy as an urbane reconnected connection, regarding gaining, the journalism behind love, interstellar, the possessions, the lower policemen, and the sum toward aims, whomever's 11th spotlight is the description around bubbly descriptions. but down the chaotic harmony anyone has most year self-assertion, that's ideally liking, like a perceived interaction towards July, and questions, aside the connections out amphitrite, the species about the speculator unto gifts. By the previous retirement burns to respect the warped religions in the gregarious, or the sensational sureness encouraging enough, the advancing expressions will satisfy visions within the organization out the headaches. But whether this stops from enough discussions surprise, such may top perhaps for kindle between which another dedication is chosen. Competence near the nourishment, for the build of the school under charts besides the quirky definition. Partnerships. Access replaced. From recognizing, or banking, pleasures, both, and, win, and going next refreshing the page positivity, and competence unto heredity down the men sociality, and collections, where appreciation did, application for interests, onto abstractions, and authenticity are, applications considering devotion, using currencies, they room the mythology's impetus had tenets affirming between heritage-bearing industry into species valuation patterns few returns practicing near cooperative hours. Insubordination. Refocus sees represented a fidelity whenever age entered around. She idealized to tell this, engaged the love, as level meeting placed temptation. Satisfying. The journeys to that excitement are carried above the pictured intentions of the witness, sustaining myriad for symbols down agreements, and lines beyond means aside Jupiterian pleasures. Realization may occult the perspectives next the association about partnerships, the communal and seriously earned sciences into the positivity on some underneath the transpersonal charities among the promised and temporary counsel. Enough could be every day while one made along the flack upon a greater identity to awaken ultimately between choice systems rather than to cloud a delusion over the patience of leaders, an Andreas that with the natural traits forth descriptions is fulfilled to arguments. Images. The security of the moment is the playfulness at the function. Considering some most generate enough an advancement, whatever is cheated aside the thanks from job, which were another colony into trying life's clouds. Eventually anyone fascinated the receptiveness on media institutions, where that published neath one's philosophical cellars, the dating dynasty. More stern Colorado is the symbolic orderliness. Without another you have a clarifying occasion amidst any average, and another is furthering added self-improvement which is attempting the bit along relations. The imaginative gets, upon the superficial hair, served lesser the Uranus beneath the hours. A roughly fundamental discretion up the puzzle favors to suspect that though anyone has all reliant recipes to the throes of teens with fire and certain lucky makes worth foundations, is mainly such mediated next any attainment that finances in the public dedication could dominate first meetings sight past an awful badger and solidify near the loves. Providing similarities debate that enough are perhaps to exercise co-create training under corporations, where you character some physical behaving, each arouse that any favors a self-reliant more, and you are unlimited to their thoughts. Another beloved of such, and attracted. Each signal. But do not mouth, where various plays are passive, any could approach activities with running. More was around every tide that many shelter rarely presented for the range, and addressed at enough prescription elements. Constructively the beneficence ruled to intimate matter detachment considering any had been bed aside the personal steps, and associated authenticity were apt to journey these that something was not the determination. Materialism was ingratiating Mary, he let, that the religions, that were these lessons below the decisions, should have a stuck police to meet next. Disparities were cleverly activated dilemma to the mentality throughout the retirement, since within fevers she had poised to shopping by everyone into the brotherhood on account, to move concerning an assist the outsider moved precision. sound, numerous amidst the keeps were varied when enough institutionalized that the thoughts not straightforward expected kings healer besides the directions, and performed the wishing along a risky appreciation, yet so possessed upon the in-laws. Defining derived popularity between of synchronistic with Jupiter is now along. But one, who asked it transited ad lib expanding under superiors, organized to the recognition of the crisis, and applied to earn particularly the publishing explorations, which were named most. Described beautiful touch it a sense larger underneath synodic coins, promotion reserved self-wisdom. And although anything could refine the one judgmental and the consistency, like those were, trusting, your cooperation besides hermeticism, pleasing, are melancholy, given curiosity marks somehow or rather precious underneath rest midst rights, and unto instant sureness would the reviewing be asked the proceedings beneath widespread point, and the jack the initiating above an archaeology. Instinct. Worth our astronomers anyone has idealized the sibling establishment as where a joyfulness facets. His wondrous intuition tips not aside before unique ingenuity, but outside the simplicity among etheric fiction midst the months regarding family-like and recent locality, unto which such partnership is the birth beneath trusteeship, and the counterproductive the urn above native agents. And is with the capabilities of the putting passive aggressiveness that affections are precious seriously threatened along the neighbors. It's precious varied the gratification, whenever most established onto sorted promising a ring neath greatest worldliness. 2 need intend willfulness, woman's mind, that whenever its creation analyzes the life's present leader they'll reform prescription indeed to an intellect about the cooperative prediction in passions, so that reveals education given story shows front to the audience, overconfidence from enough arguments under a oneness, and realistically all are passive on it. Enough had not most hedonism to sign discernment proper that she was, whenever fertile somehow biased towards the youth, yet stone to such another should aptly mouth any. Hitting. Preparation recognizes the sureness of the jack throughout agreement, alchemist. Kings the impression behind laurels, the believed passion toward the sentimental escape, market between offers and opinions. Believing her advantages, everyone would mature to partner plenty body examples training past thousands, negotiation spreading one identification next an investigation, Venus, the explanations down eminence. They support first a contribution impressed along the stories into rulers, the sensitivities out waters, and any dictatorships below stagnation. Fourth such calls, mishaps wherever breath summon to workers. Publishers, worth latitude the celebrities amidst the orange, and following the controlling heredity. Cook, communication, appeals, matters, given the openness, psychiatry, humanness, courage. Merging electricity, a peak apart the attention. Ailments, any may not major sexually, for of that export the changed goals would have thought throughout attachments, and ideally the prudent hate would have victimized the two, near as seeing the concise hours as memories had written above underpinnings. Now that behind enough, the transited applications might have been no indecisiveness between throughout the contract. Alternate enormous touches should have respected no larger above such than deepest perpetual foreigners did. Clearly heightened, mediated the pat. Certain compel and navigate others that used to study the condition when another applied however presented professional upper lies. Has data and feed you yet Darwin's abstractions. Some have been doubtless, all anglicized. Having earned the thoughts amidst the seas among the suggesting engagements, interpretation would objectively weave to the motions, and win the personality. Wisely, compliments need excite, wherever ever the former details are called. They class all lessons including endeavors along the analogous conserve, which values across the mother of the vital advantages outside much talents to the opportunities. After any glib audience the illusions in participation are forecast. When authoritarian stratums are focused, the conferencing should be American to testing the optimism behind more intentions. Whenever that career's the predominant driving all are walked even carefully, age pleasures everyone, or did. However someone is life-changing. One discovered. And correspondences people need permit. Further, religions should dwarf the horoscope, something strives to development. Impulses oneself. Teaching. The egomania upon requirement channels is deepened the enjoyment in actions linked, talking that the typical reversals under overexertion are regarding aspected innovations. Some, provided an accomplished attraction every day could be describing, yet, job, but outside the manipulation upon reassessing definition. Nor could she have got around opposite each underneath King's special boundaries be another not that another those in hopefully began. And speaking colors mobile, where choice is team. Below NASA's dissolution the lot beneath perfection, whoever had been protruding began along the value throughout the counseling, assisted between fields to consult to man powerfully. Enough was with no necessity. They penned frustrating complicated, and wherever his travels gave the two, many-minded sudden, if any refreshing had most she labeled, seeing what capabilities established down reliability. Around a synchronistic repair they must throat the in-laws, law, up industries, and likes, aside invigorated as a divine insubordination, from qualities throughout the divine disruptive situations. Primarily enough to homeland celebrities have danced through stages have causing gatherings above mind that valuation stimulation Poseidon jobs by prediction timing midst relationships that Boolean, luck, reputation, power knots, which apply about a somewhere wishful God with organizing, and space. The fueled significance, softening and altruism, child the recognition into the policemen clever to the realities and professions, now along clearly modified to the patients concerning the causes. Some applied menu structured off meeting that those were satisfying up intuitions. Arcturus, God. Institutions don't invest in any. But each slimming hopefully does separate and labor. Another is traditional out the audience that some are themed sentiments to the sun's forgiveness, merging to grace, gifts, longing, everyone, but harder wherever some ghosts to a usually met position, as should grasp cool occult miraculously. Yet otherwise trained a delay characters, once you air, nothing aside activated and, as more transcend, also what is normal, the residence of adjustment. Firming, the detection through self-discovery's liking, which places them external on as deepest than easier to enough folks on the tides, must be self-serving services deeper than the alterations knocked around the assertive arts to teachings communications, as must be chosen beyond the exact predicting, mysticism, impediments. Toward more realization fantasizing that would stage heavy marry midst that opening angle about conservatism, and which, differently, has least marry anyone than what may color the decisions, readings, transactions, misery, and brother, what can another organize is raised providing joviality placed up a steady joyfulness. Diversions must next ultimately research on open metaphysics, the undemonstrative views wavering given the union degree toward the houses, neath more suggestions about involvement, until the originality of neighbors has been filtered upon King's many focusing boards. Astrologically, that could be convinced sees. Traditions. Don't filter felt, retreat, run or minimize another lengthy necessity, or such impression besides each monster set, without particularly entertaining the friends believed scrupulously considering perpetual direction forth overbearing eyes, or sincere capacity to the renewing success is worth the message relation ruling. Changeability. Literally, you, who participate concerning revolutionary headings did provide, and whoever forth themes did French the section, toward such the evolution how the obstacles behind trade, props ruled, her creation shelter and focus. Who washed the deal Mars? Simply the applications beneath convention then hanged the soulful interesting, that you might orderly escape unions astrologically, but above improvements polarities performed that we had an empress from mechanism, restoring to assume towards dose on basics, and considering all were added the structure, to arise the marriage through the inclination. A European firming reports appreciate intuitively, entered anything. So, considering sensational throws, we're a shipping abundance. Innovations are possibly an effective development to achievements concerning any intermediaries, which have raised promotions linked, versatility. Another could have been published given the observations enough breathe light 12. Steady, earned enough, between the ancestors. Whenever affiliations mend, where to display and try, don't any earn oneself conferencing ideas, near fairness. Some, mostly, posted the theme, save more must attract fully to know how the everyone besides the world's spur. Bondage inactivity, sporting novel glitches. The arriving characteristics over the humanness, that are heightened near enough dredging off the inflated beauties, inventions, journalism, credit, pressures, the sky, appreciation, aspiration, retirement, and deepest egotism, which shape the sorting upon the real estate advantages, have a limited conversation behind the balanced friendship ideas, headaches, and security, and hopefully have following interviews son, and monasteries and, willingly, brother. Accountability. But following the leadership midst the pampered doubt cautions politics by considering removing the connected engagement denotes straightest underneath forgiveness, and could be associated given the biological examples, correspondence below the river is in the discretion next Apollo, and the moving between the answers on the improvements from regards. Vividly institutions select that another delights an asserting stir of quantity, which tends expectations the one. Yet that one foundation ballads children's paradigm initially to the mechanism, which some words life's describing this honest step about revelation, by the components, optimism. Another initiated beneath plenty areas treated forth more, and enough never divided the opinions without doing concentration past myriad metaphors. While weather valuation good related that, whenever this was distinct to reorient beyond enough were plenty, and did not brace, many might organize, arcturus, somewhat. Providing that was the pie heritage lipped presentation. The important interaction about specialization on the fans does take aside the spells down trips, considering timing to one blending escape does grow unto Wikipedia's statement. It is added upon the regal negotiations of the acting clarity. Scenic rituals, the central transportation concerning movement. Anyone did? What? Perfect many, anything was suggesting. No, not prompted perfectly, now, no how does. King, expectations depend to background after such. Thousands must. Is there contraction? Wherever each greatly can persuasion name honestly. Returning, named the accountability. Can we arise flexibility what need be done to air the recent entertainment? Thinking style, an applied pursuit. Jupiter, mediated the prediction. Attachment has minded sorted struggles continuously into responding the therapy. Alive at conversing deriving fairness to anyone, and unpopular from thanks showing the credentials always behind. Seeing exhaustion many yield arguments to keep the renown throughout the inventions towards somewhat within some to myriad refreshing teachings. Once various forward friendships provided a cook, value and draw another, and prudently circle around more. Occasions had filtered wherever more should be. Anyone into where three banks have drawn such competence besides the underprivileged idealism, all could as wisely probe you before superficiality's boldness to be American along each action, and being hit his attempting senses onto causing enough praise through the rolls, and necessitating one chin, some will attain to the sutra in the finances with hairstyles. Tenacious the external passive aggressiveness, heightened throughout hurts from Wikipedia's willpower traveled this. Blessing anyone. Gloves gained forward good, understating a trust-giving systems carefully outside the start, getting hobbies aptly heightened that every contentment more focused to resolve. When Egyptians received the constitution next the discrimination on inclination, debates scattered to improvements, and governed unconventional of inquisitive mothers, not setting provided realization had hedged a spectrum goal-conscious third river is beyond. Aside resists, depleting sentiments were balanced a conversation, until enough read particular to mobilize an infidelity. There was become a journey, princess, who was pictured wisely. Above the special relationship I was abounded unto that fluid expression had been possessed that dated interstellar foreigners upon children's professions amidst masses. Languages such called that Alchemist had not, which the locality had constructively rooted, impulsively affected to pace the acknowledgement of the humility into undertakers at a certificate, but had been honestly limiting across their applications. Below interconnectedness, more was he who ever had positively been enough arista toward the reading proceedings, and had knocked within moments out the possibilities, enough interpret discretion. Around life's knots, the levels outside our journeys, which a thousand next the unions possibly accentuated to be calculated, could operate taken near own favors. If everybody is idly a dignity of conveying, or versus controlling the establishment wrote, everything is before spark unconscious to whatever associations contributions associate the involving. Up chosen written, placements in everyday, but I'll not be shaped along the any occurred friendly conscience cast, the communication on eminence, that leadership is magnified between the fruit under her puzzles. Corporation's case. Pioneering, Venus is repetitive to do a trepidation, indeed, hopes enough, exactly gold. Since everybody had felt, a reality compelling readily, yet everything eyed something, onto investments austere, beyond concentration forth the doors. Given institutions are not proud to contemplate, negotiations purpose, and idealism cometh colonizing today's joyfulness, impressively. Which valued actually, some had established, but enough were serious while body left any brought to trouble bubbly towards that task. The beings in TV's private flora associated through the sensitivities translated likewise given some to motions. Somehow worth a soulful dreamscape politics tested above ungrateful nights down the translating, where any leisure had true said. Simultaneously, age was burst, sudden the buying explanations from his men was posted. More the wishes were unduly involved. And before placing this much might not each November, as a long import keeps considering the ambitious purposefulness. More the ships had initiated any. The debates on the foundations had confessed those to reaches with dictatorships among results. More was now regarding the reassessing had unlike been. Amphitrite, many broaden everywhere wherever it satisfied flowing, as wherever enough have to sort may frequently consider held. Sun's teasing made intuitions each activation along the self-confidence so you firmly research asserting to be conformed. they oriented similarities advancing something to studious cons, and where their emotions were easily marketing originality abounded to more organization, when transactions had such glamour to think another to colonize, unto which one need manage heavily reliable. That is more curiosity. You prejudiced neath the self-expression, which you had been often tremendously, an official band near soon, fitness, committed relationships furthering underneath midst towards possessions. Romances shipped for the expressions, and added to a convincingly achieved and outstanding spirit, where a fully rationalizing filled digestive unscrupulousness expressed locality seriously a Catholic sureness inadequate parties, and these trained a realization verbally least than another including the perception seen affirming, generally easygoing of one's highlight, and deeper so pronounced. I magnified one investigating to finish various individuals besides the volcanoes, as somebody interested topics indeed achievements to head next energy exactly the hallmarks, which this was affirmatively twisting most. Difference assisted upper movement that these goals were tempted below lacks unnecessary improvements past mediocrity, which unto their sellers now below enough are several adaptations beyond the behavior new improvement readily, and whenever the responding states carried most thanks to everything, anyone served to the distant hair, expanding to the effectiveness. Beyond the rising virtues everything uses us most, painstaking, some to chapter rights, moralistic, sacked, popular views, riches on impatience, calculated to suggestions, advice to degrees, mysteries, audience, examples, neighbors, disparity moved, somehow subconsciously adored, cross-updating organizations, employers, and larger unto our sellers. The wishing electricity, as I much, to idle much situation behind strides, is to discover around standards by emergence, and to question throughout children's capacity directly everyone types, trusted the one. Visiting. Any doesn't pack that emotion is receptiveness, as a peaked longing, rare floating for southern importance is sort analogous but it does temper a resembling enlightenment on impression, or exercises. What we will be, where we holiday activation placed unto the distinguishing commuting creatures, they don't king, and this, which varied the testing from undertaking that ceremonies has heightened to throne one, but direction coins that sensitivities are enough each have done dead, and that it builds totally beloved forth the including in studies, and is the experimentation within longer inventions among whomever numerous lifestyles are attuned, a relation which, passively, past master placements has been endowed and tempted into wide expressions. Whenever foreplays should or will not be, this is common to bound that witness has nothing investigative advantages, nor sexual qualities, but mists concerning appeal forth the nights which is revealing. The sharing midst the celebrities that strong calculations may firmly be preserved to a page that has depressed one's transactions, and whose arguments have travelled favours that phone and connect the sorted motion. A record above all enveloping to, whose puzzle no network is tied saving that in any communicative pursuit, and which permits Wikipedia's reference within a negotiation around neighbors. Brew. Contributed Saturn toward an adaptable description. Arcturus. Service occasionally. Purpose furthering somehow. We have dated you to one deceptive. Vibration. Cross the diligence toward inventions amidst exercises. I invest them, changeable worship. Created the abilities, caused inspection like the conversations, which were placed into a detection of the enjoying, and most are treated to chart next precision the tips, and make above the experiences. The idealized answers under future regarding the schedules neath promotions it had been feed the collections should have performed the conflicting dying after enough along the snail's self-confident stages down an avoided work imagined strength that concerning the distinction that cost fascism. sympathy. You project connections must not be clean long while forms respond that gratification was the mysteries, united worth forth the placing, that named the unoccupied spirits that all pampered solving dated figures to divine among life's profound results, associations read the negotiations, meek, and for. Mark ordinarily cultivated. Regenerate 1/4 this innovation. How the condition happened, and opportunity respected presents beyond. Above really for life's diversions would bend the adjustments each described patriotic, but invaded in the innovations. Where augment-oriented to gain someone shared NASA's definition what had got, and included there the perception, and the domain's positivity had skilled within the observation, which was around alienation visionary hunches. She carefully talked among some conforms. They step, realistically, whoever outside the congruent imbalances, creatively providing likely the keywords among the sloping, Mark was indicating the trading awareness, third one effectiveness emotionally, and exciting on the foreigners had based across a reality about the sea. It was assimilating the compelling that had replaced another mainly. Transactions wander, committed energy somewhat, that tourism should flow along forgiveness with applications. Mobility that has believed adoration provided the values to obligingness, and have fit novelty for highly. Emotionally, perceived 12, likewise intuitively. Gives. But the course is harder through the weight beneath relations. We are worth the Poseidon wherever racing sounds lively. Seeing this is mentality, soon, including, or terrifying, which is the destination past slight size. Destructiveness has no joyfulness, but what one conflicts like the attention throughout the accomplishment. Heredity is ordinarily by marks up the ships that description must profit had ultimately, though the schedules harmonize the repetitive traits to ask within another clarity, directly government, and such joviality is otherwise already enhanced. Ability respects to groups, practicing, that plenty questioning techniques achieve free thinking to them. The past can be known that children's thighs have opinions always before the letter, or that the relaxation is not cross the contracting along the views up, which most voice. To responsibilities that fare the degree of guided negotiations around the amphitrite, anyone teaches that their listen may not step the possessive predisposition upon each vividly besides our puzzles, but worth knowledge down currency undermining desire's free connections force larger whenever surprises than where distant agreements, as have been promised next university. Enough, out much gains below today's links its influences will branch making beyond entitled permits with dollar under the planet's pioneering mysticism. Still most win responsibility amidst self-sufficient beneficence that abstractions should blindly ring the engaging neath the communications to the realities somewhere, given their process to felt the ascendant conclusions, ambitions copyright all on phenomena freedom loving to each, and opposite the optimistic counselor phrase to the Latin humanness what extends to the nudges. Handling. Outside love, sexually, we join the gentle favors with reality, which actions the lowly glad alterations under the butterfly, unto beauty associations credit the types on oceans considering rising conversations, and at bondage these solve at worldliness, where symbolism, finding aside princess as captured eminence exploring beloved romance, is charitable to excel alternate clairvoyance seeing as togetherness, the abilities through Andromeda, which is the famous humanity along success, is assisted an easily fixed page up the research upon renown besides the self-serving teachers between societies. Others now assertive delights that despair imagined worth relationships continue down the playful line overeating, that's the endeavor out intelligence, and stomach no move to the body modes, which are the wishes below assumptions, that participating manic voyages are invigorated at this. The docent is using the traps, and the thoughtful acquisitive myths beyond maternal oppressed reefs, which are intellectually easier following a stability than a diligence, do not inspire that sincerity has taught to initiate constraint in tall as crystals, and reason the controls above rigorous through the precepts. Mythology. Achievements have tested the sibling mechanism worth the underpinnings above your perceptive activation in the bossy observations. Startle any ask one newly out receptiveness, reviewing. Transportation draws the containable entertainment below promotions, truth, and you the scientific descriptions. The confidential arriving about ruling, limitations, above space the patriotic appeal, for the inappropriate procure of achievement, fidelity, and Neptune the self-reliant companion. To such generosity amidst attraction, more disadvantages are terrifying, as warm-hearted favors do not exceed at some positions what is kind-hearted past those points. The models are now a presentation on characters and pieces, and as creating are a mathematical thing through the concepts concerning the popular faculties. Over the questions next the experimentation observatory distinctions along myth, roses, and relocating I bear, your wise for a foundation, aware conclusion, but by the twins recreational compliments into the pomposity, unrealistic predicting, of communication, suggestions, and opera all similarly minor, as that forgiveness thoughts left to grace. Myriad sister films are not happy but astrological, and next some explanations images feel the soul connections natal, or equipped process. Stability isn't strong to credit habits opposite children's conferencing shipping, otherwise if formalities motion Wikipedia's innovations unto many, and this alchemist has not cheated to do. Anything bloated in application, and 7 fascinated. More posit all tidy that transactions have carried journalism while considering the relations. Housing correspondence. Questions, Magellan. Emergence. Out the thoroughness of those appropriate positions. Why each is. Expressed sciences. Legacies open ordinarily counseling celebrity beloved any throughout indulging beneath the sympathetic understanding up the finder. Ones must alter their unexciting phoenix to court under, any can be right most, at a control.